A cheerful voice came from the smartphone speaker, offering to get acquainted with a wonderful game of the new generation. Real Play or Real P? A pleasant female voice urged the viewer to try this completely new product, which allows one to fully immerse themselves in virtual reality. Sunny sat at the table and thoughtfully stared at the screen. There was not a single unnecessary thought in his head. He was not even interested in the game. He just liked this girl. Sunny thought it was just boring. Another pointless hack job from yet another team of game developers who thought they were geniuses. He was amused by the next scene, where the presenter suggested solving the dating problem with the help of meetings in virtual reality. It would seem that there is nowhere else to go, but the perky girl simply sparkled with enthusiasm, assuring that the new platform will solve absolutely all communication problems. The scene changed to a gloomy dungeon with a fierce dragon confronted by a brave knight armed with a large sword. The host kept asking whether Sunny wanted to visit a fantasy world or a real magical world where everything is possible and even more. Real Play or Real P embodies absolutely everything that you see on the screen, completely immersing the player in virtual reality and making him forget about everything. The guy felt like he had already lost all perception of reality. The advertisement was so unusual that it attracted his attention like a magnet. Sunny thought, of course he wants to go there and 1,000 other places, and especially to meet this beauty. What's her name? Pink Rose. 2 years later, he remembered the advertisement when he saw it again, on a huge advertising screen located on the wall of a high-rise building. Sleep-deprived, tired, with circles under his eyes from sitting at the computer all night, he wandered along, thinking only about not falling asleep on the go. His head was a real jumble of thoughts about unfinished homework, the new school he had recently transferred to, and a new, unusual game. Sunny thought melancholically that it was very difficult to be an ordinary Korean high school student who no one in this world needed. Walking down the street, he glanced at the cafe window. Through it, he could see people sitting in virtual reality glasses, which were used in Real Play. How much the world has changed in just 2 years. People now play literally at every step. On the street, at home, and even in cafes. Sunny thought about it. To be honest, he wasn't that ordinary. At least he didn't look like a psycho with these newfangled things on his head. The guy decided to be honest with himself. To his credit, it's not such a bad game. At least the developers delivered on what they promised. Everything at school was as usual. A dull building, devoid of even a hint of beauty, eternally dissatisfied teachers, and, of course, boring classmates. Classes had not yet started in the classroom, and the usual chaos reigned, as during any break. Everyone had broken up into small groups and were sharing the latest news. The girls chattered incessantly about Real Play, and they were crazy about the glamorous host, who Sunny now knew was named Red Pink Rose. The guys bragged about their victories in the famous fighting game Compulsion. In fact, they were taking credit for other people's successes, but you have to brag to your friends. One of them said, "Fighting games are cool, but the most interesting thing today is not them, but a completely new game, The Hell, which literally blows your mind." The guy bragged to everyone that he was able to reach level 38. It's just incredible, and he doesn't know anyone else who can do it. The boy spoke more and more enthusiastically and literally waved his arms, demanding that he be recognized as a true champion who has no equal. Suddenly, he fell silent and turned his gaze to the door where Sunny appeared. The friends also fell silent and looked together at the door, where a half-asleep Sunny stood, madly wanting to run away from all these idiots. The boy temporarily became the center of attention for all the students. Even the glamorous girls glanced at him, excitedly discussing Red Pink Rose's impeccable style. Sunny walked, trying not to trip over chairs and table legs, and dreamed of becoming invisible, someone no one cared about. The girls laughed at their classmates' lost appearance, and they immediately discussed his clothes and the gray tint of his face from constant lack of sleep. Enraged, Sunny didn't notice how he grabbed the back of the chair and tore it out by the roots, which caused a new round of ridicule. Girls, let's be quiet. Otherwise, he'll get angry again and break something. Let's not anger this little monster. He's so mean, he. The boy sat alone at his desk and listened to the ridicule of his classmates, who had chosen him as the object of their jokes. He listened thoughtfully as they discussed his appearance and finally agreed that his presence was spoiling the whole atmosphere of the class. Because Sunny didn't play Real Play, he was given the nickname Real Pater, which for some reason everyone thought was very funny. The boy thought irritably that he was the only person who had not yet been infected with this madness, then looked up and saw his only friend, Jim. The friend immediately commented on Sonny's dejected appearance, suggesting that he had skipped breakfast again. The boy didn't deny that he hadn't had breakfast today either. But who cared about that, since those gathered here were definitely those who didn't like him. Jim suggested leaving the classroom while there was still time before the lesson started. The atmosphere here was not the best. They went out onto the terrace, which offered a view of the city that was not unattractive, unlike everything connected with the school. Jim said that his friend wouldn't last until lunch, and then handed Sonny a bun, who silently took it and began to chew, lost in his thoughts. He sat down, leaning his back against the parapet, and slowly ate the delicious pastry, while his new friend still couldn't bring himself to ask a question. Finally, he turned and looked at Sonny and asked him why he hated real play so much, when it was the coolest thing to come out in the last decade. Sonny chewed, not knowing what to say to that question. He could say either too little or too much, but he was honestly too lazy. His friend tried to convince him, calling him a weirdo and begging him to tell him what was going on. If he didn't have money to play, Jim could lend him his realp. That was what friendship was all about. Sonny replied that he simply didn't need it, stood up, walked to the edge of the fence and leaned out, looking somewhere far below. Jim didn't mince words when he said he was too lazy to do it. But it wasn't a good situation, and Sonny looked like a complete idiot. Sonny began to answer, but suddenly hesitated, as if remembering something very unpleasant for himself, and suddenly fell silent, without uttering another word. The classmate suddenly turned around sharply and began to passionately convince Sonny to trust him and play at least once. But the boy was adamant. He reminded that they had already discussed this issue at the very beginning of their studies, and his opinion had not changed since then. Sonny stood firm. His position had not changed, but he promised that if he suddenly changed his point of view, Jim would be the first to know about it. Jim turned silently and walked towards the exit, leaving the boy standing alone and confused, not understanding what this whole conversation was about. Once home, Sonny wondered if he had been so harsh with his friend, since he didn't even suspect that he was the real reason for his hatred of Realp. The room was littered with empty cups, fast food wrappers, and other similar trash that I was too lazy to clean up. The young man was convinced that his friend's care was the only good thing about this school. Without it, it would be simply unbearable. But games were a closed topic. Perhaps even on YouTube, everyone is talking only about Realp, as if there was no other topic worthy of discussion left in the whole wide world. Sonny opened the first video he came across, from which a whole stream of information immediately poured out about the new Realp with improved graphics and fresh updates. After closing the window, he went to the forums where he often visited. But even there in recent weeks, they had been talking about Realp and only Realp, ignoring other events. The boy stubbornly pounded the keyboard and jerked the mouse as if his life depended on it. He was looking for at least something that didn't mention this game. An advertising banner appeared on the screen, brightly and effectively inviting people to watch the news of the gaming industry. Sonny sighed, moved the mouse again, and decided that if there was one thing in the world that he absolutely hated, it was Realp. Frankly speaking, he himself could not give a clear answer as to why this had happened, trying to escape from dark thoughts, but returning to them all the time. On the shelf lay an old, convenient joystick for computer games, with which there was a lot associated. It made you want to pick it up. Sonny decided to be honest with himself. He remembers those days all the time because it is impossible to forget them, just as it is impossible to forget his happy childhood. The boy sighed and thought that he should have stayed there, in the past, so that there would be neither this dark future nor everything that surrounded him today. The memories carried him further and further away. He saw as if in reality how the host of the program announced the contender for first place in the World Championship. The presenter quickly listed the achievements of the possible champion, his solid second place, which no one could challenge, and the prospects for the title of winner. It was him, Sonny. He was that champion, one frame, the star of numerous international competitions, a real icon for fans of virtual games. Numbers, letters, and icons jumped before my eyes, merging into a familiar screensaver with the World Championship rating table. Finally giving in, Sonny became completely immersed in the happy memories of his childhood with his loving mom and dad. They really loved him, but they didn't raise him the way children are usually raised. They praised him for his success in games and encouraged him in every possible way. They supported their little one when he picked up the joystick and rejoiced at his successes as if they were their own. They became the driving force that made him play games despite all the difficulties, and it was the care of his parents that helped Sonny become a champion. However, the fairy tale ended abruptly. One day, misfortune came to the family. The parents died in an accident and life changed. Now Sonny was left alone. Even the help and sincere participation of his relatives could not console the boy, because his parents were his whole world. He did not know how to live without them any longer. But even in such a difficult period, he did not stop playing, devoting all his free time to games and gradually improving his skills. It wasn't just a love of games, although games gradually turned into a real passion. It was a kind of tribute to my parents. When Sonny played, he had the feeling that everything was as before, as if that terrible evening when he learned of the tragedy had never happened. It seemed to him that his mom and dad were standing behind him, and that he would soon hear an encouraging voice in the silence. Hear how they rejoiced at their son's success. Who knows? Maybe it wasn't even a matter of a great love for games, but rather that he wanted with all his might to forget his past. Over time, the joystick seemed to become a part of him. It became as familiar as an arm or a leg. The days turned into endless training and battles with various players online. Sometimes Sonny lost his sense of reality, as if he were seeing his opponent's face in front of him. Block, block, another strike. It was as if the boy himself was there, inside the game, fighting with the strongest players on the planet for the championship. His hands were moving so fast that it was impossible to keep track of his fingers. It was a wonder his beloved joystick was still intact. In addition to fans, there were also haters, those who literally hated the rising esports star, usually his opponents and their fans. Why be angry? It's obvious that he's the best of the best. Sonny said this to himself with a smile and a sense of his own superiority. And again, he plunged into battle, parrying blows and delivering them, not thinking about where he was or how much time had passed. The opponents were not only guys, but also girls who traditionally chose female characters, so they were easy to distinguish. A blow, another blow, a jump. The fight had been going on for quite a long time. The enemy fought very skillfully, constantly keeping him on edge. He was a skilled fighter, whose confident actions made one doubt the very possibility of an imminent victory. The joystick was on the verge of falling apart from sharp presses. The plastic creaked in protest, but still held. And suddenly the course of the fight changed. No one could even replace what happened, just a few movements, and Sonny seriously damaged his opponent. It's just incredible, Sonny won. For the first time in the history of the competition, a schoolboy becomes the winner. He came out on top in the official world tournament, defeating a famous player named Play. It took him 32 minutes of desperate fighting. He was on the edge, but he was able to deal with the multiple world champion. Oh yes, the guy will remember this day for a long time. It turned into an endless series of congratulations, and the pinnacle of triumph was the awarding of the winners. The audience chanted the nickname under which the boy performed, One Frame. He was constantly featured on the pages of magazines and news feeds. The fans were people of all ages, and Sonny was even surprised at how popular a virtual game could be. Faces, faces, faces. They merged into an endless stream of images that seemed unreal. Only the feeling of victory was real. When Sonny walked out of the room where the award ceremony was taking place, he felt on top of the world. It seemed to the guy that nothing could eclipse his triumph or darken his joy. These were the very moments for which it was worth living. Other esports players gathered in the corridor and seemed genuinely happy about the appearance of the new champion. The rest of his life seemed cloudless and carefree. A brilliant future opened up before the winner of such a prestigious international tournament. The boy had already made numerous plans to conquer the gaming Olympus and mentally calculated how much he could earn from this. But the joy was short-lived. The very next day, Sonny was invited to the office of the company he played for and was told that the team was being disbanded. In addition, the contract was terminated with him personally, without giving him the slightest opportunity to continue cooperation. Moreover, the company representative stated that the development of the fighting game where Sonny won would be shut down, and the new, already finished part would never be released. He couldn't believe his ears as he heard that from now on, all efforts and resources would be directed towards developing applications for the world-famous game, Realp. The team members, not embarrassed by the presence of the new champion, discussed how console games have already fallen in popularity and are not worth the investment. There was an awkward pause, And then Sunny's friends announced that they had been invited to join the new Realp team, but without him, and they had signed a contract. The guy suddenly felt as if the ground was slipping out from under his feet. He couldn't believe that the people he trusted blindly had betrayed him so easily. But they didn't see anything unusual in this. Moreover, they asked in a completely innocent tone what yesterday's champion would do now. "And that's all you're capable of," muttered the boy, still not fully believing in the reality of what was happening. One of the team members came up from behind and quietly encouraged Sunny, saying that it was even good he wouldn't have to work with these traitors. He stood and listened, not saying a word, and simply observed what was happening, feeling the increasing noise in his ears. Suddenly the boy screamed and grabbed his head, thereby attracting the attention of those present. His legs gave way. Sunny staggered and fell to his knees, not really understanding what was happening to him. He felt that his crystal dream had been shattered into pieces, that his future had shattered into 1,000 pieces, and there was no chance of salvation. Everything was swimming and flickering before his eyes. The lines were intertwined into a familiar screensaver of the computer game that became his victory and his greatest defeat. At that moment, Sunny realized that he was completely immersed in his memories and was actually in a classroom, and the lesson had long since ended. Sunny's school friends stood nearby and had been trying for some time to shake the boy who had frozen in immobility, but the past would not let go. "You don't have any pain," Jim either asked or stated, looking into your eyes with concern. The boy said that it was nothing serious, just a stupid dream. He just didn't get enough sleep and unexpectedly fell asleep right in the middle of class. He stood up slowly, leaning on the tabletop and barely holding on to his legs, which had become like cotton wool, and froze in motionlessness. Jim suddenly announced that he intended to see his friend off and would not accept any refusal. Moreover, there was a special matter that could not be delayed. Sunny hurried out of the classroom to find out what this was all about. But his friend, looking mysterious, quickly walked down the school corridor, walking away. The friend laughed and demanded to hurry up. Otherwise, someone would be left alone in the school and die of curiosity because he would never get the surprise. Having lost his bearings a little, Sunny lost his footing and crashed his shoulder into a tall schoolboy at full speed. Sunny muttered an apology and then ran on without looking back, leaving him standing there in bewilderment and glaring after him. The stranger stood and looked, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Could there really be someone who dared to push him? The tall one swore loudly, turning halfway to face another student who had stopped nearby. He muttered something unintelligible in response, but the tall one did not listen, but only twisted his lips in an ugly, evil grin. The schoolchildren walked slowly down the street and finally reached the house where Sunny lived, and then went up to his apartment. Seeing the mess that reigned in Sunny's house, Jim grabbed his head, looked around in confusion, took off his shoes, and went into the room. Unable to resist, he asked how it was even possible to live here. This whole mess needed to be cleaned up immediately and the room made more like a home. Sunny answered his overly correct friend inappropriately that it was no one's business, then took off his outerwear. The guy suddenly perked up and reminded Jim that he had come for a reason, but for some very important reason. Since he asked to visit and came anyway, he should immediately lay everything out as it is, without any nonsense or unnecessary words. In response to this, Jim laughed with a very mysterious look, whispering about some gift that Sunny must definitely accept. Sunny was completely confused. The last thing he expected today was some unexpected gifts. Jim reached into his trouser pocket and slowly, unhurriedly pulled out a small, vaguely familiar box. Holding it in his hands, his friend burst into a solemn speech. He would like Sunny to think again. Perhaps a surprise will help change his decision. The boy leaned over and handed it to the surprised Sunny, telling him to have the gift and not deny himself anything. That same Realp, great and unique, a wonderful gift, the latest model of a virtual terminal. A friend tried very hard to make a surprise. But instead of being happy, Sunny became as gloomy as a cloud and declared that he would not accept this gift and had already asked not to offer him this nonsense. But Jim wasn't about to give up. He knew the story of Sunny, the schoolboy who won first place in the World Championship. He knew his nickname was One Frame. Sunny is a true genius who took first place in every single fighting game for the first time in history, and then disappeared somewhere. This genius suddenly disappears at the very zenith of his fame and carefully covers his tracks. And it happened at the very moment when the development of your favorite game was stopped. And then Realp appeared. Jim raised his hand with a solemn air, holding a small box, and declared that he was convinced that the appearance of this new game had made Sonny like this. Sonny winced, remembering that this was the very game the team leader had talked about on the day the contract was terminated. But this is not why Sonny became like this. The reason is much more complicated, he thought poorly. His thoughts were confused and constantly switched from one thing to another. Jim calmly recounted his guesses to his friend and shared his conclusions. It is impossible to say why exactly this happened, but everything points to this scenario. Taking a confident pose, the friend continued with enthusiasm, saying that one cannot avoid life forever. One day, one will have to face reality. Jim spoke faster and faster, begging him to try playing Realp just once and test his strength. The friend handed Sonny a virtual terminal to control the game and firmly stated that he believed in it. Sonny took the glasses from his hands and then put them on himself, completely immersed in new as yet unknown sensations. The boy looked at himself in confusion, unable to believe that this had happened to him. Everything seemed amazingly real. The guys still couldn't get used to what was happening. They weren't lying on TV. Everything was exactly like that. The sensations were almost indistinguishable from reality. Sonny snapped his fingers, looking down at his hand and making sure that it felt like his own, and everything around him was indistinguishable from reality. Suddenly, the boy cut himself off, wondering if this was what he wanted for himself in life, to play a game that had destroyed this very life. Still, the temptation was too strong, much stronger than resentment or stubbornness, and Sonny looked around. He stood on the floor in a dark space filled with some symbols, lines, and signs, intertwined in mysterious combinations. Suddenly, a glowing menu appeared before my eyes, similar to the game interface, but much more advanced. Approaching the menu, the young man stopped thoughtfully and began to read the inscriptions, gradually realizing that this was an instruction for beginners. The menu seemed to respond to Sonny's thoughts, giving answers faster than the corresponding questions could arise in his head. The boy was suddenly overcome with a burning curiosity, and, unexpectedly for himself, he began to understand the interface, delving into its features. Finally, having finished reading, he confidently extended his finger to the bright button hanging in the air in front of him, and decided to begin the learning process. Sliding his finger across the menu, Sonny began to type his nickname, but stopped, and then decisively erased what he had written, deciding to come up with something completely new. The guy thought he had to decide who he would be in this new game. No one should know who he was. Suddenly, the menu disappeared. The darkness began to spin, and the flickering lines began to weave into something meaningful, forming the floor, walls, and ceiling. A bright, glowing inscription appeared before my eyes, welcoming the new player and offering to undergo preliminary training. Loud, sharp sounds were heard all around, frightening Sonny. He couldn't even believe that everything that was happening was unreal, but existed only in the virtual world. A splash screen appeared before my eyes, stating that the player had not made his choice, so his avatar would be generated randomly. Sonny felt his body changing rapidly, clothes and shoes appearing, his height and facial features changing. These were very unusual sensations. The boy felt himself from all sides, getting used to his new image, and decided, the outfit is rather unusual, but quite nice. Who would have thought? There was a feeling that the left eye saw better and perceived more clearly than the right one. Immediately came the understanding that a high-definition matrix was built inside. But the surprises weren't over. In front of Sonny stood a real android robot, swaying from side to side. A new inscription appeared before my eyes, which was impossible not to notice, and a list of basic techniques with a suggestion to practice them on a mannequin. Suddenly, a calm, measured voice sounded, telling the boy about the methods of attacking the enemy and how to do it correctly. Sonny froze and began to look around for a clue, studied the next menu and sharply hit the robot. From the blow, he flew to the side, his bright green eyes flashing, and shattered into small pieces. The effect was simply amazing. The boy did not even expect that everything would end like this and was still ready for a serious fight. Finally coming to his senses, Sonny stood frozen over the wreckage of the robot, feeling a forgotten sense of self-confidence. There were several more short fights, in which the boy inevitably gained victory over the clumsy opponent. Sonny thought, this is certainly fun, but is it possible to feel real fun while playing this perfect game in every sense? Won't he get bored? A measured voice announced that the selection of opponents was complete, and that a fight with the same player was planned for the final training. Sonny was at a loss again. Frankly speaking, he had not intended to enter the game so quickly and had thought to limit himself to training on a dummy. The glowing lines intertwined into the figure of a tall, slender guy with a wide smile on his face, who said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The guy greeted Sonny loudly, saying the phrase very pompously, in every way emphasizing the solemnity of the moment. Then he hesitated, and as if remembering, declared that Sonny was a complete noob, a clumsy person, and named some number. Silence fell in the hall. The guy grinned happily again, asking if he really was looking at a newbie and not a pro in disguise. Sonny answered the question with confusion, not fully understanding what was happening, then confirmed that he was indeed new to the game, and this account was the only one. Behind the high-ranking guest, an incomprehensible table appeared, resembling a tabloid with player ratings. The distinguished guest immediately commented on her appearance, telling in detail about the standard menu of the game broadcast. Sonny laughed loudly, realizing that his exam was about to turn into a real public beating. The smiling guest suddenly glanced sideways at the boy, commenting on his rather unusual outfit, which did not resemble the clothes of a newcomer. Sonny wondered what had puzzled his examiner. He himself had not seen anything unusual in the clothes. This will be the first attempt to play Realp. The guy only had time to think when he saw a fist heading straight for his head. Without realizing it, he moved to the side, missing the blow at a tangent, and smoothly moved his opponent's hand to the side, and then went on the counterattack. Turning around, Sonny made a counterpunch that stunned the examiner, who was not prepared for such a sudden change in scenery. Moving to the side, the young man launched a new attack, this time using a combination that was well known from virtual fights. But the opponent managed to block the blows, and the experienced fighter struck back, causing Sonny confusion. With a triumphant look, the examiner struck from two different sides, dodged the counterattack, and smoothly moved into a hold. Grabbing Sonny, he held him at arm's length, preparing for the final finishing throw that would put an end to the fight. The boy's feet left the floor. He felt that the fight was about to end in his final defeat. The guy didn't feel experienced enough to even somehow resist such a fighter. All he could do was to minimize the possible damage so that losing would not be so shameful. And suddenly, Sonny realized that he could do much more than he should have learned during the process of training a newcomer. He saw new opportunities that would allow him to block new attacks and mentally imagine the entire course of the further battle. Sharply changing his center of gravity, he grabbed his opponent's wrist, blocking the attack that had begun to finish him off. This came as a complete surprise to the examiner, who was prepared for a spectacular finale. The tall man looked at his hands, not believing his eyes. How could this incompetent man so easily free himself from the hold and even perform his own technique? At this point, Sonny broke the distance, throwing his body into a cascade of spectacular acrobatic movements, the ease of which surprised even him. Turning around, he landed near the wall and, picking up speed, rushed towards the examiner, who had fallen into a real stupor. It's strange, very strange. What an unusual test subject. The boy shouldn't be able to do all this. He simply can't know these techniques. Sonny changed his mind about attacking and stopped, looking at his own hands in surprise again. The young man suddenly realized that the logic of the movements was very similar to the game in which he became a champion. The examiner also froze in front of him with a tense face, and then declared that he did not believe in Sonny's inexperience. And I came up with a new name for this broadcast: How to Teach a Tough Lesson to a Pro Who Pretends to be an Incompetent. The tall man's face didn't look very attractive. Sonny's fist had left a clearly visible dent between his eyes and seriously damaged his nose. The examiner said, "Sonny plays very interestingly, and I think he won't mind if there is a fight at full strength. However, this is already a decided issue." Sonny froze in amazement, looking at the tall man. He still couldn't fully understand the situation. With a predatory grin, the examiner took off abruptly, rushing into a swift attack and turning into a blurry silhouette. The boy prepared to meet the enemy, using the few moments remaining before contact. Sonny suddenly found himself lying in his bed on a pillow, under a blanket, completely unaware of what was happening to him. Feeling around with his hands, the boy made sure that everything was okay with him. His arms and legs were in place, his head was completely intact, and on his face were the glasses of a virtual terminal. Taking it in his hands, Sonny realized that it was giving a signal that the batteries were low. There was very little energy left in them and they needed to be recharged. The boy suddenly remembered the events of the game, and then mentally admitted that he was wrong. It was definitely fun and worth the time spent. The chat dedicated to Realp was buzzing. Almost all the messages were filled with delight and bewilderment. An experienced fighter of rank 5 lost to some newbie. The girl with blue hair sat in front of the monitor and read the correspondence with curiosity. Leaning back in her chair, she wondered where this unknown player with an unknown nickname could have come from, causing such a furor. Photos and videos of the famous 5th rank fighter Frieder have gone around the entire fan community. In them, Frieder was literally smeared across the wall. But surprisingly, due to some kind of glitch, the newcomer's appearance was not preserved. Only an image of his figure from the back remained. No one knew who he was. Sunny's thoughts were spinning around the hateful school that he would never see again. But there was no way to get rid of it yet. Jim was choking with delight as he recounted the sensational fight, praising it to the skies and showering it with epithets. Amazing, cool, impossible, divine. Sunny kept up the conversation as best he could with irrelevant remarks and meaningless phrases. But Jim didn't pay any attention to it. Yes, that's right. This stranger is clearly someone very experienced. He's some famous Real player, but who could it be? Trying to make it before the lesson began, Jim recounted rumors about how a stranger in demonic garb appeared and caused a real massacre. His face was not captured on camera, but those who watched the live broadcast were able to describe him, and some even drew him from memory. He turned out to be a real monster. Emotionally waving his arms, the guy told and acted out the fight, saying that it was not a fight, but a real masterpiece. Everyone was talking only about it. Sunny simply couldn't believe that all the fans of the famous game were discussing some kind of test for a newcomer. And the most piquant thing was that he himself didn't remember anything. It's a scandal. It's fantastic. Something like this has never happened before. It's just a pity that no one was able to recognize this master. Jim simply couldn't stop. So that's why he gets so many messages in the game from all sorts of people, Sunny suddenly realized. The boy explained to his surprised friend that he wanted to become a pro in some FAMA or something like that. They were offering to join something. Jim froze in bewilderment, and then very slowly and quietly answered that he should be careful. It wasn't that simple. There's a place called Fafa TV. It is best to avoid it because there are some shady dealings going on there that are best to stay away from. Sunny turned to Jim in surprise and asked what this Fafa was and why it should be avoided at all costs. Jim became serious and said, "Among the senior fighters, they are also called Fighter Fight. There are real hooligans and it is better to stay away from them. They organize illegal competitions where big money is involved, and where there is big money, there is no fair play." Here Jim switched to a mysterious whisper. "But if you reach the required rank in battles on the illegal server, you will receive a huge amount." "Oh yes, money, lots of money. That's very good." Sunny perked up and showed his friend hot enthusiasm. "So friend, be more serious and don't fall for easy money. It may not be as fun as you think and end sadly for you." The boys walked and chatted, unaware of the presence of a third person. A girl with blue hair stood not far from them and watched them go. Her eyes were filled with calm and determination. She stared intently after the boys as they left and decided something for herself in her mind. The girl then looked down at the screen of her smartphone, where a drawing of an unknown fighter was open, drawn from memory by one witness to the battle. So his name is Sunny. She was sure she had found the mysterious stranger and was surprised at how different he was from his image in the game. Meanwhile, in the classroom where the friends were studying, a lesson was going on. The teacher was saying something very dull, boring, but undoubtedly necessary and useful. After classes, the boys left the classroom, exchanging meaningless phrases as they walked, and were met by the familiar hubbub of the school corridor. He had to hurry to work. Sunny had been short of money lately and was taking advantage of every opportunity to earn some extra money. The boy waved to his friend and walked away across the large schoolyard towards the exit to the street. Sunny thought, something had to be done about this urgently, because there was absolutely no money left in his account. Of course, he could ask his relatives, but the boy was ashamed to do this, so he seriously thought about taking out a loan. Lost in thought, the boy didn't notice how a tall stranger approached him from behind and extended his hand forward. Sunny felt a heavy hand on his shoulder, the touch breaking him out of his reverie and making him alert. The guy put his arm around the boy's shoulder in a friendly manner and looked into his eyes with an unpleasant grin. Suddenly, on the other side, Sunny was grabbed by another tall guy. The double grip did not give him the opportunity to even move. The unpleasant stranger, with a mocking intonation in his voice, loudly said that he had been diligently looking for this young puppy and would now deal with him. Sonny realized that the situation was very serious. There was clearly something behind it, but what exactly was happening and why, he did not yet understand. The tall one joined the conversation, demanding that Sonny stop twitching. They were now going to take him somewhere where they wanted to talk to him. They returned to the school and went into one of the remote, empty classrooms, where a small group of senior students had gathered. One of them turned to Sonny and suddenly hit him hard in the face, sending the boy flying into the wall. One of the seniors dismissively hit another student on the back of the head, and then commented that the old school building was a cool place. The younger boys stood nearby, dejected and trembling in fear, hoping that the bullying would not last too long. Sonny had a feeling that the company was made up of crazy people. He kept pestering them about the reasons for what was happening. It seemed to be because he pushed one of them. Without attracting attention, he looked around, casting a few short glances to the sides and seemed to recognize one of the hooligans. They paid no attention to the guy and genuinely enjoyed tormenting their victims. Long laughed evilly and made a scary face, which frightened the boys even more, then demanded tribute from them. 5 bills from each by tomorrow morning. He menacingly promised that if there was no money, he would beat them both severely, to which the boys obediently nodded in response and lowered their eyes. One of the pretty girls joined the conversation, calling the bully Dick and noting with displeasure that he was very angry today. The short, plump guy remembered that Dick had spent a lot of money on Fa-Fei TV yesterday, so now he can't find a place for himself. Apparently that's the reason. The girl agreed that you can lose a lot there, but they say that the winnings there are also big, so it was definitely worth trying. This is exactly what Jim was talking about when he talked about illegal betting on virtual fights. But I thought it was all just rumors. It seemed to him that this Fa-Fei TV was the perfect place for all sorts of scum to gather. Sonny looked again at Dick, who had finally paid attention to him as well. The girl continued to reason whether it was possible to beat a newcomer. After all, he might complain. Long Dick waved it off dismissively, saying that he always knew what he was doing, that this weakling didn't even have a family, so there was no one to complain to. How could he know this? Perhaps rumors about Realp's hater had spread widely throughout the school. As if noticing the boy for the first time, Dick laughed and began to mock him out loud, calling him a moron, a weakling, and all sorts of offensive nicknames. Then he stepped forward and leaned towards Sonny, promising that if he continued to look so insolently, he would definitely regret it. The bully spoke slowly, threateningly, and brought his face very close to Sonny's. He squeezed the boy's neck painfully, causing severe pain. Sonny closed his eyes and did not answer. From the corridor, someone's footsteps and quiet singing could be heard, as if someone was walking through an empty school, not particularly caring about the silence. A girl with blue hair was walking down the corridor and quietly humming a melody. Suddenly she stopped and froze. It seemed to her that she could hear some extraneous sounds from the closed classroom. Long didn't notice or hear anything. He was completely absorbed in trying to intimidate Sonny, looming over him menacingly. The girl sitting on the desk suddenly became alert. "Don't you think it's getting a bit noisy? Someone is clearly coming here." A girl with blue hair appeared at the threshold of the classroom and demanded silence. School was no place for such dubious games. Turning sideways to her, the hooligan barked at the guest, trying to scare her and make her leave. Everyone in the class suddenly froze. No one knew what to say in this situation, and the girl was not going to leave. Dick also fell silent, but he was not going to let Sonny go, because the fun had only just begun. He had only just begun to intimidate the new victim. But the girl was not at all embarrassed by this. Looking around, she assumed that the company had nothing better to do since it stooped to such dirty deeds. Suddenly, one of Dick's friends jumped up and ran up to her, stepping hard on her foot. The bully pressed even harder to ensure pain, demanding that they leave immediately and pray that they would forget her thoughtless words. Without showing that she was in pain, the girl looked into the boy's eyes and only quietly demanded that he remove his leg, of course, if he wanted to live. The bully feigned fear on his face, as if he were pressing his palms to his face in horror, and then said that she was not convincing enough and he would not do it. Blue hair with a green tint, a face like a stupid doll. Dick thoughtfully tried to remember where he had met this fool. Suddenly, genuine surprise and confusion appeared on his face. He was wrong. This simply couldn't be. He found out who she was. The girl's name was Irina. She was a high-ranking player from Fafa TV. Then Dick jumped up and rushed to the door with a distorted face. Irina stood motionless and watched intently as the bully got closer and closer to her. It seemed that a collision was inevitable, but the girl suddenly moved to the side and, grabbing Dick's hand, knocked him off course. Turning around, Irina seemed to flow into a fighting stance from which she delivered a punch. Dick, who was about to have his fill of making fun of the unexpected guest and asserting himself at her expense, suddenly stopped understanding what was happening. Everyone in the class froze in surprise. Dick was an experienced athlete and Realp fighter, and no one had ever been able to stand up to him. Sonny, who thought the girl looked familiar, also stood with his eyes wide open, watching to see what would happen next. He watched what was happening, as if hypnotized, distinguishing every movement of Dick and Irina, and involuntarily jerked towards them, wanting to help. Suddenly, the girl pushed Dick away and accidentally hit Sonny in the face. The boy fell, clutching his broken lips. Suddenly, it all ended. Dick was breathing heavily and didn't move from his place. His friends were silently watching, and Irina stood and looked at Sonny. The guest frowned with displeasure and asked why he was butting in. Couldn't he see that this was a serious conversation and no place for children? She calmly massaged the wrist of the hand she had struck with, as if nothing unusual had happened. Turning to Dick, the girl called him a weak bastard, then turned and headed for the exit. She probably shouldn't have said that. The hooligan's eyes literally turned bloodshot with anger, and their fists clenched involuntarily. In response, Dick muttered something unintelligible. It was only clear that it was a threat, and this time everything would end much more sadly for the health of one impudent person. Irina turned around in irritation. Probably there was a gathering of deaf people here, and she said that Dick was a weak bastard who asserted himself by offending the weak. The bully couldn't believe his ears. It was a real day of miracles. No one at school had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone before. Dick's dark-haired friend did not finish the sentence and rushed at the girl, shouting that she would now regret her words. Looking at his face, distorted with anger, one could be frightened. It really did inspire fear. The guy picked up speed, raised his fist, and without thinking about the possible consequences, concentrated all his strength on it, preparing to strike. Sonny again entered a state where all movements were stretched out in time and thought distantly. The girl was deliberately provoking the dark-haired guy, no doubt. The guy mentally recorded all the details of Irina's stance, noting its advantages and disadvantages. Ah, oh, oh. The dark-haired man's blow went in vain instead of giving the impudent girl a good beating. He flew past her with inarticulate cries. Sonny kept his eyes on what would happen. The girl had deliberately not finished off her opponent and was now provoking the next attack. Suddenly, the hooligan winced and grimaced in pain. Irina suddenly dealt him a strong blow from the left. She shouted something as she hit her opponent and moved away as if flowing into another stance. The girl struck with her right hand from a new position and caused the opponent to let out another cry of pain. Sonny thought that the villain would not stop and would now go to the end to finish the fight in his favor. Dick's friend swung with all his might to make the blow as powerful as possible and then fell upon Irina. The slender girl stood in front of the massive guy and looked completely defenseless. The fist approached the girl's face. It seemed that there was no force capable of stopping this powerful blow. But Sonny was wrong. Irina dodged to the side, kicking her opponent in the face, her quick counterattack leaving him no chance to defend himself. The girl's stance showed considerable experience in such fights, and her whole appearance radiated confidence. Sonny was amazed at how quickly the situation changed. He didn't remember anything like this happening in his life. Irina didn't limit herself to one blow. The girl contracted like a spring, squatted and straightened up sharply, delivering a strong blow with her knee. She screamed angrily, looking at her opponent, calling him a scumbag and other offensive words. The dark-haired man flew to the side, falling backwards. It was clear that he no longer perceived what was happening at all. The fight was over. Sonny thought the scene was incredibly strange. A short girl in a skirt stood in the center of the classroom, and a big guy with a broken face was quietly crying against the wall. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Dick's loud laughter. He was laughing, resting his hands on his knees and even wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. After laughing a bit, he was finally able to speak. It turns out the rumors about the player from Fafa TV were true, who would have thought. Still chuckling, Dick acted as if nothing special had happened, and it was all one big misunderstanding. And Irene stared back silently. Saying that it was too noisy here, she demanded that everyone gather and leave immediately. Otherwise, she would do something very unpleasant. Without arguing with the unexpected guest, the group of underage scumbags trudged towards the exit, complaining that such a wonderful entertainment had been ruined for them. Sunny and Irene were left alone in the empty classroom. The girl was acting very independent, but showed concern by asking how the boy was feeling. Indeed, nothing special happened. There were only a few scratches on the boy's face, but they looked very unpleasant. Considering that the examination was successful and medical assistance was not required, Erin left the victim alone and began rummaging through her purse. After spending a minute searching, she pulled out a small tube and demanded that Sunny apply the ointment to the abrasions until they disappeared. After some time, the girl stood in the corridor and quietly spoke on the phone. An unfamiliar voice asked if she had been able to check the people on the list. Yes, everything went as it should. She found them easily, but these are not the people she needs. Their pitiful appearance only evokes disdain. A quiet voice on the phone answered that they needed to hurry and find a replacement. Soon there would be a placement exam for which everything had to be ready. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, the girl hesitated and then asked for a return favor, to follow a very interesting boy. The surveillance must be carried out discreetly so that he does not suspect anything. This is extremely important. A little later, she will tell why all this is necessary. For now, all she can say is that there is a chance to find something completely unexpected, and the result will live up to all expectations. The day was drawing to a close. The city was living its own life. Cars were rushing along the streets. People were hurrying about their business. The spacious hall of the computer cafe was cool and sparsely populated. The few visitors were literally glued to their monitors. Sunny was in a hurry and nervous, getting tangled up in the sleeves of his shirt. His first day at work, and now he was already late. But who expected to meet hooligans? The girl who saved him couldn't get out of his head. The image of the beauty occupied all his thoughts, turning into an obsessive vision. Assumptions followed one another, but it was still impossible to understand why she helped, because she could easily have not interfered and passed by. The guy realized that he was literally stuck in his inner world. He was standing in front of the mirror in the toilet, and from behind the door, they were insistently demanding that he vacate the room. Running out into the hall, the boy began to quickly deliver the accumulated orders, quickly handing out plates of burgers and ramen to the customers. The administrator demanded to hurry. There was a lot of work, and even dead snails move faster than the staff of this unfortunate cafe. A loud voice from their kitchen announced that the ramen was ready and ready to be picked up. Hearing this, Sunny rushed to take the order. The puzzled girl administrator suddenly announced that Sunny was expected at table number 20 and that the visitor wanted to see him. Looking at the newcomer with hostility, the girl arrogantly turned up her nose and said that she had never seen such a talentless worker. The boy dropped everything and rushed to table number 20. He really wanted to do everything in the best possible way and earn praise. Oddly enough, Sunny didn't serve this table. He clearly remembered that someone else had brought the order here. At the table sat an unfamiliar guy in a cap with piercings in his ears and a fashionable, voluminous cyberpunk-style hairdo. There was an awkward pause. The visitor was silent and did not even turn to the waiter. The boy also could not squeeze a word out of himself. Thinking that he had run into another troublemaker, Sunny mentally said goodbye to his new job. But the guest unexpectedly smiled and praised the dish. After expressing his gratitude, Sunny stepped aside in bewilderment, wondering what it was. The restless girl administrator pounced with questions, demanding to immediately tell what had happened. At this time, the stranger at the table felt like a complete idiot. He was not a spy, but a hopeless fool. Just think about asking if the ramen was tasty. It was necessary to talk, take a closer look, get to know the new object, and he, smiling stupidly, showered praise on the food in a cheap eatery. However, one thing is clear. The object is just a homeboy who is not fit to participate in Fafa TV. He is simply not suitable. As he glanced over the page with the printout of the dossier, the guy suddenly faltered and became more serious. Not believing his eyes, he reread the achievements of this strange waiter. Just think, the champion of a world gaming tournament. Whatever the tournament is, they hardly hand out first places for nothing. Moving the mouse, the young man began to read the document open on the screen, which contained the information that interested him. It turns out that the object is not so simple. A houseplant, it turns out, became the winner in one of the most prestigious esports championships. It was extremely fascinating to read. Attention was drawn to the minimal number of defeats and the incredible number of victories of the champion. And most importantly, the intrigue. After a resounding success, the champion disappears somewhere and the team's founding company demonstratively terminates the contract with him. The guy turned to Sunny again, thinking, this is one of those cases where appearance does not match content. Perhaps, even if you specifically set a goal, it would be difficult to find such an unattractive champion. It seems he doesn't even do sports. Even the impudent administrator seems stronger than him. But there was clearly something else here. The guy felt that some kind of mystery was hidden behind the outwardly unsightly appearance. Only 2 hours had passed, but Sunny was already really fed up with carrying and taking away all these plates. And the stupid visitors made him want to run away as far as possible. But the very fact that people who were playing on a computer and not hanging out in the virtual world of the hated Realp had gathered here warmed my soul. 2 new customers appeared at the threshold of the cafe. One of them, vaguely familiar, irritably demanded to leave this old-timer's preserve. Suddenly, Sunny recognized them. They were the friends of the fool Dick, from whom it would be better to stay away. But it was no longer possible to leave. The hooligans also noticed the boy, and this also came as a complete surprise to them. They were clearly not prepared for such a meeting. Having recovered from the shock, they suddenly frowned and looked at each other, as if they had finally decided something for themselves. One of them suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Sunny by the collar, then yanked him towards himself, throwing him off balance. He grinned unpleasantly, towered over the waiter, showing an evil grin, and growled something threatening. Triumphantly, the hooligan declared that now no one would disturb them, and it was high time to continue the conversation that had been so inopportunely interrupted. Sunny was at a loss as to where these freaks came from, since they don't play on the computer, but are fanatics of the virtual Realp games. A silent scene ensued, with the spy boy watching from afar, completely at a loss as to what to do next. He was unpleasantly struck by Sunny's helplessness. If he had previously wanted to test the boy's strength, he had now abandoned that idea. Still perplexed, the fashionable hairstyle lover stood in the aisle, fighting the urge to give up this wicked business and walk away. He lifted the page with the printout of the dossier to his face and again read the lines listing his victories. Finally, having made up his mind, the stranger crumpled the piece of paper and threw it aside. It was simple. He would write that the object had failed, and that was it. However, he didn't have time to go far before something else caught his attention. An unpleasant scene was unfolding in the hall. While the big guy with dark hair was leading Sunny away, another unpleasant guy was distracting the administrator. Whether or not to let the hooligans take the guy away, today everything is clearly not going according to plan. The spy was puzzled. Moreover, it seems that these are precisely the inadequate people whom Iron called unfit, which means that there is some kind of mystery here. He felt that he had stumbled upon something completely unusual and definitely interesting. Intuition had never failed him in such cases. The quiet backyard of the computer cafe was suddenly filled with loud exclamations and hubbub. Hooligans and a boy in a waiter's uniform came out of the doors. Taking a strong blow to the chest, Sunny literally crashed into the wall and forgot how to breathe for a moment. The embittered hooligans seemed to become even angrier and got worked up right before our eyes, recalling their shame. The dark-haired giant called down all the heavenly punishments and promised with absolute certainty that some people would not survive today. Suddenly, the second hooligan stopped his friend who had gotten carried away and offered to resolve the issue peacefully for only 40% of Sunny's salary. For this money, not only will they not touch the boy themselves, but they will also put in a good word with Dick, and that is worth a lot, because they still have a long time to go to school. It seems like a considerable sum, but health is worth something, and it's hard to calculate how much peace of mind costs. The big guy stared at his friend in confusion, then began to grunt approvingly, saying that it was a very good idea. The spy peered around the corner and heard every word, remembering Arena's words, who convinced him that these hooligans were complete scum. Sunny took a step back, glared at his offenders, and categorically refused the offer. It was beneath his dignity. Paying money to these bastards for your peace of mind, just think how someone could even think of that. He had never heard a more insane idea, of course, having demanded this amount. Over time, they would want more, and then more. Sonny didn't think for a moment to agree with this idiotic idea, which he loudly and confidently informed the hooligans about. The next moment, a strong blow to the face again threw him aside and his vision darkened. Two big guys, smug and confident in their own impunity, hung over the fallen boy. He didn't answer, but simply pressed himself against the shabby wall of a shabby building and remained silent, looking at his offenders. Finally, having overcome his confusion, he confidently said that he would never agree to pay tribute to various idiots. Not expecting such an answer and already mentally calculating the unexpected profit, the hooligans froze in amazement, not believing their ears. The spy boy also couldn't believe that he would witness such a fascinating spectacle. The hooligans silently approached the boy at the wall. It was unclear what they were going to do next. Suddenly, Sonny's face twisted into an evil, sarcastic grin, and he again declared that he was not going to pay, no matter what it cost him. Peeking around the corner, the guy spying on Sonny watched as his charge was beaten. Meanwhile, the situation was heating up. One hooligan got into a frenzy and was already beating the boy with full force. Swinging his leg hard, the bully kicked with all his might, and only the soft material of his shoe saved Sonny from serious injury. The ramen lover from the cafe continued to watch the events unfold, displeased with the way the boy meekly endured the bullying. He didn't like Sonny, but he liked what was happening even less. It looked like he would have to intervene to prevent trouble. The hooligans stopped beating their victim and, breathing heavily, regained their strength. The anger had gone somewhere, fatigue had set in, and there was no longer any desire to mock the meek boy. Serves him right. Let him know what will happen if he behaves disrespectfully towards people like us. Grabbing Sonny by the hair, the big guy tilted his head back and asked if he had drawn the right conclusions from what was happening. However, the boy found the strength to boldly look his tormentor in the face. Tom didn't like this look. He was used to seeing only fear in the eyes of his victims and felt very irritated. To get rid of the unpleasant feeling, the big guy kicked Sonny again and was pleased to hear the boy cry out in pain. Sonny was given only 5 minutes to think. Otherwise, the beating would continue, and instead of his home, he would end up in the hospital. The hooligans were no longer sure that they needed this money at such a price. There were too many problems with it. Catching their breath, they stood to the side, loudly mocking the humiliated Sonny, still lying helplessly against the wall. The young man could barely move and involuntarily clenched his fists, hearing the mocking remarks and threats of the hooligans, which made them smile. Thoughts flashed through his head. He wondered if life could become even worse than it was now. He involuntarily remembered how good it had been before. I remembered how hard it was to survive the death of my mom and dad. Since then, Sonny hasn't had a single happy day. Finding the strength to rise to his feet, Sonny laughed loudly, his ringing laughter clearly audible in the silence of the yard. This greatly surprised the two hooligans, who stared at him in bewilderment, not understanding the reason for the laughter. Watching the boy closely, they did not know what to do. Continue to demand money or go away. The spy guy also didn't know what to do, whether to call the police or leave everything as is. On the one hand, he needs to call to prevent any trouble from happening. On the other hand, Sonny has a chance to get out of this, and it's unclear whether it's worth interfering. He was already quite tired of this circus. He wanted to leave and go home or play his favorite game. Suddenly, a loud laugh from the side caught his attention, and out of surprise, he almost pressed the button to call the emergency services. The dark-haired giant was laughing. He was literally dying of laughter, pointing his finger somewhere to the side. Following the direction of his gaze, the guy saw that Sonny was already standing on his feet in a defensive stance and, with his lips pressed together, was looking sullenly at his offenders. Claiming that they would not get any money even if they killed him, the boy showed in every way his readiness to fight. Giving Sonny a hard push, one of the hooligans said that this was not a bad idea and that he could actually kill someone. He demonstratively threw his jacket off his shoulders, smiled, and took a step forward, as if showing off for the audience. A short, pompous speech was delivered into the silence, from which it followed that Sonny would not leave the hospital anytime soon if he survived at all. With a slow, deliberate gait, smiling ostentatiously, the hooligan moved forward. Sonny still stood on stiff legs, clenching his fists and watching the approaching enemy. The spy guy suddenly heard the voice of the police station dispatcher from his cell phone and realized that he had unwittingly pressed the call button. Having canceled the connection, he admitted to himself that he had rushed the situation, that the situation was becoming more and more interesting, and nevertheless decided to leave everything as it was. Sonny was gathering his courage. After all, he had never fought live. All his victories were in virtual fights, but he remembered well how he won in Realp. On the other hand, you have to start somewhere. It shouldn't be too difficult. In life, everything happens much slower than in the game. Lost in his thoughts, Sonny missed the first blow, which stunned him. The fist hit the boy's jaw, causing him great shock, but the beating he received became an experience that helped him endure the pain. The bully was pleased with how effectively he had dealt the weakling a blow, and his impunity was especially heartwarming, since there was no one to stand up for the boy. Sonny hadn't been used to receiving such strong blows before, but now they didn't seem too painful to him. Laughing, the giant swung again to attack his victim again. Oddly enough, what was happening seemed very slow to the boy. He saw everything as if in slow motion. Even while receiving blows, the young man could not shake off the impression of the slow pace of what was happening. The last blow had to be waited for. The longer the beating lasted, the stronger the slowing effect. Suddenly, Sonny jumped up and easily dodged another slap, moving to the side. Having determined the direction, he decided to strike himself and then carried out a counterattack, easily getting his opponent. The surprised hooligan, without looking, waved his hand back in irritation, hitting Sonny on the cheekbone. The opponent's movements were mixed into one whole. From the outside, it was unclear who was doing what. The speed of the blows was very high. Sonny's opponent no longer knew what to do. He understood that something was wrong, but he still wanted to see it through to the end. Literally dodging the blows, the boy suddenly realized that he was not afraid at all. Sonny easily dodged another blow to the side, letting the fist pass right in front of his face. The young man suddenly realized that there was nothing complicated in a fight. You just needed to watch how your opponent moved and remember his habits. Having made such conclusions, I easily let another attack of an angry hooligan pass me by. He couldn't understand why his defenseless victim suddenly became a tough nut to crack, turning into an elusive target. Having a few seconds of respite, Sonny remembered how it happened in the game and how other fights he had watched happened. Before my eyes stood scenes of the fight when Irin had given the bullies a good beating in that very empty classroom. The boy met the next attack of the irritated giant with complete confidence in his abilities. At the moment of contact, Sonny easily dodged the kick, noting with surprise the slowness and clumsiness of his opponent's movements. The guy spying from around the corner never called the police, but now he sincerely enjoyed what he saw. The hooligan was also surprised, as he felt helplessness for the first time and no longer understood what to do next. Sonny jumped up to strike back and succeeded. Having reduced the distance, having gathered the rest of his strength, the boy hit with his fist. Everything around froze. Everything that was happening slowed down to the point of impossibility. It seemed that time itself had stopped moving. Tall blocked Sonny's strike with his elbow, but did so at the very last moment. The obsession passed. Everything began to move again, and the rivals, frozen in front of each other, could be heard breathing. Seeing what Sonny was doing, the guy spying on him grabbed his head. He hadn't seen such a stupid and senseless fight for a long time. However, what happened came as a surprise to the hooligan. He was no longer sure of the outcome of the fight. Having died, Sonny literally exploded in a whirlwind of rapid movements, throwing his opponent aside. The tall man tried to kick, but the boy easily moved out of the line of attack, breaking the distance. Another silent scene ensued. The big guy stood confusedly in the same pose, and opposite him, by the wall, Sonny stood frozen in a low stance. The boy was surprised at how well he did, since he had never fought in his life, and all his victories were only in virtual fights. The mysterious guy in the cap watched what was happening with increasing excitement. Right before his eyes, an almost impossible scene was unfolding. A skinny weakling was fighting on equal terms with an obviously experienced fighter. Sonny's movements, for all their speed and impetuosity, were fussy and clumsy. It was obvious that the boy had no idea about the correct movements. The bully received a few more strong blows and was no longer sure that he wanted to continue what he had started. His dark-haired friend, who began to make fun of him, prevented him from going home and leaving everything as it was. Stopping in the middle of the yard, the bully suddenly clenched his fists and tensed up, then turned around and headed toward Sonny. The boy was already convinced that everything was behind him and was completely unprepared for the conflict to resume. With his face distorted with rage, the boy rushed at Sonny again, waving his fists and no longer in complete control of his actions. Sonny was completely bewildered. He lost his sense of reality and had a severe headache that was getting worse and worse. The boy clutched his temples and tried his best to pull himself together, but everything was swimming and swaying before his eyes. The bully was rushing towards his goal, passionately wanting to smear this little bastard who dared to ruin his mood across the wall. At this time, the boy did not perceive what was happening around him at all. Reality was slipping away, not allowing him to determine where he was and what he was doing. Having reached him, the bully threw his fist forward with force, slamming it into the cheekbone of his victim, and Sonny was thrown to the side. The observer, who was still watching what was happening from around the corner, was taken aback and truly confused. Sonny was lying on his back, showing no signs of life. Not even breathing could be heard. It seemed as if the boy had died. The big guy, who had just been laughing merrily at his accomplice, looked up with a confused look and said that Sonny looked like he was dead. The tall one didn't agree. He was sure that he hadn't killed his victim and promised to give him even more when the little bastard woke up. The spy guy was already regretting that he had refused to call the police. He was trying to imagine what would happen next and how the story would end. Attempts to stir the victim yielded no results. Sonny still did not move. The hooligans were already in a real panic when the boy suddenly moved his hand. Verzila let out a sigh of relief. He was already imagining himself going to prison for the murder of a minor. The bully who threw the punch was more confident, showing determination to go all the way. Sonny slowly stood up, barely able to stand on his wobbly legs. The boy leaned against the wall and tried to keep his balance. The tall one launched into a speech about the inevitable punishment of anyone who dared to disrespect him and his friends. Sonny was breathing heavily, not looking up, and it seemed as if the young man was not aware of where he was or what he was doing. The bully came up and mockingly asked if he needed more. He could repeat his brilliant blow. Growling something unintelligible, the boy stared at the offender. The intonation in his voice did not promise anything good. Trying to better hear what Sonny was telling him, the bully leaned down lower. Suddenly, Sonny straightened up like a spring, throwing out his fist with lightning speed and literally slamming it into the opponent's jaw. The tall man was thrown to the side. Verzila, who was watching what was happening from the side, was not prepared for this. He only made an inarticulate cry and then froze like a statue. Feeling an inexplicable surge of strength, Sonny struck again, finishing off his opponent. The boy seemed to have lost control of himself. Emitting a low growl, he attacked the bully and screamed that he would kill him. Sonny was barely aware of his actions and was in some other reality. The only thing he felt was a headache. It was getting worse with every second until it finally became completely unbearable. Surprisingly, the pain suddenly stopped, and the ability to think more or less coherently returned. Sonny seemed to split into two separate personalities: a suffering, unhappy boy and a confident champion who had won. Finally, the feeling of separation passed, and the two different hypostases merged into one again. The young man gradually returned to normal consciousness. If anyone was truly puzzled, it was Sonny's assailant. The bully was wondering how it was possible that the meek victim had fought back so strongly. Meanwhile, the beaten boy was increasingly coming to his senses, feeling an inexplicable surge of strength. The boy jumped to his feet as if nothing had happened, and then quickly rushed into the attack. Light, casual movements merged into one. A real whirlwind of blows fell upon the hooligan. Sonny laughed loudly as if he had heard something incredibly funny. Meanwhile, the bully was in no mood for laughing. He was receiving very strong blows to the face, which caused him to lose his sense of reality. Frantic attempts to turn the situation in his favor yielded nothing. Sonny was as fast as lightning. Constantly late, the bully could do nothing to resist such pressure. Reality turned into an endless stream of painful sensations that seemed to never end. Sonny was out of breath and had to stop to regain his strength. The bully recoiled, his face covered in blood. Sonny's breathing was ragged and he made wheezing sounds, his hands shaking and his fingers clenching involuntarily. The bully also came to his senses and tried to figure out what to do next, how to stop the little monster that the harmless boy had turned into. Meanwhile, Sonny turned his attention to the offender, with a crazy look offering him to play an exciting game. A wonderful game where he will beat up one arrogant scoundrel, and he will feel the helplessness of his victims. Laughing madly, Sonny exploded into a whirlwind of movements, once again raining blows down on his attacker. Without feeling any pain in his hands, the boy hit with all his might, experiencing an inexplicable lightness and clarity of thought. The tall one fought back as best he could, holding on with the last of his stamina and hoping that the maddened weakling would run out of steam again. Having caught the tired Sonny, the bully struck him back in the face, breaking his cheekbone to the side. It seemed that victory was within his grasp. Without noticing it, the strong, experienced fighter began to perceive the small fry as an equal opponent. However, it was too early to celebrate. Sonny turned in the air and then kicked back. A spectacular, fast blow landed on the jaw, sending the opponent into a real knockout. The thought flashed through the hooligan's mind that he had never experienced such shame before. My head was buzzing, my vision was flickering, and the figure of the impudent boy was tripling before my eyes, like pictures in a kaleidoscope. Unable to continue standing, the bully dropped to his knees and leaned on his hands to keep from falling. He knew he would not be able to get up again. The self-proclaimed spy in the cap was truly puzzled. Having a lot of experience in fights, he understood well what really happened. The blow that put an end to the fight was delivered according to all the rules and was very effective. To strike like that, you need to train for a long time. Remembering the movements of both opponents, the guy came to the conclusion that the skinny boy had considerable potential for development. He knew that there would be no new fight. The injuries received by the hooligan would not allow him to continue the fight. In confirmation of this, the bully continued to sit motionless near the wall, only sighing convulsively from time to time. The hooligan's dark-haired friend rushed towards him, but suddenly stopped when he heard the piercing sounds of a siren. The sounds grew louder and louder, more piercing, until they finally died down, replaced by the screeching of brakes. A girl, the cafe administrator, ran along a narrow passage between the houses and showed the way to a policeman in uniform. The dark-haired giant lifted his injured accomplice onto his shoulder and quickly dragged him off to the side. He knew that if they couldn't escape, they would end up in prison, from where it would be very difficult to get out. Meanwhile, the spy boy was thinking about what he had unwittingly witnessed. His target had developed an inexplicable potential. Now the only thing left to do was decide whether it could be used and how exactly. Sonny left a lasting impression with his determination, stubbornness, and unwavering belief in victory. Deciding that he finally needed to show himself, he called out to Sonny and was surprised to find his charge unconscious. However, this is not surprising. After so many beatings, it is difficult to be cheerful and optimistic. It is surprising that the boy is still breathing. Coming closer, he tried to stir Sonny, but his first attempts did not bring any results. What to do if he is not put back on his feet immediately? He will have to deal with the police. This is a completely unnecessary concern. At the same time, he liked his protege more and more. Remembering the fight, the guy understood that his counterpart had accomplished a real feat. And this unexpected transition from complete calm to a swift attack would do credit to any experienced fighter. Irina was absolutely right when she asked to take a closer look at the boy. He definitely has potential. The guy has gained weight. Great potential, because only a truly talented fighter can learn so quickly. The only thing left to do was to get in touch with him, find a common language, and teach him how to fight properly. The phone call prevented him from finishing his thought. Meanwhile, Sonny stood up and slowly trudged off somewhere to the side. The self-proclaimed spy rushed to catch up with the boy. Calling out to him, the guy smiled broadly and greeted Sonny, saying that they were glad to see him in the company of real fighters. But he didn't manage to finish speaking. The boy tripped and fell to the ground again, losing consciousness. Looking puzzledly at the lying Sonny, the guy decided that he had enough for today and dialed the phone, asking his friends for help. They carried him to a cafe. A few days later, Sonny was training hard at the stadium and listening to the instructor's insistent cries. Abdominal workouts alternated with grueling push-ups, leaving virtually no time for rest. Ever since he met the FA fighters, life has become an endless training session. Sonny recalled his first conversation with Irene and her friends. The main condition for membership in the Elite Fighters Club was improvement in martial arts. The 50-meter run knocked the extraneous thoughts out of Sonny, forcing him to give it his all and use up the rest of his strength. The hope of finishing the workout was destroyed by the instructor, who demanded that I do a series of pull-ups on the bar. Finally, Sonny fell down exhausted, feeling like he was unable to even move, let alone train any further. The ruthless instructor who tortured the boy turned out to be the same spy guy. He changed his duties from an observer to the role of a strict sensei and did everything to turn Sonny into a strong, hardy FA fighter. After giving the boy a chance to catch his breath, the instructor sent him out for a run, announcing that the training would only end if he showed the required time. Sonny tried his best, giving it his all as if his whole life depended on it, and lost himself in memories. Yesterday, after an evening fight with two hooligans, the boy said goodbye to his new acquaintance and returned to the cafe because the police were looking for him. Despite the fact that the guy was not guilty of anything, the owner of the cafe was beside himself with anger and immediately fired the problematic employee. Before one problem had ended, others arose. Sonny still needed money, and there was no longer any hope of getting a part-time job. He was sadly walking down the street towards home when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. The same ramen lover was standing by the phone booth. Sonny didn't remember how he helped him. He came to his senses already on the threshold of the cafe, and now he was perplexed as to what he owed such attention. The stranger immediately surprised me with a question. Had Sonny heard about Fafe TV, and if so, what exactly? He did not hide the fact that he was familiar with this name, but all he knew about was a few spicy gossips. The stranger was puzzled. He was not used to explaining obvious truths to people, which included the Fafa TV team, the famous fighters of the virtual world. The guy from the cafe clearly enjoyed the impression he made on Sonny. He explained who they were and what their small but close-knit group was famous for. In addition, the stranger reported on the test that Sonny had passed without knowing it and invited him to join Fafe TV. The boy also learned about the game Coliseum in Realp, whose fans were his offenders. A community of hooligans who dreamed of power over the surrounding areas. They gather in criminal groups where a strict hierarchy and a cult of power reign, and they engage in various illegal activities. But all the groups came to one decision, one way or another. The fight in Realp will become the way to determine the level and rank of each fighter. All Realp fans began to measure their strength in virtual rings, and the resulting ranks were recognized in real life. This is how a single game path was formed, which includes Fafe TV, and now its participants are looking for new promising fighters. The fight Sonny was involved in made an impression on the stranger, so he formally invites the boy to the club. Just yesterday, the boy would have been overjoyed that he was being invited to a prestigious team, but today, for some reason, he felt unsure. Despite his victory, Sonny did not feel capable of fighting on equal terms with strong opponents. But the stranger was like a tempting snake, he asked, looking into the eyes. Does the boy like to feel strong? And suddenly, unexpectedly, the guy named the nickname under which Sonny became the winner of the World Championship, One Frame. This came as a complete surprise. The young man did not expect that in such a short time the second person would become aware of his seemingly forgotten past. Smiling smugly, the stranger said that he was aware of Sonny's dislike for Realp, but that was a completely different story. This is not just a game, it is a real journey, an endless search for ways to defeat the strongest opponents. At this moment, Sonny's character made itself known. He was a quiet, modest, homely boy, so he could not immediately accept the offer. However, the ramen lover was clearly enjoying the situation, and in a wheedling voice he informed the boy that his team had allowances to support its members. And these benefits are significantly higher than the salary in a cafe, and quite decent bonuses are paid for victories in fights. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. Sonny felt a surge of enthusiasm and happily accepted such a tempting offer. All this flashed through the boy's mind as he lay exhausted on the treadmill, exhausted from the brutal workout. The instructor looked at the smartphone screen, 3 kilometers in 12 minutes and 57 seconds. This is a very bad result. And then he made his protege happy by telling him that with such endurance he would die in the very first battle. And suddenly, I remembered that in all this excitement I had not introduced myself. The stranger's name was Ben Johnson. He was the master of the Linderdog clan in Fafe TV. Sonny greeted Mr. Johnson politely and said how pleased he was to meet such an interesting person. After a short silence, he asked permission to ask a question that had been bothering him for some time. Noticing the overly polite address, the instructor winced and then asked to be called by name. There was an awkward pause, and Ben, without waiting for a question, asked what exactly Sonny was interested in. After hesitating for a moment, the boy asked whether the clans were connected to hooligans and whether they were involved in anything illegal. Ben shook his head, but Sonny was not satisfied with the answer. He did not understand what the point of the existence of these clans was then. After thinking and assuming a solemn look, Ben decided to tell about the clans in more detail, because a newcomer has the right to know what he is getting into. The thing is that Fafe TV is not just a gathering of clans. It is a real organization that imposes fees on people from outside who come to the game. This is serious money, An entry fee, mandatory bets, monthly subscription, commissions, and much, much more. Sunny was puzzled. Everything turned out to be much more complicated and unusual than it seemed at first. And suddenly it dawned on him. If you become a permanent member of the team, you don't have to pay, but on the contrary, you can receive money. Ben nodded affirmatively and smiled. But he immediately clarified that only a few can join the team. The selection process is quite strict. Moreover, you can't just take and join. To join the team, you need to pay a very large fee and then pass serious tests. The entry process is divided into a number of stages, and you can be kicked out at any of them, and the money paid is not returned. Sunny didn't believe it. Could school children really afford such huge expenses just for some virtual game? Nodding again, Ben noted that Sunny had understood correctly, which was why it was usually the rank-and-file members who paid, those who were not part of the elite. The most valuable fighters, who defend the honor of the clan by fighting regularly, do not bear such costs, but come by personal invitation. Then the clan makes a profit and the cyber sportsman is happy. Ben launched into a detailed explanation of who, how, and why gets the money. Sunny gradually got to the bottom of how this intricate system worked and was surprised to discover that it was a real business, and a big one at that. Suddenly, as if having made some decision, Ben jumped to his feet and demanded that the student follow him. To the surprised question of where they were going, he replied that they urgently needed to get a code to enter the game, complete the initial registration, and pass the test. They entered a large gymnasium where loud noises could be heard. Sunny saw a muscular girl hitting a punching bag with all her might. Feeling the presence of strangers, she turned around and Sunny saw an unfamiliar muscular girl. She nodded in greeting to the boys. After greeting the athlete, the guys moved on and went outside, where Ben handed Sunny a smartphone for emergency communication. As he went deeper into the unfamiliar area, Sunny began to feel unsure. The boy had never been here before. On a bench between the houses sat a small group of several guys and pretty girls. They were laughing and were clearly in a good mood. All the people present were seniors, and the girls turned their attention to Sunny and exchanged condescending smiles. The guy's reaction was unkind. A black-haired young man, squatting, aggressively asked who this loser was who had wandered onto their territory. Sunny was already completely confused. He walked behind his mentor and only quietly wondered if it was really necessary to come here to these people. Abruptly cutting off the boy's complaints, Ben told him to shut up, explaining that the code to enter the game had to be picked up right here. This is a special place for teams to gather. Before Ben's team moved their meetings to Realp, they all met here too. Ben paused mid-sentence, perked up and waved to someone, then dragged Sunny towards another group of young people. There were 2 tall high school boys and 1 pretty girl with blue hair. Sunny thought she looked familiar. The boys caused a slight dislike. The boy was irritated by their smug appearance as masters of their lives, fashionable hairstyles and gaudy piercings in their ears. Suddenly it dawned on Sunny. He began to guess who this stranger was. Comparing the available information, he was almost sure of his assumptions. The girl stared straight ahead, and despite the mask covering the lower part of her face, was quite recognizable. Slowly pulling the mask to the side, the girl did not take her eyes off Sunny. Now he was convinced of his suspicions. Erin was standing in front of him. Noticing the girl's interest in Sunny, one of the guys laughed loudly and sarcastically asked if it was her guy who graced everyone with his presence. Irene greeted Ben warmly, calling him brother, and continued to glance at his companion. Sunny tried to understand what all this meant. The smiles disappeared from the faces of the guys, who asked in surprise if this was the famous master of the Linderdog clan. Approaching Sunny, one of them asked if he was also a member of the clan. Sunny answered in the affirmative, which again surprised the strangers. One of them found this extremely funny. His booming laughter tore through the silence of the courtyard and darted between the houses, frightening the crows. He was echoed by a friend who did not leave Arena's side for a single step, but also showed his interest in what was happening. He suddenly turned to Ben and then made a mocking remark. That's what happens when no one wants to join the team, so they invite all sorts of weaklings. Sunny stood and listened as the older boys made fun of him, calling him a weakling, an empty shell, and a future disgrace to the clan. They were simply delighted with what they saw. They were bursting with emotion, and tears came to their eyes from the incessant laughter. After laughing, one of them made another joke, which he thought was very funny, hinting that all the problems were because of Arena. Sunny didn't know what exactly the tall man meant, but Erin clearly didn't like it. She answered the impudent man very boldly, which caused genuine irritation on his face. In response, the guy hugged Irina and grinned again. Suddenly, he felt a strong pain in his hand. The girl fixed his finger in a grip and performed a painful hold. Looking into his eyes, Irina explained that she treats jokes with understanding and patience, but she will never allow anyone to get physical. The angry guys stepped aside and exchanged irritated remarks. The intonation in their voices did not bode well for Irina. Watching Ben, Irene, and Sunny, they exchanged guesses as to why the clan needed this useless puppy. Having discussed what was happening, but not having come to a consensus, they decided to leave. Anyway, the coder who would provide access to the game would not be there today. Hearing the last line, Ben turned around and then sarcastically thanked the strangers for the information they had provided. Laughing, Ben led the boys further. Irene looked at him in bewilderment and asked what was causing such strange merriment. Ben readily explained that he really enjoyed watching Irene piss off these idiots. She is forbidden to just fight with competitors as a high-ranking player and official representative of the clan, but she is already great at getting on their nerves. Sunny listened to this and was pleased with the opportunity to find such wonderful friends. He liked both Ben and Irene. Ben suddenly announced that he had urgent business to attend to, and then quickly walked away, leaving Sunny and Irene standing there in bewilderment. Adding that he would be back soon, the guy asked to wait for him in this place and in the meantime to get to know each other better. Irene was extremely unhappy with Ben's departure, because she had absolutely no desire to spend even one extra minute in this alley. Sunny was dying of curiosity. A huge number of questions were spinning in his head, but he asked only one thing. Why was this code so important? Irin thrust a tablet into the boy's hands where the official Realp web page was open, and then launched into a detailed explanation. From the long, confusing speech, Sunny understood one thing. Without the code, it is impossible to enter the closed area of the game, download mods, and it is absolutely impossible to pass the test. The test turned out to be not so easy to pass. The instructions were very confusing and it was difficult to understand. Unexpectedly, Sunny learned that the test was another fight. The boy laughed, causing Irina to bewilderment. She looked at him questioningly, expecting an explanation. Suddenly, fatigue washed over him. The events of the last few days left a heavy mark on Sunny's soul. He seriously considered whether it was worth participating in all of this. Irina tried to calm her new friend down as best she could. She too felt uneasy about how things had turned out, but she hoped for her brother's help. Thoughts about the upcoming trials forced Irina to pull herself together, deciding that it was not time to give in. She began to plan further actions. Suddenly, someone's figure flashed nearby, almost indistinguishable due to the speed. Sunny, not expecting a trick, received a strong blow to the chest and flew to the side. The surprises didn't end there. One of the dandies from earlier was standing nearby and grinning maliciously, ironically encouraging the boy not to lie around. Having assumed a handsome pose, the dandy demonstrated a desire to fight and promised the impudent youngster a beating that he would never forget. What happened came as a surprise to literally everyone present. There was complete silence all around. Only the voice of the impudent man could be heard. Hissing like an angry cat, Irina demanded an answer to what kind of nonsense was going on here. It felt like she was about to pierce the guy. However, it was not so easy to embarrass him. Confidently dismissing all accusations, the dandy explained that he was within his rights and would conduct an exam for the newcomer. The scoundrel demonstratively looked down and feigned false modesty, noting that he had completely accidentally forgotten to mention that he was the tester. Irina really didn't believe him. Such a thing could never have occurred to her. The testers were well-mannered, correct guys, not idiots. Ben stared at the whole scene in bewilderment. The guy had been expecting a catch. He had been warned about possible surprises, and now they had arrived. The problem was that a newbie at Sunny's level could hardly beat a tester, and the tester, in turn, could fail the test and deny the newbie access. The triumphant bully knew that the boy had no choice. If he did not accept the challenge, entry into the game would be closed forever. Such were the rules. Sunny was afraid as he had never been afraid in his life. Not of pain, not of possible defeat. He was afraid of not living up to expectations and losing new friends. At this time, Ben was trying to negotiate with the tester's friends to get the access code to the game. This is insurance in case of Sunny's defeat. The guys completely refused. They simply did not admit that they were employees of the technical service, but Ben did not lag behind. Despite all efforts, they remained silent and made mysterious faces, not refusing, but also not showing any desire to meet halfway. Suddenly, one of them spat to the side, and then, turning his gaze to Ben, said, "There is no need to test a newbie," adding that he is most likely a dud. Meanwhile, their friend has a different opinion and the test will still take place. However, he intends to beat all the nonsense out of the youngster so that he will forget about this game forever. Ben smiled ironically and feigned fear. His test had been very similar, but everything had ended well. Not appreciating the fun, the testers declared that the decision on the youngster had almost been made. If he didn't show his best, he was finished. For the first time since the beginning of the conversation, Ben became nervous. He had not expected such difficulties. They came as a complete surprise to him. The gloomy look of one of the dandies did not bode well. Things had clearly gone wrong, and most importantly, it was not clear what to do with all this. Sitting down on a pile of some garbage, Ben thought, not understanding who this essentially harmless child could bother. I really wanted to get a good fighter into the team. The clan needed fresh blood more than ever. But there were so many problems with this newcomer. Noticing Ben, Irene immediately realized that they had problems. However, attempts to find out details from her brother led to nothing. All that was left was to trust him at his word. Since he said that everything would be fine, then everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Ben smiled broadly, looking at his sister. A young man ran up to a small group of young people and quickly announced that somewhere nearby, a great fight was brewing that was worth watching. A beautiful girl in a white tracksuit objected. What could happen here? Such things happen literally every day. No, the excited guy didn't think of stopping, getting confused in his words. He said that the tester Bill was fighting, and this fight was very unusual. The girl expressed interest for the first time. The fact that Bill decided to test some minor caused a violent reaction in her. The boy was choking, wanting to quickly report the details. Something unusual was happening. It was imperative to figure it out. The dandy, whose name turned out to be Bill, was again showing off in front of those present, promising to be a strict but fair judge. Sonny's dejected appearance caused bursts of laughter from the boys and girls present. The boy did not at all resemble a stern fighter. Advice, tips, and comments poured in from all sides. The totalizator was already open and bets were being accepted, so interest in Sonny was growing. After uttering a few pompous phrases, Bill declared that he would not ban betting, but he wanted it all to end as soon as possible. Two shabby-looking individuals were taking bets at the old pile of garbage, where there was a slight rush among those looking to make easy money. Sonny was worried. Realizing that there was no escape from the fight, he tried to prepare himself for the upcoming battle and even made fun of his unenviable position. The fight began without warning. Apparently, this was not prohibited by the rules. Literally a moment later, the boy was dodging the blows with all his might. Short training sessions with Ben gave results. The body obeyed easily, instantly reacting to changes in the environment, which was surprising. The surprise almost cost Sonny the defeat. The dandy kicked him right in the body, and if it weren't for his quick reaction, it would have been all over. The boy quickly moved into a low stance, took a punch right over his head, and then took a stable position again. Ben, who was already celebrating his victory, was disappointed. His face showed strong bewilderment, turning into annoyance. After all, this was his favorite blow. Irina watched the fight without stopping. The girl literally absorbed every movement of her opponents with her eyes, fighting the temptation to rush to the boy's aid. Sonny's performance created a real sensation. If for fighters of Iron's level this was normal, then for most newcomers it seemed like a fantasy. The rapid movements were followed by pauses during which the opponents studied each other. But despite Bill's advantage, Sonny held on. Irene suddenly became wary. Ben's movements attracted the girl's attention. His fighting style seemed extremely familiar and caused genuine anxiety. The strange tester was a cut above the local hooligans in level, but most importantly, such a combat technique was not used at all in teams. Some viewers were unhappy with Sonny's tactics, and the boy was showered with insults and ridicule, which he ignored with all his might. The tester didn't seem to be tired at all. During the breaks, the guy showed off, flaunting his advantage over the good-for-nothing weakling. Suddenly, Bill threw off his clothes. Sonny realized that right now, the fate of the fight would be decided. His opponent had decided to fight seriously. Left in just a tight t-shirt, The tester demonstratively shrugged his shoulders and tensed his muscles, which caused admiring sighs from the audience. The boy himself did not undress. The jacket did not restrict his movements, and the clothes gave him a sense of confidence and provided some kind of protection. Having gained some courage, Sonny began to be cheeky to his opponent, mocking him for showing off in public, although the experienced fighter was not embarrassed by this. Laughing, Bill beckoned the boy towards him, giving him the initiative in the attack and showing that he was deliberately giving the advantage to the enemy. Sonny hesitated, not daring to attack such an experienced fighter. So Bill began the attack himself, breaking into a rapid dash in the hope of winning. Despite Bill's incredible speed, the boy easily tracked his movements, and the hope that the fight would not end in shame was revived. Reality showed that it was too early to celebrate. The tester fell into a complex cascade of movements designed to confuse an inexperienced opponent. Experience is a great thing. It allows you to find simple solutions in complex, non-standard situations. But it was experience that Sonny lacked so much. Taking advantage, Bill easily passed through Sonny's counterattack and then landed a clean punch to the face, sending him flying. The boy saw the blow, but he couldn't do anything. The opponent was technically and physically much stronger. The world exploded with a flash of excruciating pain. It painted the space in crimson tones. Everything around was floating and swaying. The dandy tester, who had gotten into a frenzy, seemed to have no intention of stopping, and he spun around dramatically, raising his fist over the boy again. Irina, who was watching the fight, was beside herself with anger. The girl could not understand how an essentially innocent test had turned into something strange and dangerous. She wasn't the only one who was perplexed. The audience also sensed that something was wrong. The shouts died down, and everyone waited for the denouement to come. And again, a short pause. Sonny, swaying, stands in the corner of the wall watching the enemy, and Bill, flexing his muscles, tries to make an impression. The enemy's joyful smile alerted the boy, and he realized that he had been deliberately lured into a corner to finish him off. The fears were justified. After shouting that the youngster had nowhere to run, the tester unleashed a hail of blows on his opponent, forcing him to go into deep defense. Sonny held on with all his might. He knew that this tactic would lead to defeat, but the initiative belonged entirely to Bill. Timid attempts to dodge, to break the distance, were immediately stopped. Ben hit the legs, thereby depriving the opportunity to leave the danger zone. For the first time, Irene doubted Sonny's ability to become a member of their team. After all, he was too inexperienced. It would take years to become a strong fighter. The boy became more and more immersed in his inner world, and suddenly he realized how exactly the enemy was driving him into a corner, depriving him of any room to maneuver. Outwardly, nothing had changed. Bill was still showing off in front of the audience, dominating the fight, and Sonny was defending himself. But most importantly, understanding had come. The young man was no longer a helpless victim. He was still only defending himself, but he already saw opportunities for a counterattack that he had previously missed. The distorted faces of the spectators, Bill's triumph, the pain from the blows, the rapid movements merged into an endless stream that seemed to have no end. No matter how low Sonny thought of himself, there was one spectator he impressed. A girl in a tracksuit staring at him. Erin echoed her, following the fighter's movements with her eyes, looking for and not finding a way out of the situation that had arisen. It seemed that everyone had frozen. At first, no one believed their eyes. Sonny, twisting like a cat, hit his opponent and then repeated, hitting him in the jaw with all his might. Unfazed, Bill quickly came to his senses, adopting an aggressive stance. But despite his smile, it was clear that he was no longer so confident in himself. Sonny's next attack was expected and prepared for, concentrating on his opponent. When the fist finally flew towards his head, the boy was ready. And again, the slow motion effect. The blow passed right to the head, and the young man himself moved to the side, approaching the enemy from the side. It was that rare opportunity that could decide the fate of the fight. The perfect moment for a crushing attack. Despite his limited experience with virtual battles in Realp, Sonny already had a favorite move that suited the situation perfectly. The guy met his enemy with a counter movement of his body. His fist literally crashed into the bridge of Bill's nose, while at the same time Sonny knocked him down with his body. The difference in weight allowed the tester to stay on his feet, but everyone could see how stunned he was. The most experienced fighter received the go-ahead from the green rookie. Blood was dripping from his nose, which the dandy quickly wiped away with the back of his hand. His breathing was ragged, and his legs were shaking. The dark look did not bode well for Sonny. Bill cursed and slowly moved towards him in complete silence, rubbing his face. The young man waited, not particularly hoping for victory. Bill's impressive preparation left almost no chance, but giving up just like that was wrong. He didn't have to wait long. The examiner leapt into the air and covered the distance to his opponent like lightning, who barely had time to follow his movements. Experience matters. As before, Bill easily passed through the boy's clumsy attacks, got into position, and then carried out his own technique. Sonny had no chance. At a short distance, everything was decided by strength, and the skill of the opponent made the gap completely insurmountable. More blows, one after another. It was necessary to hold out, and the boy held on, using every split second for a counterattack. The opponents exchanged blows continuously. Bill was going ahead with a vengeance. Crushing the impudent upstart had become a matter of honor for him, but victory was still not in his grasp, despite all his efforts. The spectators watched what was happening with barely a breath. This drag would become scandalous news, so they tried not to miss the slightest detail. Irina sincerely believed that it would be difficult to surprise her, but time after time the girl came to the conclusion that she was mistaken. The young man was full of surprises. The fact that he had stood up to an experienced fighter, specially trained to fight a wide variety of opponents, for so long was worth a lot. Bill gradually put pressure on his inexperienced opponent, and more than once it seemed that the fight was about to end. But the battle never came to an end. Sonny retreated, but did not give up. He understood that this could not last long. He would not be able to win either, so he had to lose on his own terms. His task was to admit technical defeat and stay on his feet. The boy had no illusions about his own preparation. Was it his excellent reflexes and ability to perceive Bill's attacks before they started, as if in slow motion, that saved him? Otherwise, the fight would have ended almost before it began. Seizing the moment, Sonny fired his hand into his opponent's head, causing him to stun and retreat. Everyone froze. The blow had definitely hit its target. This was indicated by the tester's confusion, the grimace that distorted his face, and the splashes of blood. But Sonny's lucky streak ended there. Bill immediately punished the boy by unexpectedly kicking him in the stomach. This was followed by a blow to the jaw, the strongest of the entire fight. Sonny did not remember what happened next. It was all like a fog. Bill's friends were watching the events very closely. They were seriously puzzled by the situation when an experienced fighter could not crush a green rookie. Exchanging remarks, the guys came to the conclusion that not everything was so simple with this impudent boy, because they knew what their friend was capable of. The girl in the light suit continued to watch, without looking away. Despite the fact that she had seen many fights, she was somehow attracted to the brave boy. There was confusion among the regular spectators. Everyone knew that random people don't get into testing. They are chosen by the Alliance, and usually they are very strong fighters. The one who was calm amidst this confusion was Ben. The guy quickly realized that the situation was more complicated than it seemed, so he took a wait-and-see attitude. His face took on an almost serene expression, and Ben came to the conclusion that he needed to watch the fight to the end before drawing any conclusions. One thing was clear. Their protege was even more unusual than they had initially thought. He was quickly adapting, learning, and he clearly had the character of a real fighter. Suddenly, it dawned on the guy that the image of an insecure teenager might be nothing more than a mask, hiding a complex, deep nature. Sonny's figure, battered but still standing stubbornly on his feet, seemed to radiate hidden strength. He knew that he was losing and that only a few moments remained before complete defeat, but he did not want to surrender to the mercy of the winner. Bill didn't keep him waiting long, and after catching his breath, the examiner exploded into a whirlwind of precisely calculated blows that Sonny had no counter to. The enemy had an undeniable advantage in strength, endurance, and fighting skills, and the boy was just a newcomer in this world unknown to him. The final moments of the fight gave Sonny another surprise. Carried away by the attack, Bill opened up and therefore immediately received a painful blow to the body. True, he had to pay for this immediately. A powerful counterblow to the stomach again threw the boy aside, plunging him into a real ocean of pain. Erin, who was watching all this, became increasingly angry. The girl could not understand who was causing these emotions. the scoundrel tester, Sunny, or herself. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on her shoulder. Turning around, Irene saw Ben standing behind her and thoughtfully looking somewhere ahead. The girl confessed to her brother that she had absolutely no idea what to do next. The boy had potential, but it was unclear whether he would be able to become a member of the team. Ben objected. In his opinion, the guy showed great fighting ability, but most importantly, a character that allows him to grow further. Irina voiced her thoughts out loud. Yes, at this rate we will easily get the necessary code. The main thing is that the result of the fight is counted without violations. Meanwhile, in the makeshift arena, it was all over. Bill stood in the middle of the yard as a gloomy figure, and at his feet lay a beaten Sonny. It might have seemed that the boy was unconscious, but this was not so. The teenager, taught by bitter experience, tried not to draw attention to himself. Irene and Ben walked slowly towards the fight, exchanging opinions. Even if the fight doesn't count today, there's still time left. They can try again. Ben suddenly stopped, squinting provocatively, and then in an ingratiating tone suggested to his sister that if Sonny couldn't handle it, they should find another candidate. Indignantly, the girl answered Ben, "Yes, Sonny lost today, but it's stupid to demand more from a newbie. He's already a great guy." Suddenly, Ben's expression changed, and he mumbled something, which attracted the wary attention of his sister, who was used to the quirks of her problematic brother. Grabbing Ben by the sleeve, Irene demanded an explanation for his behavior, not taking no for an answer. She did not let up until she heard an answer. It turns out that the brother couldn't overcome his gambling nature and bet a fairly large sum on Sonny. Well, like a large sum, his entire monthly allowance. In the first moments, Irina could not say a word. It felt like she had forgotten how to speak. The next moment, the girl burst into a deafening scream and accused Ben of 1,000 different things, from which it followed that he was a complete idiot. Pushing her idiot brother away, Irene rushed to help Sonny. By this point, he had stopped pretending to be a corpse and was simply lying on his back looking at the sky. Bending over the boy, Irina carefully asked how he was feeling, whether he could move normally, and whether there was a need to see a doctor. Standing up, Sonny looked at the girl as if he was seeing her for the first time in his life. He had not felt such care for himself for a very long time, since the death of his parents. Yielding to persistent demands to rest and not make any sudden movements, the boy stared at his new friend, trying to figure out how to behave. Realizing that her ward did not remember everything, the girl told him how the events unfolded, how the fight ended, and what it meant for him personally. Sonny took the news of his loss with a fair amount of fatalism, realizing that it could not have been otherwise. The most important thing the boy thought about was the decision that would be made based on the results of the battle. Here, almost everything depended on the tester. The boy's sad appearance displeased Irina, who gave him a loud slap and then demanded that he behave like a real man. He doesn't even have a basic foundation and knowledge of the fundamentals. All his skills are the experience of virtual battles on the console and short lessons with Ben. But this is not enough. Slowly, as if speaking to an infinitely stupid person, Irene explained, "Sonny is already a great guy. Few could do more than him." Sonny woke up and realized that only Irene was nearby, and there was no sign of Ben, which seemed very unusual to him. Mumbling something irritated, the girl rubbed her forehead in irritation, and then admitted that there had been a falling out between her and her brother. Now she doesn't want to see Ben until she calms down, and in the meantime, he's trying to figure out how things are going with the test and, if necessary, arrange for a repeat. Yes, a retest would have been very useful. Sonny had absolutely no faith that this clumsy attempt would be credited to him. Suddenly, he caught himself shaking continuously. All attempts to stop the shaking were in vain. His body seemed to be living its own life. Suddenly, Sonny realized that he was still in a state of readiness for battle and was not against repeating the fight. Moreover, the thought of it brought pleasure. Meanwhile, in the far corner of the yard stood a girl in light sportswear, looking thoughtfully into the distance. Even the shouts of her friends could not tear her away from her state of detachment. She was still reliving this amazing fight that she had witnessed. She knew that for most of those present, the fight was just a fun episode where they had had their fill of making fun of an inexperienced newcomer. But not for her. The guys, showing off effectively in front of their girlfriend, climbed onto their motorcycles and loudly revved the gas, demanding that they hurry up since they were already tired of waiting. She walked slowly towards the motorcycles, her mind returning to the fight, and promised herself to find out who this mysterious and insanely talented boy was. The girl remembered his face and the faces of his companions well, so she was sure that she would find him when she needed it. The tester's friends laughed loudly and teased each other, deciding who among them was the biggest loser and who had lost more on bets this month. Slowly approaching Bill, they stopped, looking at their friend with puzzlement. The tester looked gloomy and sat completely alone. Suddenly, angry, he demanded that they shut up immediately, and if they wanted to do something stupid, they should do it somewhere far away. The fight was on Bill's mind. It was clear that he had defeated the weakling, but he had done it in an extremely ugly way, which would become known to the right people. This goldfinch practically does not know how to fight, but he held on for almost the entire fight, causing a lot of inconvenience to his superior opponent. Bill was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice how a quarter of an hour had passed. His friends had gone somewhere, and that punk, the brother of the beauty arena, was nearby. Ben stood there wondering if he had done the right thing by approaching the tester, but there was nothing he could do. He had to start a conversation. Ben spoke of wanting to retest the baby sometime later to give him more time to prepare. Bill grimaced wearily and waved it away as if it were an annoying fly. All he wanted was to get home and rest in complete solitude. To get rid of Iron's brother, he bluntly stated that there was no need for a repeat test. Sonny had passed the exam and could get the access code to the game. Despite the loss, the boy showed himself well against someone like Bill, which was quite a lot, and, frankly, not everyone can handle it. Deciding to sweeten the pill a little, Ben showed Bill the video recording and said that the newbie who took out the high-ranking player was Sonny. It was he who, during training, beat up his opponent like a puppy, although he was incomparably higher in level. Bill couldn't believe his eyes. What he saw was beyond all reason. But the fact remains that the entire fight was recorded on video. Ben willingly maintained a conversation with the tester, realizing that this useful acquaintance could come in very handy in the very near future. Staring at the screen, Bill began to understand that Sonny's rapid movements were not accidental. The boy clearly had a lot of experience, but in some other discipline. The boy's maneuvers began to understand him, and the pattern of the battle, which had initially been perceived as an accident, began to acquire a new meaning. An inexperienced newcomer had no chance to even somehow resist the tester, and no matter how hard he tried, he was bound to lose in the first minutes. But this empty shell behaved as if he knew perfectly well how to move, attack, defend. He just had little experience. Bill admitted to himself that if the baby was given a chance to grow up a little and gain strength, he could gain the upper hand. Having come to an understanding of the reasons, the guy calmed down and again voiced his decision. Sonny passed the test. There is no point in trying again. The tester handed the smartphone to Ben and prepared to get up to go home. It was already late and the drive was far. After a brief silence, Ben made another request, feeling impudent beyond belief and trying to make the best of the situation. He asked Bill to keep the talented newcomer's code and all information regarding his identity secret, especially at first. Who knows how long this conversation would have lasted if not for the menacing shout from Irina, who was sick to death of waiting and desperately wanted to leave this gloomy place. That same evening, somewhere on the outskirts of the city, quiet sounds were heard in an empty warehouse. In the middle of a spacious hangar sat a tall, plump guy with glasses and a fashionable bleached hairdo, whistling and thoughtfully humming a popular melody. He held in his hands a small doll depicting a blonde girl and looked at it as if he was seeing it for the first time. Suddenly, in the silence of the warehouse, a strange sound was heard, which alerted the guy. Without changing his position, he quickly glanced in the direction of the noise. Two guys walked through the door, guys that Sonny would have immediately recognized if he had seen them at that moment. They were the ones beating up the boy in the courtyard of the internet cafe. The dark-haired giant and his tall, scumbag friend walked into the back of the warehouse, looking around in confusion and asking each other if this was the right address. Suddenly, a quiet voice was heard in the room, greeting the guests. Only at that moment did the guys notice that there was someone else here and got scared. The tall one suddenly became angry. He was ashamed of himself for the fear he had shown, but he didn't know what to do, so he was nervous. Hearing the quiet insults directed at him, the doll lover responded ironically. He was not interested in the opinion of some curly-haired weakling. Since he, Alex, is here, he will do and say whatever he wants. He was only asked to come, and he fulfilled the request of an important person. The guy thoughtfully adjusted his glasses and then formally introduced himself. Alex Johnson, Central District 8, unranked player. Hearing that the player in front of them was unrated, the hooligans gained confidence in their abilities, brazenly demanding that he stand up and not dare to sit in their presence. With a meaningful chuckle, the bespectacled man slowly stood up, and then with one movement kicked away the box he had been sitting on. The expressions on the hooligans' faces began to change. A minute ago, they had been the embodiment of impudence, but now they were already looking confused. Alex slowly approached the two impudent men, and suddenly it turned out that he was a head taller than both of them, and 1.5 times more massive. The bespectacled man loomed over them like a boulder. Trying to hide his uncertainty, the curly-haired man was cheeky, demonstratively looking at Alex and brazenly telling where he had seen such unranked idiots. Not at all embarrassed, the fat man smiled back, and then added that he knew that the two idiots standing next to him also had no rank. It's unknown where the conversation would have gone if footsteps hadn't been heard from behind. The dark-haired giant turned around and stared there, his mouth open. Several guys were walking slowly towards them, walking at a leisurely pace, warming up their arms as if preparing for a fight. The hooligans no longer hid their excitement, looked around nervously and grinned angrily, promising all sorts of trouble to anyone who dared to touch them. Trying to defuse the situation, the big guy said that their school had never had any trouble with the 8th school from Central, and he didn't understand what all this was about. Realizing that they had no chance against the strangers, the dark-haired man made an attempt to negotiate and resolve the issue peacefully. The curly one ruined everything. Tired of the uncertainty, he decided to attack first and grabbed the tall fat man by the hand, knocking out the doll he was holding. The graceful figure flew out of the palm and with a loud thud cracked on the concrete floor of the hangar, breaking into pieces. It was incredibly stupid, but the curly-haired man didn't think so. For some reason, he was sure that he had managed to intimidate his opponent, and now everything would change in his favor. The fat man stopped smiling and then said, "It was a favorite doll that brought good luck, and now it's broken, so someone will pay for it." His expression turned angry. He slowly took off his glasses and walked up close to the bully. Now the difference in height became even more visible. Curly threw his hand forward, concentrating all the strength and power of his body. His fist crashed into the fat man's chin and made him stagger. Several young people stood in front of the hangar. Their quiet breathing was almost inaudible. All sounds were muffled by the rain that had begun. It was noisy and drumming on the roofs. One of the strangers cursed when he heard the sounds of a fight from inside. If they had arrived on time, the escalation could have been avoided. But now it was unknown what would happen. Having exchanged complaints, the young men headed towards the entrance to the hangar, where they began to take good advantage of their identical jackets with an impressive design on the back. Meanwhile, the fat man and the curly-haired man stood in front of each other. The hooligan was desperately cowardly, and the fat man was going to get even with the scoundrel for the vile attack. Absorbed in each other, the boys suddenly heard loud claps. Behind them stood an elegant girl and leisurely applauded them. Her appearance came as a surprise not only to the hooligans, but also to the fat man and his support group. Everyone present turned towards the exit, where several strangers stood, not at all embarrassed by the crowded, empty warehouse. 3 tall guys and a girl looked ironically at all the young people gathered in the room, and then declared that it was they who gathered them here. The girl grimaced and noted that she felt sick when she saw all these incompetents fighting, but she understood it. The fat man's friends, crowded in the corner, exchanged quiet whispers. They knew someone was supposed to come, but the appearance of this particular trio came as a surprise. Gracefully stepping with her slender legs in light sneakers, the girl came closer. The trio stood in the center of the hangar and were immediately surrounded by all the guys present. But this did not seem to bother the guests at all. Suddenly, the dark-haired giant shuddered, and then turned to his curly-haired friend. He recognized the trio and was about to tell them about it. Getting ahead of the dark-haired man, the girl said, "Yes, they are students of the first school in the Eastern District, and it is not by chance that they are here. Moreover, all 3 are members of the Black Mamba Fight Club, one of the strongest clubs not only in the area, but in the entire city." This news had the effect of a bomb exploding. The impudent curly-haired guy froze with his mouth half open, forgetting about all his questions. Fat Alex was also silent. By this time, he had managed to put on his glasses. He understood what was happening better than anyone else, so he waited to see how events would develop. Only among his friends did the whispers continue, exchanging guesses about what the Black Mamba clan might need from people like them. The Trinity fell silent. The guys and the girls stood and waited. It was unclear what. It seemed as if they had come here completely by accident. One of Alex's friends suddenly burst out laughing, declaring that he didn't believe in this nonsense. Black Mamba fighters are strong guys, not teenagers. The girl was about to say something, but stopped herself and, changing her mind, fell silent, still looking at the cheerful boy who still could not calm down. Deciding that the fun should continue, he made an ambiguous joke about the guest, counting on support from his friends. The effect was completely unexpected. The girl made a swift move, attacking the impudent fellow with an open palm. Like a shot arrow, she covered the distance to the boy and accurately hit him at the base of the neck, silencing him and causing an attack of suffocation. A dodge, a short step to the side and behind the back, a push, and here the comedian is flying backwards, completely disoriented in space. Making an extra effort with her hand, the girl slammed the boy into the floor, causing him to let out a sharp scream that was clearly audible in the silence of the spacious room. The spectacular combination was completed by a light but incredibly offensive kick from above. A white sneaker was imprinted on the young man's face, leaving a dirty mark on his skin. Wiping her foot on the mooing guy's face, the girl gently asked if some of the little bugs who thought too much of themselves had buzzed too much. And some not particularly smart weaklings would be better off keeping their mouths shut. Otherwise, someone will help shut them up or even tear off something unnecessary. The incident had a stunning effect. The guys who had just been confident in themselves were not averse to a fight, but now they stood as if in front of a strict teacher. The Black Mamba clan was famous throughout the city. The team included the best fighters, real monsters who spared no one. They were a true legend of Fafa TV, where they tore apart their opponents with the same fury as real tigers tear apart their prey. The girl slowly stepped aside and gracefully sat down on an empty box, provocatively showing off her magnificent legs to those present. Her companions stood on either side, like guards, with stern expressions frozen on their faces, and they themselves were silent and frowning. Yes, it was she who called them here, the girl said, and not the big guy with glasses, which caused bewilderment and confusion among everyone present. These words came as a surprise not only to the hooligans, but also to the fat man and his friends, who also thought that other people would come to the meeting. After a meaningful pause, the girl continued, noting that everyone had been called here not to start a fight, but for a very important matter. Everyone knows that soon Fafa TV will hold the so-called distribution exam, the results of which will determine the ratings and status of all players. But few people know why the exam was scheduled so unexpectedly. And the fact is that one very problematic child appeared there, causing a real stir. The answer was a discordant hubbub of questions. What does this problem child have to do with it? What does he have to do with Fafa TV? Also, no one could understand why all the guys present here cared about this strange child. Loudly interrupting the incoherent chatter and lamentations of the other guys, Alex asked directly why everyone was gathered here and what would happen next. Looking into his eyes, the girl said that they only know about the child that he exists and that he is a very gifted fighter with potential who is acting incognito. And this talent studies in one of the schools to which those present belong, so perhaps someone will recognize him from this photo. The girl calmly reported the facts and brought them up to speed. The decision of the Black Mamba Council was to find the teenager and then make him an invincible fighter. The clan master has determined that this mysterious stranger is exactly what their team needs and is willing to pay handsomely for his help. Generously, this means not only money, but also a service. The Black Mamba clan will be obliged to anyone who helps find the boy, and this, as everyone knows, is worth a lot. A day passed. Sonny had no idea what kind of excitement was unfolding around his modest person. He lived his new life, completely immersed in the game. The boy ran, practiced dodges and evasions, hanging out in the virtual training room of one of Rayalp's subsystems, almost never going out into the real world. Ben's face appeared on the holographic screen, and he was quick to point out that Sonny was learning to fight, not just running around in circles. In confirmation of his words, a human figure appeared in front of the boy. He realized that it was an enemy and was very surprised to recognize Irina in the stranger. Ben continued to tell the story. According to him, Sonny now does not have to go to school. Everything is decided. He can calmly train without thinking about anything. Someone took care to issue Sonny an official document, ensuring his legal absence from classes. This caused the boy boundless amazement. He couldn't even imagine what kind of opportunities he needed to have to draw up such a paper. Distracted by emotions, Sunny missed the beginning of Iron's attack, which almost succeeded. The teenager barely managed to dodge a powerful kick. The girl literally barked at the boy not to be distracted by all sorts of nonsense, but to do his direct business, that is, to improve his combat skills. Without finishing her sentence, Iron continued to attack, forcing him to go into deep defense. The movements turned into an endless series of dodges, maneuvers, and escapes. The girl suddenly changed her fighting style, switching to jumping and high kicks. Such tricks made the fight even more difficult for Sunny. Flying up and then falling to the very floor, Iron did impossible things, turning the battle pattern into something unimaginably complex. Sunny was safe only because the girl did not forget that this was training and spared her charge, but did not allow him to relax. It cannot be said that the boy himself was against it. He liked sparring with Irina. Everything came easy to him, and the girl herself evoked pleasant feelings. Suddenly, the girl stopped and called Sunny lazy. There was less than a month until the exam, and he was taking his preparation too frivolously. Even if he doesn't leave the gym, it's unknown whether he'll pass the qualifying round, and if he slackers, then there's no chance at all. You might as well not even start. At this time, Ben was not idle either. The guy's fingers flickered over the keyboard so that they were almost invisible, and he himself was completely immersed in work. After reading the text on the screen, he cursed and thoughtfully uttered a short phrase, from which it was extremely clear that the team had a new problem. It turns out that Sunny is already being searched for, and the well-known Black Mamba clan has announced a reward for any information about him. Moreover, the school where he studies is already known. These bastards launched a real campaign to find the elusive player, in absentia assigning him the spectacular nickname Berserker. Ben was puzzled by the speed with which the Mambas were gathering information. Sunny had literally joined the clan the day before. How could they have learned all this? It might be a matter of how the guy logged into the game. Some cheap terminal models are completely unprotected from tracking. Therefore, it is possible to trace the approximate area of connection to Realp services, and then assume where Sunny lives and what school she goes to. They literally surround the baby, and they do it very competently and methodically. They will get to him soon, no doubt about it. It's just a matter of time. Ben looked up from his laptop, turned around, and looked towards the large sofa. Someone's feet in not-so-fresh socks were sticking out in his field of vision. Standing up and coming closer, he admired Sunny and Iron, who was lying next to him with Realp access terminals on their faces. Yes, from now on they went online from here, which made it possible to complicate the search for all those who like to poke their noses into other people's business. Well, and of course, it is more convenient to control the entire training process when the student is nearby. Ben already had experience teaching beginners. Now Sunny spent almost all his time next to Ben, thanks to which they alternated hand-to-hand combat in virtual space with real loads. And it had its effect. Despite Irene's skepticism, Ben was almost sure that they would have enough time. And before the exam began, Sunny would turn into a fighter. And one day he will become a real monster, taking over Fafa TV. And he, Ben, will go down in history as the man who raised a champion. It's early morning, the school bell has just rung, all the students have already gone to their classes, the yard and corridors are empty. In Sunny's class, the usual morning roll call was taking place, where everyone who was absent and present for classes was noted. The teacher called the boy's name for the third time without hearing an answer from him. The man frowned and looked around the class in search of the student. Classmates, hearing this, whispered among themselves, making fun of each other. This worthless pauper seemed to have gone begging instead of studying. Jim was also puzzled. His friend very rarely missed classes at school, coming in any weather, so his absence was suspicious. The boy thoughtfully glanced at the teacher, who, without waiting for an answer, demonstratively put a mark for non-attendance. Jim nodded mentally at this and promised himself that he would definitely find out where his mysterious wayward friend had gone. A vague uneasiness reigned in his soul. The hooligans from earlier, curly-haired and fat, were sitting in the sports locker room and trying to figure out who this teenager in the photograph reminded them of. The Mambas said he attended one of only 2 schools, so there was a good chance they knew him or had seen him somewhere. Again, such a familiar face. And most importantly, the last comment from the impudent girl from Black Mamba. She asked, no, demanded to find him before the exam or they would regret it. It was a stick, but the carrot was the opportunity to become a member of Black Mamba. Such a great offer was impossible to pass up, and the guys tried their best. The dark-haired man thought for a moment, and then, glancing at the smartphone screen, said that time was up and they needed to log into the game if they wanted to get the job done. The second bully held his terminal in his hand, wondering how they should organize their search to be sure of getting ahead of their rivals. Finally, having come to some conclusion, the guy frowned and decisively lowered the terminal over his eyes, becoming like some kind of exotic cyborg. But he was not the only one preparing for the search now. Competitors had entered the virtual space. All the participants of the meeting in the hangar were now doing the same. The guys accompanying the tall fat man had their own plan that they were following. Two of them had already put on their terminals, and their friends were ready. At the same time, in one of the gyms, Irina was standing, holding a smartphone in her hand and counting the minutes until she entered the game. It was important not to miss it. Having quickly and sternly commanded that the time for entry had come, the girl gave the command to Ben, who was sitting at the ready with the terminal on his face. The guy glanced sideways at his sister and didn't answer. The guy was waiting for Sunny. The thing is that they had to log into the system together. Suddenly, Ben's terminal received a command about the start of the FAFA-TV exam. All candidates are required to enter the game, but Sunny was still not there. Where is he? The big city lived its own life. The morning coolness gradually gave way to a noticeable warmth. Everything indicated that the day of the competition would be hot. Sunny walked into the gym door, his shoes awkwardly shuffling across the concrete floor. He was calm and whistling a quiet tune. Stopping at the threshold, the boy calmly looked at his friends, continued to whistle melodically, and said nothing. Ben stood in front of him with an ironic expression on his face, from which it was difficult to understand anything, and Irina was clearly furious. She looked very unfriendly. The girl immediately demanded an answer as to where he was hanging around at such a crucial moment, when he should have been there a long time ago. The sullen Sunny did not accept the reproaches. He had his own vision of the issue. Snapping back briefly, the boy declared, "He knows everything himself and does not need advice." Silently admiring the rebellious teenager, Irene turned away, giving Ben freedom of action. But he decided that now was not the time for quarrels. Sitting comfortably on the floor, Sunny thought, finally he will be able to try his hand at the famous game Colosseum, a legend of Fafa TV. The thought flashed through my mind that I needed to apologize to Jim and my new friends, all of whom not only worried about Sunny, but also did a lot for him. There was a real mess in my head. Thoughts chaotically replaced each other, creating a feeling of nervousness and complete helplessness. It suddenly occurred to Sunny that he was a real weakling. He kept making excuses about his past, but in reality the problem was simple fear. However, now there are people who are able to accept him as he is, and at this time he behaves like a real pig, nullifying all their efforts. Sunny realized that now was the moment when he could change internally and change his whole life, casting off his old, weak personality. Having made his decision, the guy confidently turned on the terminal and then lowered it over his eyes. He had absolutely no intention of remaining a weakling for the rest of his life. Ben sat down next to him, his quiet voice warning Sunny that there would be many people in the game who would target him. All of these people would try to eliminate a strong competitor. However, even from such a difficult situation, you can extract significant benefits if you approach it correctly and do not do stupid things. The boy lay and waited for the system to finish processing the request, and finally a blue window appeared before his eyes with the inscription, "Access granted." Despite his previous experience with virtual games, each login was an event for Sunny. He was impressed by the wealth of sensations and experiences. A real riot of colors was happening before my eyes. Bright neon tones created a completely fantastic picture that is difficult to describe in words. The FAFA TV event was of interest not only to the immediate participants, but at that moment a huge number of people were glued to their computer monitors. Even more virtual sports fans watched the broadcast on smartphones. Some skipped school and even work for this. Meanwhile, more and more participants were gathering in the virtual space. Most of the applicants had already entered the system long ago, but there were also latecomers. Suddenly, a figure of a stylish guy appeared in front of the audience, looking like a robot. His face was hidden by a stylish helmet with a visor, and his voice resembled the hum of a machine. With a loud shout, the host greeted the participants, spectators, and everyone who could see or hear this broadcast. The presenter stood on a raised platform, arms spread out dramatically, turning his head so that it created the illusion that he was looking at each of those present. He was a true master. From the very first minute, he captured the audience's attention and did not let go, forcing them to believe every word. The host's statements became more and more provocative. Sometimes he made outright rude remarks, but this only raised the level of emotions. The audience supported him with loud shouts. Some could not resist showing the middle finger and shouting something unintelligible in response. The hall was ablaze. Finally, deciding that the introduction was over, the host hit the button on the table with all his might and announced the start of the qualifying round. But first, the rules. Every weakling who comes here should know them. This is the foundation of the foundations. Then there is no need to complain about ignorance. Everything will be in vain. In a quick recitative, the presenter explained how to move around the map using portals, how to act, and what should never be done. The price of a mistake is disqualification. But most importantly, other players can gain an advantage and take a place among the winners. But it is not enough to complete the route correctly. This is only half the battle. The most important thing is that at the end there will be a final battle, the result of which will determine the player's rating. There is only 1 hour for everything, after which all those who do not complete the route are eliminated, and only 20 people will remain in the final. Sunny listened carefully and heard a very important point for himself. It is impossible to avoid fights. Such tricksters will be disqualified on the route. And suddenly, the host changed the subject. He chuckled and then announced, "Today everyone will have a surprise, an unknown high-level player that no one knows." Effectively raising the volume of his voice, the robot guy told of a recent incident in which an unknown newcomer defeated one of the Colosseum champions. This statement caused a stir among the audience. There were many who heard it for the first time. So people exchanged opinions and assumptions. Suddenly it dawned on Sunny, who was standing silently, that they were talking about him, that he was the mysterious newcomer who was nicknamed the Berserker. It was a real setup. The host turned around and pointed at Sunny, who instantly became the center of attention. The hall fell silent and froze. Everyone wanted to see this famous Berserker, about whom there were so many rumors. Fat Alex's friends were no exception to the rule. Alex, dressed in a funny costume with bunny ears, looked funny and very impressive. He interrupted his friends, declaring that the game would show everything. The hooligans were also there, the curly-haired one and the dark-haired one. They had another idea in mind. Victory over Sunny, almost a guarantee of receiving status. Everyone, absolutely everyone, looked at the boy, studying his every feature. He was glad for the 100th time that he had chosen a suit with a hood and a mask. The only thing that really bothered him was his new nickname, Berserker. Sunny thought it was far-fetched and stupid. He wanted something more modest for himself. Irina also watched the broadcast. In some places she smiled, but in other places she frowned, thinking that the boy was getting too much harmful attention. Ben had left the system by this point. He was also watching what was happening through the monitor screen, and he agreed out loud with his sister. The incognito had been revealed too early. But the brother and sister agreed on one thing. The plan they had developed was very good, and everything should go as expected, despite some difficulties. Somewhere else, the Black Mamba clan's core had gathered. A short beauty from the hangar stood in front of the leaders and reported on the work done. All efforts went to waste. Before the selection began, they still couldn't find a gifted newcomer. Now he is participating in the exam on a general basis. This is bad. The girl stood in front of the tall guy, her eyes downcast, mumbling something unintelligible. She didn't look like a confident fighter at all. Another guy sat slumped in a chair, directly accusing her of weakness, lack of will, and stupidity, which had caused significant harm to the clan. The atmosphere was getting tense, and any moment now the conversation would turn into a real fight without rules. And again the audience. Some did not believe the loud statements about the talented newcomer, considering it another hoax to attract attention. Meanwhile, the presenter counted out loud the seconds remaining until the start, and it felt like the air was ringing with tension and suppressed emotions. The robot guy was deliberately escalating the situation. All the participants froze in tense poses, looking closely at each other. Finally, slowly and very dramatically, the presenter raised his left hand, declaring that there was no time left. There would be no more explanations. With a sharp movement, the guy lowered his hand down and hit the bright red button, which was followed by a loud screeching signal. The qualifying round had begun. A real mess formed. Already at the start, the participants formed a real jumble of bodies, legs, arms, heads, and fists flashed. Everyone fought for the right to get ahead, to push back, to trample their opponents. The whole point of the game was to determine the strongest players. The presenter openly mocked what he saw. In his opinion, he had never met so many complete idiots in one place. They don't have a single chance. Many participants did not understand what to do next and rushed from side to side, and some even stood in one place, not understanding where to go. A loud, robotic-like modulated voice commented on what was happening so that viewers had an idea of the progress of the qualifying round. Sunny also broke into a rapid run. He made up his own algorithm, following which he would be able to win. All that remained was to implement it. Suddenly, the figure of another contestant appeared nearby. The unknown person was running alongside Sunny. The player's figure was hidden by a complex futuristic suit. Irene and Ben watched the broadcast with excitement, occasionally exchanging opinions on the progress of the game, with Ben smugly taking credit for Sunny's actions. Suddenly, something alerted the guy. He stared at the monitor and then looked back at his sister with alarm, as if expecting support. On the screen, Sunny was visible, with an unknown person running next to him and performing complex maneuvers that seemed dangerous to Ben. The stranger turned to Sunny, attracting his attention. The boy had no desire to talk to strangers, but curiosity still got the better of him. Without slowing down, the stranger turned around and calmly said that he was disappointed with what he saw. The beautiful story turned into a complete disappointment. Then, pushing off with force, he suddenly changed direction and delivered a powerful kick while running, knocking Sunny off course and causing her to lose momentum. It was like being hit with a club. The boy instantly lost his bearings and flew forward somewhere, not making out the road. Sunny tripped, spun around, and fell backwards, trying his best to regroup and minimize possible damage. It was unexpected and extremely unpleasant. The boy was ready for a fight, but, frankly speaking, he did not expect such mean tricks. Looking at the monitor, Ben devoured with his eyes the maliciously grinning face of Sunny's opponent. The camera just took a favorable angle, and everything was clearly visible. Ben reproached himself for his lack of foresight, recalling the entire course of training. They had been counting on combat fights, but had not taken into account banal meanness. While mentoring his protege, the guy claimed that most of the candidates were just school bullies, who just knew how to fight a little, nothing more. Lying on his back and recovering from the fall, Sunny remembered Ben's words and was angry. He could have at least warned him about possible setups. Having collected himself, the boy came to his senses and made a jump, turning into a dizzying somersault, and then landed on his feet in front of his opponent. Sunny thought, perhaps if he were to fight this guy, it could be dangerous. The opponent looked quite dangerous and impressive. Finally, the guy stopped playing the silent game and stunned Sunny with words. He was very surprised that the mysterious berserker did not know how to fight at all. Berserker was rumored to be a completely insane fighter, sparing neither himself nor his opponent. But in reality, he is nothing more than a scared schoolboy. The stranger had a detached look when he reported this, then turned back towards his interlocutor and said that there is no place here for those who have fear in their souls. Sunny was surprised to the depths of his soul. He had expected anything, a fight, insults, accusations, but definitely not a philosophical conversation. The stranger was abrupt. If Sunny was here just to make a little money, he'd better just drop out of the race voluntarily. Having mentally prepared himself for the fight, the boy was surprised by the stranger's next statement. The guy refused to fight and postponed the battle for the future. When they meet again, Sunny will have to fight whether he wants to or not. But there will be no fight now. Suddenly, a flash turned behind the stranger, and Sunny saw the portals that opened. He immediately screamed, trying to warn the guy about it. Several aggressively minded young men burst out of the portal and rushed forward without slowing down. However, the stranger knew what to do. He jumped and disappeared into the portal, and Sunny decided to repeat the same maneuver and also jumped into the unknown. The last thing the boy remembered was a huge, colorful window with rainbow waves, in the middle of which a bright light was burning enticingly. Then he plunged into nothingness without thoughts, feelings, experiences, and completely surrendered to unfamiliar sensations. Suddenly, the riot of emotions subsided. My feet felt contact with a hard surface, and my body was literally thrown into a new location. Landing on his feet, Sunny looked around. The place he had landed in looked a little different, and tiles of different colors with icons appeared on the floor. The familiar holographic board immediately appeared before my eyes, and the inscription appeared, Mission Battle Royal, only 2 survivors can pass. It was completely unclear what this mission was and how to survive here. No further explanations were received, so I'll have to figure it out myself. As if noticing his surroundings for the first time, Sunny tested the floor with his foot, thinking that the portal was a very convenient way to move. He didn't notice how not far from him, a whole crowd of young people came out onto the same level, who were also confused and trying to figure things out. One of them read the mission title with confusion. What kind of battle is this? What needs to be done here? Only one thing is clear: not everyone will survive. The boy and girl, also newbies, became nervous after reading the message that only 2 would pass. They did not feel like strong fighters. The trio of self-confident young people standing nearby, on the contrary, were convinced of their own exceptionalism and snorted disdainfully. One of them grinned predatorily, adding that if you can't find out the rules, you can just fight, and only the survivors will go further. His gaze was drawn to Sunny's figure standing nearby, and having made a decision, the guy rushed towards the boy, intending to attack from behind. Sunny stood there as if nothing had happened, wondering what to do next, his thoughts occupied by the question of whether there was even a winning strategy for this game. Suddenly, he felt movement next to him. There was no time to think, so the boy simply moved to the side away from the possible danger. To Sunny's surprise, he saw a strange guy fall onto the spot where he had stood before, literally spread out in an attempt to strike. The surprises didn't end there. After attacking the boy, the stranger hit his foot on one of the yellow tiles, which made a piercing sound. And suddenly, the guy was thrown far forward, unable to keep his balance. He spun around like a top and began to fall on his back, flying further and further. Nobody knew what had happened. It came as a surprise to everyone present, including the victim. The speed with which the unexpected aggressor was thrown back was very great. So Sunny began to look around in search of what caused such an effect. Each of the players understood that it was necessary to urgently sort out the issue, otherwise any of them could be the next victim. Suddenly, a gong sounded, and in the middle of the spacious hall, another sign hung with an inscription announcing that the first player had dropped out. This caused a real stir bordering on panic. The candidates rushed about like frightened chicks, loudly expressing their dissatisfaction with such rules. Looking at the chaos that had ensued, Sunny thought. He realized that if he stepped on a yellow tile, his speed would double, and if he stepped on a red one, he would stop. Before the boy had time to finish his thought and finally come to the conclusion that this was a clear and simple map, he was immediately attacked by another stranger. I had to quickly dodge the blow. The fair-haired guy seriously intended to knock out his opponent. However, playing around was not in Sunny's plans. The boy dodged, missing the blow, and then changed his stance, hoping that the conflict would die down on its own. The aggressor had no intention of calming down, considering the teenager an excellent catch and wanting to get additional game points at his expense. The guy's fist rushed towards Sanya's face. The blow promised to be truly strong and crushing. And again, a move to the side. The maneuvers of the 2 rivals were similar to some kind of exotic dance, where the partners dance without touching each other. Sunny was not happy with this state of affairs. The boy understood that it would simply not work to endlessly dodge and defend himself. So a plan matured in his head. As the enemy began his next attack and began to pick up speed, Sunny moved forward and then stepped on one of the yellow tiles. And suddenly, he was thrown forward, as if from a cannon. His body instantly accelerated, and in order not to lose his balance, he had to immediately group himself. The teenager, huddled into a ball, flew forward like a bullet. So far, everything was going exactly as he had planned. It remained to be seen where this would lead. The next moment, Sunny flew into his opponent, knocking him off his feet and onto his back. The guy's face distorted with pain and he screamed loudly. Changing direction slightly, the boy pushed his opponent, forcing him to step on the next yellow tile. The boy was carried away into the distance as if by the wind. The moment when his foot hit the tile was before his eyes. It worked almost instantly, accelerating not just his foot, but his entire body. Sunny wondered if all these players didn't think about the rules of the game and were just going in blind. It seemed like a completely crazy idea to him. The boy caught himself smiling stupidly and smugly and could not hide this smile. A feeling of complete satisfaction reigned in his soul. Meanwhile, the other players were also busy with their own business. The short-haired guy announced that he would go next, but did not have time to do anything. A friend standing next to him suddenly pushed him, forcing him to step on a yellow tile. The guy was thrown far away with his back forward. It was a completely normal occurrence. A fight broke out all around again, with each contender trying to finish off or set up the opponent. Nearby, two dark-haired strangers were fighting. The larger and taller guy grabbed the other one and dragged him somewhere to the side, holding him in a strong grip. Having finally dragged him to a place known only to him, the tall one finally threw his friend onto another yellow tile, thanks to which he was eliminated from the game. The other players nearby were doing pretty much the same thing, doing everything they could to set each other up and get rid of their opponents. To his surprise, Sunny realized that he was not afraid at all, but perceived what was happening completely calmly, even when he saw danger in front of him. There were no thoughts of losing, so the boy met the next aggressor with confident fighter movements and sent him flying with a strong blow. The loser was thrown onto the yellow tile with a predictable ending. Sunny was not going to fight without meaning, but wanted to act as effectively as possible. Again the gong sounded, and again the space was filled with the mechanical modulated voice of the presenter, who insistently called for attention. Now his speech took on an enthusiastic tone as he announced that some of the contenders had made a serious bid for leadership. For being the first to discover the secret of the tiles and using it wisely to pass the level, the Berserker player receives bonus points. It was Berserker who first understood what the game was and found the right tactics, so he should be looked up to if someone wants to reach the end. The spectators could not believe their eyes. Some newbie with no experience was able to succeed where more experienced contenders had failed. The Black Mamba members also watched the video and made their predictions for the outcome of the qualifying round. The newly minted favorite struck them to the depths of their souls, and sympathies were on the side of this unknown guy. They were already making far-reaching plans about him. Meanwhile, Sunny was on a rampage, moving through the level like a knife through butter, easily avoiding the clumsy opponents. Where they relied only on a fight, he used his head and tried to apply minimal effort even in direct combat with an opponent. It was not always possible to avoid a fight. Some of the contenders were too intrusive. But in this case, Sunny used his new tactics, and suddenly the boy recognized those whom he had so easily cleared out of the way or simply knocked out. These were the very hooligans that the whole school was afraid of. But he resists them with such ease that it's hard to believe. The guy decided that he would now completely reconsider his views on his place in this world. One of the hooligans, a strong, self-confident guy, moved toward Sunny. His gloomy, determined look did not bode well. Moving smoothly across the floor and avoiding the yellow areas, he clearly moved with some purpose, and when he approached the red tile, he firmly fixed his foot on it. Sunny noticed him from afar, guessed the hooligan's intentions, but stood motionless and, apparently, gave the initiative into the hands of his opponent. Taking another look at Sunny, the guy saw that the teenager's figure was covered with a slight ripple. At first, he didn't even believe his eyes. Suddenly, the hooligan's face took on an expression of extreme amazement. It seemed as if he had seen something that astonished him to the depths of his soul. Indeed, Sunny had just been standing at a considerable distance from him. But a second later, he was already close and in close contact. He also stepped on a red tile, knocking his opponent's leg out of its stable position, and then pushed him aside. The hooligan was quickly thinking about how it happened that he missed the attack. Having a lot of experience in street fights, he understood that this was impossible. Then it dawned on him. The puppy had used the yellow tile to give himself a boost and get closer safely without risking a counterattack. Lost in thought, the hooligan did not notice the swift blow to the head and a moment later flew away, losing his orientation in space. The guy sat exhausted against the wall and didn't yet understand that he had just dropped out of the competition thanks to a youngster whom he didn't consider a serious competitor. Sunny heard a mechanical voice loudly announce that a portal to the next level was forming. He needed to hurry. Moreover, the players who remained on their feet ran as quickly as possible in the direction of the blue whirlwind that had lit up at the other end of the hall. And Sunny froze again, standing motionless. He clasped his hand over his face and tried to cope with an unexpected attack of severe headache. The pain became more and more intense, rolling in waves and causing a feeling of severe dizziness. The boy did not understand what was happening. Time passed, and he still stood there, clenching his fists, hoping that the unexpected problem would resolve itself. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared. Sunny was in an endless dark space where there was no one except him and anyone else. Looking back at the stranger, the boy was surprised to recognize his exact copy in him. Another Sunny stood and openly grinned, looking into his face. This other Sunny revealed that he was a hidden part of the boy's personality. He was tired of being locked up, and now he wanted to have some great fun. Several players walked wearily through a new, unfamiliar level. They had just passed through a portal and were trying to figure out what was going on here. Someone asked if there were anyone here who knew the rules of the game. The answer was silence. All those present were inexperienced beginners. Exchanging mutual complaints, they made their way to the middle of the hall, where suddenly a huge festive box with a bow appeared, looking like a giant gift. Turning their ears, everyone again listened to the mechanical voice that announced the conditions. It was necessary to solve the problem hidden inside the box. But the most important thing was that it was a Class F map. One of the most difficult. It was impossible to pass it without understanding the task. The guys noticed the very strange composition of their company. There were quite a few foreigners around them, among whom were some pretty girls. The motley crew moved chaotically around the room, wondering what was going on and why the competition itself wasn't starting. But no one knew the answer. Tall, fat Alex had also survived the chaos of the first levels and was now among the challengers, looking around warily. Alex regretted that the very berserker he had dreamed of meeting was not nearby. The guy dreamed of fighting the famous newcomer. Suddenly, a portal lit up behind them and another participant appeared from it. All the players immediately turned their attention to the newcomer, and he became the center of attention. The boy walked, shuffling his feet, whistling some simple melody and gradually approaching the others. Alex also turned around and looked at the newcomer in surprise. Genuine bewilderment could be seen in the fat man's eyes. A whisper ran through the hall. The players began to chatter and ask again if this was Berserker and why he was on the same level as them. Everyone noticed Sonny's strange appearance. The boy didn't look well. He walked holding his head and continued to whistle out of tune. There were also those who immediately decided to make the newcomer the object of jokes. Unfamiliar girls who looked like foreigners ironically teased the guy. Suddenly, Alex came to life. His face took on an enthusiastic expression. He realized that the stranger was the very berserker he had so dreamed of meeting. A beautiful stranger with a heart drawn on her cheek was openly staring at Sonny while blowing big pink bubbles from her chewing gum. Who knows how it would have ended, but the system's voice was heard again, announcing that a new level had been started, which would no longer be so easy to pass. The system notified the players present that the one who lasted 10 minutes would pass the level, at which point the voice fell silent, and no further clarification followed. A huge gift box standing in the middle of the hall began to open with a deafening rustling sound, which attracted the attention of everyone. From there, a figure of a giant clown with fiery, brightly sparkling eyes jumped out and began jumping on a spring of colossal size. The boys and girls froze in complete silence, stunned and confused. No one knew what to do with this monster and how to defeat it. The clown was not just huge. It was a figure of incredible proportions. One thing was clear. It was simply impossible to fight him. We would have to find another solution. The clown froze, and then moved his eyes, looking around at the participants of the game. In the depths of his eyes, a light of a blue hue was clearly visible. This means something, Sonny thought. As if sensing the boy's attention, the clown turned his head and met his eyes. It was a truly creepy feeling. At this point, the clown darted down and then stopped, frozen at arm's length from the boy, the monster's eyes shining brighter and brighter. Sonny retreated step by step, trying to increase the distance between himself and this monster, but the clown did not allow this to happen. Moving closer, suddenly the monster let out a heart-rending scream and swung the hammer down, right where Sonny had been standing a second ago. The boy was prepared for the unexpected, realizing that his main weapon was speed and managed to jump back, but noticed how the hammer hit the blue tile. There have never been such tiles before, which means a new rule is being introduced into the game, which needs to be understood. This will serve as an advantage over other players. Such thoughts were not only in Sonny's head, but there was no time to think about it. A new round of everyone against everyone fight had begun around him. The most aggressive participants decided to take advantage of the moment by attacking those who were distracted and busy studying the rules of the game. The teenagers fought among themselves, having forgotten about the clown, but the clown himself remembered them perfectly well and carefully studied the players. The monstrous figure loomed over the battle, as if the clown was deciding what to do. Kill the annoying people or wait for now. The foreign guys also joined the fight and started a pretty good brawl, clashing with other contenders. The spectacular girl with a heart on her cheek demonstrated excellent fighting skills, literally throwing her competitors aside. It seemed that she was not even out of breath. One impudent fellow who tried to attack from behind quickly regretted it, somehow sensing his presence. The girl let him go ahead and hit him herself. The guy fell as if he had been knocked down. The triumphant beauty, as usual, blew a spectacular bubble out of pink gum and then loudly burst it as a sign of victory. The girl attracted his gaze like a magnet. Sunny glanced in her direction every now and then. The boy definitely liked her for her unusual beauty. Events developed rapidly, and as soon as he was distracted for a second, Sunny received a pretty strong blow to the head from Fat Alex in a pink suit. The fat man developed his success. Grabbing the boy, who had lost his bearings, he shook his victim and pulled him towards himself with force. Only then did the difference in the height and weight of the opponents become visible. Alex looked like a real thug. Sunny hung in his hands, resembling a toy. Bringing his face closer and examining the boy, Alex thought, he expected that the famous berserker would turn out to be a strong opponent and not a weak woman. There is no taste of victory. It's like taking a lollipop from a small child. However, the fat man did not hesitate for long and decided to finally finish off Sunny. At this time, Ben and Irene anxiously peered at the monitor where the live broadcast was on and did not understand at all why the boy was behaving so passively. But everything changed in one moment. Just now, Sunny was hanging in Alex's hands, resembling a rag, and now he suddenly tensed up like a spring and struck. Ben couldn't believe his eyes. He no longer understood the logic of the behavior of this strange teenager, whose mentor he had become by chance. Moaning something unintelligible, Alex's eyes widened and his mouth opened. It was clear that the big guy was in such severe pain that he couldn't say a word. Sunny's eyes seemed to light up with a bright fire. The camera showed his face in close-up. Calling Alex a stupid pig, the boy promised that he would pay for his disrespect. Continuously calling his opponent offensive names, the teenager beat the big guy, moving at great speed, which did not give Alex the slightest chance. But he still found the strength to wriggle out of the grip, break the distance, and take a defensive position. The fat man no longer considered a fight such a good idea. Alex began to suck up to Sunny, telling him about his impressions of watching the video of his final fight during training. The big guy realized that he couldn't count on winning, so he tried to talk his opponent down and wait for a convenient moment for a rematch. The fat man even shared the latest gossip about what assumptions the game's fans had made about the identity of the mysterious fighter, and even about the most piquant thing. It turns out that the examiner who lost to the green rookie was forced to leave in disgrace not only from the league, but even from the game itself. Alex also shared his story. He was once called a genius of esports, and he had to endure great disappointment. As he got closer and closer, the fat man suddenly felt confident in his abilities. He suddenly called Sunny a fool who only accidentally became famous. However, the famous berserker is just a non-entity who does not deserve his imaginary status, and he, Alex, will prove it now. Sunny laughed again, which confused and angered the fat man. He was completely confident in his advantage and was no longer afraid of anything. The boy replied that some fools had to be taught twice and exploded into a flurry of blows, well practiced in training with Ben. Having hit Alex hard in the fat chin, Sunny pushed off the floor with his foot to break the distance with his opponent. He made a spectacular leap and soared above the frozen fat man, who stood with his head in his hands and looked very stupid in his pink suit. Having performed a dizzying somersault, the boy landed to the side and also froze, awaiting possible danger. The camera successfully captured the low stance and the graceful pose of complete readiness, and most importantly, the facial expression that did not at all suit the former Sunny. The boy didn't move, but continued to mock Alex, again calling him a fool, unable to understand simple things, and then laughed loudly and angrily. Alex really didn't like the comparison with a dirty pig, a stupid beaver, and a sick horse, and only after coming to his senses did he become angrier and angrier. Meanwhile, the brawl around continued. Despite the fact that several minutes had passed, the quarrel showed no sign of abating. The opponents fought with all their might. A loud mechanical voice once again broke through the cacophony of shouts, hubbub, and screams, announcing the addition of a new color of tiles to the game. This unexpectedly reduced the intensity of passions. The fighters no longer rushed at each other so actively, and many stopped, turning their heads from side to side. They easily saw that the floor pattern had become more complex and colorful. Among the beige, yellow, and red tiles, blue ones with unknown properties appeared. Still looking at each other suspiciously, the participants in the game exchanged questions and assumptions, trying to get new information. Although they didn't feel mutual sympathy, they all understood that information was vital if, of course, you wanted to reach the end of the game. Alex, puffing like a steam locomotive, ran, trying to catch up with Sunny. He was ready to tear apart the impudent puppy who had said too much with his dirty tongue. Sunny laughed and easily dodged attempts to grab him. The clumsy fat man didn't have a single chance to catch up with the nimble boy. Verzila rushed along, not paying attention to the road, and there was only one thought beating in his head: to punish the upstart so that no one would ever dare to behave like that. The audience was seriously captivated by what was happening on the screen. It was perhaps the most interesting broadcast they had ever seen. Usually, everything was much more boring and unpretentious, but this time the competition turned into a fascinating show from which it was simply impossible to take your eyes off. Loudly hooting, Alex nevertheless closed the gap with his victim. He was already imagining how he would tear the boy apart and establish himself at his expense. Having caught up with Sunny, the fat man dealt blow after blow, but none of them reached their target. The teenager easily dodged to the side at the very last moment. Verzila was angry, but he couldn't do anything. All his strength was spent just on keeping his opponent in place, but he still couldn't hit him. But Sunny seemed to be genuinely enjoying what was happening, and was amused by Alex's sincere, unclouded hatred and his funny antics. Jumping back, the boy offered the fat man a test of wits, warning that now they would all have to think with their heads, and the stupidest one would lose. There was a loud gong sound. The clown swung his huge hammer and his eyes lit up a bright purple. Fearing the crushing blows of the colossal hammer, everyone immediately scattered, not looking where they were going. But it was not that simple. Alex felt like he was missing something. All of this was clearly not just a coincidence. Every change in the environment was a sign of a change in the game. Meanwhile, Sunny was amused by what was happening and ironically admired the spectacle of other players running around the hall like a herd of frightened deer. The boy sat on the purple tiles, waving his hand and mocking those around him, promising them unforgettable experiences in the very near future. And the clown went wild, smashing everything left and right with his hammer. He hit, it seemed, everyone who was within his reach, without stopping for a second. Having received blows of incredible force, the players, who did not have time to understand anything, flew away somewhere to the sides, disappearing into some strange fog. The fog grew thicker and thicker, rolling in from the walls, gradually filling the room, and screams and loud shouts were constantly heard from it. Sunny stood motionless in the same place and listened to the system's voice announcing that there was about 2.5 minutes left. The boy asked very loudly, with poisonous intonations in his voice, if there were any idiots here who didn't know that the sound of the gong was not just like that. When the gong sounds, you need to stand on a tile that is the same color as the clown's eyes. Alex, for example, did not know this and stood on a red tile. Realizing that he was significantly inferior to the smart little guy, the big guy tried his best to accuse him of cowardice and unwillingness to accept a real fight. But Sunny was not impressed by this. The boy cheerfully asked where the cowardice was in this, if the game required intelligence and not dumb, senseless strength. The boy deliberately provoked the fat man into action. He had already understood how to properly stimulate this stupid, thoughtless pig. Naturally, not wanting to put up with ridicule, Alex rushed towards the enemy, again intending to tear the upstart apart and show who was boss. And then Sunny learned something interesting. A fat man roaring like a rhinoceros shouted that he had received an order for Sunny from the Black Mamba clan and would carry it out. The blue virtual scoreboard appeared in the air again to the familiar sounds of a gong. The numbers on it changed. And again the fanfare sounded, and the giant clown began to move, inspiring fear and trepidation in those who were still in the game. The teenagers began to run and dart from side to side. The change of scenery caught Alex off guard. He looked around in fear, trying to figure out what he needed to do now and what color the clown's eyes were. Raising a huge hammer above his head, the fantastic clown looked at everyone with piercingly crimson eyes. If we follow the logic of the game, now we need to look for a red tile. Only on it the player will be safe. But there are clearly not enough tiles for everyone. As Alex correctly guessed, This nasty boy with the undeserved nickname Berserker had already found the red tile and comfortably settled down in the center of it. Cursing with dirty words, the big guy rushed towards the red tile, promising himself that this time he would not get caught so stupidly and would show everyone what he was capable of. Having finally reached the right place, Alex jumped with relief onto the spot marked on the floor in red and tried to catch his breath. However, Sunny suddenly broke away and, falling to the floor, effectively slid somewhere to the side, where there was no trace of red tiles. With an ironic grin, the boy informed the fat man that in the last 30 seconds, a final pattern would appear, chosen randomly. And since it is random, it means that you need to carefully watch for its appearance. Its sign is a special sound of the pipe and an unusual pattern. You need to choose it. Alex began to suspect that this time he had done something wrong, choosing the wrong color tile again, and he needed to urgently figure out how to correct the mistake. At this moment, the fanfares sounded again, and the fat man realized that this time they sounded a little different from usual. If the so-called false fanfares sound, you need to stand on that special tile, otherwise the clown will attack the loser. Alex, feeling cold inside, realized that the boy was now standing not on a red tile but on a yellow one, and that he himself was at mortal risk. Realizing that he was fatally late and was about to become another victim of the crazy clown, Alex screamed, throwing out all his frustration in a scream. Well, Sunny, smiling, admired how the colossal hammer of the crazy clown turned the ill-wisher into a pancake, and he was one of the contenders. Sunny couldn't wipe the sweet smile off his face. It was there all the time, regardless of the boy's desire. He felt simply great. Irina, surprised to the depths of her soul, looked at the monitor. Just at that moment, the camera showed Sunny smiling sparklingly at the audience. Ben sat nearby and listened to his sister's confused speech. She was perplexed by how the child had such a deep understanding of the game process, which was inaccessible to many. It is clear that the kid has learned to fight, he knows about cards and different levels, but this is not enough to play so effectively and win. Irene was practically yelling at Ben, as if he was the one to blame for all these oddities and inconsistencies. And his brother pretended that it didn't concern him at all. Having calmed down a little, Irina confessed that the reason for her nervousness was a lack of understanding, because Sunny now seemed like a completely different person. But Ben didn't agree with his sister. He remembered well how the boy fought with the bullies from his school, but he preferred to keep this knowledge to himself. The boy remembered well how bravely Sunny fought, but he also clearly saw his sense of inferiority, which he had to fight. However, Ben also did not fully understand the meaning of what was happening, so he was in no hurry to share his guesses with his sister. She would find out everything herself. The best time to talk about all these things is when both Sunny and Irene get together. There will be a chance to ask each other all the questions that are bothering them. Gradually, the girl calmed down and watched the screen, only occasionally grumbling, commenting on what she saw and promising Sunny trouble when they met. At this very time, the game entered a heated phase. Everyone was fighting against everyone, ignoring any rules. It seemed that the situation was getting out of control. There was chaos all around. The strong attacked the weak, only to be defeated by even stronger opponents. But the chaos was just an illusion. The host did not object to this manner of play, but very actively commented on the events, constantly notifying about the change in the rating. Appearing on a holographic screen, the robot guy expressively commented on the bets on the players' victories and the biggest losses. Sunny had not yet joined the general fight and was watching from the sidelines. He didn't like what he saw, and it reminded him of dogfights. It must be said that this had its advantages. The more rivals are eliminated now, the easier it will be to play further. The competition will be significantly reduced. At the same time, the boy did not forget to watch around so as not to miss the appearance of the next information board with important messages. A shadow of bad thoughts fell on the teenager's face. He suddenly remembered what Alex had blurted out. The Black Mambas were not only participating in the game, they had ordered Sunny. And this pig, Alex, was most likely not the only performer. It's hard to say what they needed from Sunny, but it was definitely worth taking care. The boy pulled himself together, pushing away the bad thoughts. It didn't matter why this was happening, but whatever the reason, he would be ready for any event. Chuckling, Sunny looked around. Quite a bit of time had passed, and he was very interested in why not a single new portal had opened yet. Suddenly, a voice with pleasant intonations, clearly female, was heard very close by, saying that there would be no portal for now, that we would have to wait a little. Looking around in surprise, Sunny discovered that same spectacular girl with a heart on her cheek. She was standing in a relaxed pose, leaning against the wall. Smiling pleasantly at the boy, the girl continued. As she guessed, the next stage would be the last one, so the main selection was taking place now. This confirmed Sunny's suspicions. The battle was going on in other places, not just here, and when most of the players were eliminated, all the survivors would be moved. The girl suddenly hesitated, making a thoughtful expression on her face. She said, "Sunny fights well and has excellent skills, which is quite unexpected." The next moment, the stranger jumped up and suddenly found herself very close to the boy. This surprised Sunny to the core. He had never met a player who could compete with him in speed. This girl was clearly full of surprises. A few quick steps and the stranger moves behind the boy, controlling his movements and demonstrating her advantage. Leaning towards Sunny's ear, she whispered that if he had been as much of an idiot as the others, she would have eliminated him without regret. But because of the way he acted during the game, and especially during the last battle, she changed her mind about the boy. So he doesn't need to be afraid, but he shouldn't be afraid anyway because he came here to become a top-ranking player. And in these matters, fear is a very bad helper. Stepping aside, the girl, as usual, suddenly turned around and extended her hand to the boy. Not understanding what this meant, Sunny did not move from his place. She asked if Sunny would like to form an alliance with her to take the next stage, a sign of trust she had never offered to anyone before. Smiling charmingly, the beautiful stranger waited for an answer. The girl felt that there was no need to put pressure on this strange guy and was patient. Not rushing to accept this very flattering offer, Sunny thought, on the one hand, it would be nice to get an ally, but he was afraid of betrayal. So they stood there, exchanging glances, simultaneously trying to read each other's thoughts and intentions. With a graceful gesture, the girl placed her palm on her chest and apologized for her tactlessness. After all, she still hadn't introduced herself. Her name was Linda, an unranked player, a student at one of the schools in the capital district, and she looked like a foreigner because her father was from Latin America. Still warily studying his interlocutor, Sunny decided to introduce himself as briefly as possible, using his nickname, Berserker. As for the second question, at this point the boy paused for a long, expressive moment. No, he does not agree to create an alliance. Linda was surprised to the depths of her soul. She, as a strong fighter, was not used to refusals. Now she was interested in why this strange boy behaved this way. And Sunny thought it would be really nice to have an alliance with someone who looked strong. But what if Linda was somehow connected to the Black Mamba clan? But even if she has no connection to Black Mamba, she could be working for some other clan that has set its sights on a promising competitor. Therefore, in such a situation, there is no need to commit such a hasty and, most importantly, ill-considered act. The tension that had arisen was relieved by the loud voice of the presenter, which echoed throughout the hall, attracting attention as a new board appeared in the air. The presenter reported that at the moment the missions of all groups are completed, but he is not satisfied with the route completion. The players showed too low a class. There are only 43 people left in the game, which is very little compared to the initial number of players, but still a lot for the final stage. However, there is no longer any need to divide everyone into groups. So now everyone will go together, and the survivors will reach the finish line. A loud voice was heard in all locations where the players were. The boys and girls listened attentively to the message, trying not to miss a word. Now the broadcast will be conducted differently. Since there is no need to constantly switch between groups, the presenter will be on the air continuously. A large virtual screen showed the presenter, who effectively accompanied his words with gestures that resembled some kind of complex dance. The robot guy leaned forward and, lowering his voice, ingratiatingly announced that the participants were facing the next stage, which would be the last one, and it was the most difficult one. The viewers watching the broadcast feverishly exchanged opinions and were already guessing what surprise was prepared for the contestants. One guy had an idea. Everything points to this being a map that has existed since the founding of FAFA TV, containing the concept of a one-on-one fight to victory. Smiling contentedly, he sipped his juice through a straw and told his friends that this was a high-level duel card, but focused only on fighting. Ben heard all this. He also immediately understood what was being discussed and seriously tensed up. Despite all the training, he did not feel confident that Sunny would cope. He understood how difficult it was. If earlier it was possible to avoid the fight, but the last card simply excluded such a possibility. Irin also frowned, lost in her thoughts. If the boy had coped well with the usual tasks, then in direct combat he was too weak. The information received instantly changed all the ratings for the totalizator. Now the bets were evaluated in a completely different way. The host spent a long time telling the details of the new level. All the players present remembered every word, understanding how important it was. Only Sunny seemed to care. The boy stood with a sullen, indifferent expression that had not left his face lately. The presenter continued. The map is simple to the point of impossibility. The only rule here is strength and the ability to defeat the opponent. The new map is called the Sky Coliseum, and here, just like in the ancient sports arena, fighters fight until the very end. Ben stared at the monitor screen as if hypnotized. What he heard almost shattered his hopes for success. Irina was silent, looking at her brother. The girl understood everything perfectly, so she did not say a word. Sunny's prospects in her eyes were almost zero. Would it really be necessary to start from the very beginning? Irin knew that the defeat of their challenger would greatly affect the clan's status and deprive it of the opportunity to strengthen. The presenter shouted and raged, using beautiful wording. He announced that completely new rules were in effect for the new map. He demanded that everyone look at their hand. Some of them had an image of a star there. These are the 10 players on whom a lot of money is being bet. A star means that the majority of people have bet on the contender and the bets have exceeded a certain limit. We are talking about huge sums. This allows you to count on a bonus in case of victory, but there is a nuance here. If you defeat a player with a star, you can take it for yourself. Only those candidates who hold at least one star at the end of the competition will pass the level and win. And yes, this means that there may be several stars, which means that there may not necessarily be 10 winners, but fewer. This creates a great temptation. Even if a player already has a star, he can knock out his opponents with stars from the game in order to raise his rating. At this point, the host lowered his tone, leaving a mysterious pause in the air, and then ingratiatingly announced that all conversations were over and the final battle was beginning. The final great battle of the year for the new top player's status on FAFA TV is declared open, and the music roars and fanfares sound. Having assumed a beautiful pose and bursting into another series of spectacular gestures, the presenter roared in delight, as if in a state of supreme ecstasy. Taking the last words as a guide to action, the players began the battle. Again, everyone fought against everyone, but this time no rules applied. Absolutely everything that leads to victory was allowed, and unknown people immediately attacked Sunny, trying to crush the guy with their mass and bury him under a hail of blows. All the boy saw around him were faces distorted with anger and bodies flickering. Having dodged the blow, he took out his most active opponent. Looking at his opponent lying on his back, Sunny thought, if he didn't want to get a sneaky blow in the back, he needed to be more careful and keep his distance. This requires new tactics. You can't fight with several players at once. You need to carefully monitor what's happening around you. As he noted, it was not the strongest participants who made it to the finals, but rather the most vile ones, who did not shy away from backstabbing and other similar things. But what's good is that most of them are much weaker than that nasty pig Alex, so there won't be any big problems. The main thing is not to expose yourself. Sunny noticed that he was not the only one trying to stay out of the thick of the fight. Linda was sitting nearby, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. The girl seemed completely calm. Her face was absolutely serene. She looked without taking her eyes off Sunny and thought about something of her own. The guy would be very surprised to learn that Linda's thoughts were only about him. Oddly enough, the girl was worried whether Sunny would be able to cope alone. A couple of players appeared nearby, clearly trying to stay away from the others and seemingly tracking down loners. They spoke in low voices, not drawing attention to themselves. Noticing Sunny and Linda, the boys exchanged a few quiet remarks. One of them, a blond man in a light jacket, nodded and broke into a run, rushing towards Sunny with clearly threatening intentions. This maneuver was no secret to the boy. He kept an eye on the strangers and was prepared for any developments, realizing that a fight could not be avoided. Allowing the blonde to get closer, Sunny stepped out of the line of attack, letting the aggressor forward and met him with a strong sidekick to the head. Cursing under his breath, the young man called his opponent a complete idiot, noting his extremely strange behavior. And then he froze, noticing the hand of a guy standing in the distance, swaying on weak legs. He already had one star. But then it turns out that this couple are hunters for the owners of stars. They intend to attack from behind and participate in general battles as little as possible. Or maybe it's the members of the Black Mamba clan who decided to get him at the final stage of the qualifying round, although it's unclear why they would need to do this at all. The blonde rushed into the fight again, dramatically raising his hand with a tightly clenched fist and seriously intending to knock the wind out of his opponent. Well, if that's the case, then there's no need to feel sorry for these half-wits. Let them get what they deserve. Reaching maximum speed, Sunny hit back. The combination went very well. The opponent received a strong blow to the chest and retreated. Despite all the enthusiasm and menacing appearance, his level was not high. It was Sunny's turn to dodge new blows. This also did not pose any problem. All attempts of the blonde to reach the enemy were in vain. It was clear that the stranger no longer felt confident. He had failed to win using the element of surprise, and now he didn't know what to do. This made Sunny very angry. He sincerely despised such scoundrels, and now he was piercingly aware that he had given this bastard too little. Having provoked a counterattack, the guy waited for the restless blonde to approach. He accelerated again, intending to use the difference in mass. If he was lucky, this would allow him to knock down the short Sunny and then finish him off. But it didn't work out, and the fight turned into a quick exchange of blows. Here Sunny made a mistake, allowing himself to be stepped on. He lost freedom of movement, which the enemy immediately took advantage of, delivering a strong blow. The scoundrel simply slammed his hefty fist into the boy's chest, throwing him aside, causing him to lose his balance and thereby seizing the initiative. Without losing the set pace, the blonde continued the sequence with a blow to the head, which made Sunny's vision darken and a loud, nasty ringing sound appeared in his ears. With a triumphant growl, the enemy continued to beat the boy. This time, the bent-over Sunny received an elbow in the back and completely lost his balance. Again, the slow-motion effect. He saw what was happening, saw every movement of the impudent blonde, but he couldn't do anything about it. There's movement again, this time behind his back, and suddenly Sunny feels himself in a strong, secure grip from behind. Someone holding him, not allowing him to move. Watching this, the presenter incoherently describes the episode. Some moments are broadcast in a repeat. It turns out that big bets are being made on the boy. His place in the rating is constantly growing, but an important point is revealed. Many blue players have died. They are being knocked out by teams of star hunters. And even the famous Berserker is in the same situation. While one opponent was distracting the baby, the second attacked him from behind. At this time, grinning vilely, the blonde was preparing to strike a blow that would surely throw the little rascal out of the game, and the star would find a new owner. Sunny came to his senses and finally realized that he had been lured into a trap. These two were not the first to do such things and were specifically hunting for bonuses. Thoughts raced through his head. The boy saw no way out for himself. The opponents were too strong, especially the one holding him from behind. However, these two were not only looking for victory, they clearly wanted to mock the victim. Approaching, the blonde grinned and said something offensive. The scoundrel clearly decided to play the role of a movie villain. Sunny chuckled to himself, seeing this demonstrative pose and pathetic expression on his face. Realizing that time was on his side, Sunny decided to distract his opponent and began to be cheeky in response, coming up with various nasty things and insults on the fly. The second bastard, who was holding the boy captive, got tired of listening and demanded that his accomplice finally deal with the boy. Sighing, the blonde boy said that he was sorry that everything ended so boringly, but now they would earn a lot of money, and most importantly, they would be accepted into the Black Mamba clan. They had long since realized that the boy was just a talented newcomer who had learned a couple of tricks, but they were not enough to win. Experience was everything. Obviously working for the audience, with the expectation that filming was taking place, the blonde stepped aside and assumed a new beautiful pose, and then was about to strike. The school continued with a completely ordinary school day, bored students wandering around the corridors, and teachers preparing for new classes. Jim walked slowly in search of the room where he was supposed to have his last lesson and repeated his homework as he went along. He really wanted to go home. Entering the classroom door, the boy looked back and saw that there was no one there yet. He was one of the first to arrive, and his classmates were gathered around one of the desks. Several boys were emotionally discussing something very important, and from the individual exclamations, Jim understood that someone had made a bet and lost a lot of money. Some sympathized with the boy, saying words of comfort, while others, with poorly concealed glee, lectured him, saying that he should have made smaller bets. At that moment, one boy stared at the tablet screen and screamed, attracting the attention of the other boys. He saw his classmate. At that very moment, the camera zoomed in on Sonny's face, distorted with anger, as he angrily responded to someone off camera, while the boys listened in silence. Meanwhile, in the gym, a scandal was flaring up. Grabbing Ben by the collar, Irene shouted at her brother, demanding that he immediately answer her questions. Ben remained silent, not commenting on the girl's words in any way, and only silently endured all the bullying. His head shook from side to side, like a child's toy. Having calmed down a little, Irene switched to a loud whisper, which made her sound like a large hissing cat. She demanded that Ben intervene. Ben was glad to intervene, but he had no idea what he could do. It was no longer possible to influence the plan he had conceived. All he could do was wait. Finally, after waiting for a pause in Irina's endless accusations, the guy replied that he couldn't do anything. Now everything depended on Sonny himself. Meanwhile, Sonny was preparing to experience the biggest shame of his life. The boy mentally said goodbye to his plans to become a high-ranking player. So much effort, and all for nothing. He tried to imagine what Ben and Irene would say to him. They would probably be very angry with their brainless ward. Irina was no longer angry. She had resigned herself to any outcome and was simply looking at the screen. Suddenly something caught her attention, and amazement appeared on her face. The spectacular attack of the blonde scoundrel was hard to ignore. It seemed he was not so much hitting as performing in front of the audience. However, the villain's plans were not destined to come true. At the last moment, someone's palm fell on his fist and stopped the blow at the very beginning, breaking his concentration. Ben, watching the broadcast, suddenly perked up and, smiling mysteriously at Irene, declared that his secret plan was entering its final stage. He simply drew his sister's attention to what was happening, explaining that Sonny was not acting on his own. It only seemed that way to him. In reality, everything was more complicated. There is someone else who can help the boy. There are several contenders for the Linderdog clan in the game right now, and they must intervene. Something rustled in the air, and a new character appeared among the game participants. A tall, slender stranger in a beautiful, futuristic suit. The scene of the spectacular beating of the famous berserker was ruined. The uninvited guest demanded that the boy be released, and that they fight fairly, one-on-one. At that moment, a vaguely familiar voice was heard nearby. It, as if mockingly, commented on Sonny's hopeless situation and asked if he needed help. Turning around, the boy met Linda's eyes in surprise. She was next to the one who had interrupted the solemn moment of Sonny's execution. Taking advantage of his enemy's confusion, the boy wriggled out of the grip and quickly crawled to the side. He realized that he still had a chance. Meanwhile, the tall stranger turned to Sonny's offenders and demanded a report. Why did they decide to knock the kid out of the game, ignoring the agreements? The answer was a cheeky grin. The scoundrels explained that it was their right. Their task was to teach the impudent boy a lesson, which they do very well. And if some people don't like it, then they don't care at all. They will do what they planned, and also earn some good money on bonuses by collecting stars. Linda and the stranger were not impressed by the poorly concealed threat in the bully's words. They amiably shared their impressions and decided what to do next. Livening up, Linda asked her friend if she could have the blonde gentleman at her disposal and grinned contentedly when he agreed. The girl was as beautiful as ever. Quickly turning on her heels, the beauty jumped forward, taking an effective low stance opposite the blonde. Still smiling, Linda took a firm stance and then shook her finger at her opponent, promising him many pleasant sensations. The blonde clearly did not expect such a turn of events. At first, the guy was silent, but then he decided that the girl did not pose a danger and cursed in response. Linda listened to him as he became more sophisticated in his insults and said nothing in response, while the blonde man was just getting into the swing of things, moving on to strong expressions. He's just glad that it turned out this way. It's a great opportunity to teach a lesson to one cheapskate who thinks she's nothing special and who doesn't even have a single star. The brainless chicken should not hope for leniency. Now he will do what he has long wanted, and the money will become an additional pleasant moment. Without finishing his sentence, the blonde sharply attacked the girl. It was clear that he was talking Linda into it in order to get closer to her and deliver a crushing blow. It must be said that the guy was good. Blows rained down on the girl, and it was almost impossible to see their direction due to the flickering of her arms and legs. He knew that an experienced fighter would block or dodge most of his blows, so he quietly prepared the final attack. Distracting attention with false actions in every possible way, the blonde boy delivered an unexpected direct blow to the chest, from which Linda easily dodged. It turned out that the guy was flattering himself. The girl played with him like a cat with a mouse, feigning weakness. But now she moved on to active actions, attacking in response. Seeing her opponent's helplessness, the beauty paused to mock him in response. She could not forgive the recent insults. Seizing the moment, she repeated the attack. This time, the blonde earned a spectacular blow to the head, causing his face to distort in pain. Linda allowed him to regain his balance, and then, taking a step to the side, delivered a powerful blow to the stomach, which bent the enemy almost in half. He was very lucky. The girl said that if they had fought in real life and not in virtual space, one impudent idiot would have ended up in the hospital. Smiling dazzlingly, Linda continued to beat her opponent, not giving him the slightest chance to avoid defeat, but she did it in the most offensive way possible. The blonde boy screamed incessantly, starting with threats. He gradually moved on to exhortations, and then to pleas, but all was in vain. Concentrating, Linda struck for effect. Her goal was not only to knock the scoundrel out of the competition, but to completely ruin his reputation. Sunny's classmates were glued to the tablet screen, frozen with their mouths open. What was happening was the most amazing thing they had ever seen. Having finished with the bastard, Linda turned to Sunny, who was sitting at a distance. The boy was waiting to see how this whole story would end, and was glad that he got off easy. The show's host seemed to be in ecstasy. He was choking on words, moving from one to another, but he was always admiring the gorgeous girl. Without ceasing to compliment the charming participant, he noticed that she had received her star, which meant she was one of the winners. The robot guy was at a loss. Talking about the delightful beauty, he was surprised when she managed to form an alliance with the famous berserker. However, it is too early to relax. The game is not over yet. There are still many who can challenge the title of champion and enter the battle for possession of the stars. All the predictions turned out to be nonsense. The game went completely differently than it seemed at first. The favorites dropped out of the race, and their places were taken by impudent newcomers. But the teams of star hunters pose a particular danger. They attack everyone, which makes predictions completely pointless. A scoreboard appeared in the air, and the presenter turned to it and informed everyone that there were only 3 minutes left until the end of the game. This last statement drew a chuckle from Linda, who grinned ironically and asked if Sunny could hold out for 3 minutes. The boy didn't know how to respond to this provocation. He doubted his abilities, but as a team, they were capable of fighting off anyone. Obviously, they would have to fight back after all. Star hunters, who had also heard the expressive speech of the show's host, were rushing towards them. Yes, 3 minutes, not much at all. Having said this, Linda nodded affirmatively and prepared to meet the approaching opponents. A second later, everything began to spin in an endless carousel. Order was replaced by real chaos, the flickering of arms and legs accompanied by curses. Sunny outdid himself, realizing that the end of the game was near. The boy gave it his all, demonstrating real miracles of balancing. The host continued to make ingenious guesses about who would be among the winners, and his attention was invariably drawn to Linda and her companions. The boy and girl had no rating, but were definitely among the most serious contenders for it and were strong fighters. Gritting his teeth, Sunny fought against everyone who tried to challenge his right to be the winner. He remembered that there were only a few minutes left until the end. Ben froze, waiting for the battle to end. It was clear that the pupil had a serious chance, but he had to hold on and not let himself be knocked out. Suddenly, another gong sounded and a new information board appeared. There was only 1 minute left until the end. Linda and her friend disappeared somewhere. Other rivals disappeared too. Sunny never understood at what moment she disappeared, and he was left alone again. There was a light rustling sound behind him, and the boy felt with his whole being that there was someone nearby, and that this someone did not have any friendly feelings towards him. Realizing how frustrating it would be to lose at the very last moment, Sunny was on guard and turned around in time to see the unknown person's swift attack. The stranger attacked silently, trying not to make any noise. The only thing that gave him away was that the boy was prepared for something like this and remained vigilant. The teenager dodged the blow and looked angrily at the next lover of dirty tricks. It was curious who had come for the newcomer's head this time. The aggressor's face clearly seemed familiar, but it was impossible to make him out. The situation was not conducive to this, and it was necessary to fight. And then Sonny recognized this bastard, who would have thought that it was here, in Realp, that he would meet Curly Dick, the one who beat him up in the backyard of the cafe. Without hiding at all, Dick pounced on the teenager. His face, distorted with anger, showed the desire to grind Sonny into dust, regardless of anything. And then, as if out of thin air, Linda appeared in the curly man's path. It was unclear where she was going or where she came from now, but the girl appeared at the perfect time. As usual, smiling ironically, the beauty demanded that the hooligan calm down and stop acting up, otherwise he would have to deal with her. He already has the much-desired star, and a place among the winners is guaranteed, so why these pointless fights? The girl touched the hooligan's forehead with her graceful hand, and in her gentle voice asked him once again not to interfere and to go about his business. Sonny hadn't expected the bully to just give up on his plans, so he was genuinely surprised when Dick simply turned around and walked away. It must be said that this made an impression on Linda too, and while maintaining an impassive expression, she noted Dick's cool reaction and was surprised. However, the boy was convinced that it was not that simple. The bully could not have behaved like that without good reason, but what the reason was for that was a mystery to Sonny. Dick was amazed. He recognized the girl who stood up for Sonny and did not want to get involved with her. The only question is, where did the little scoundrel get such connections? The silence was broken by the shout of the host, who announced the end of the game and seemed to be going crazy with delight and the feelings that overwhelmed him. The robot guy appeared on all the screens at the same time and talked for a long time about how wonderful today's competition was. All participants, viewers, and just fans of Fafe TV are invited to the chat to discuss the past game and take part in the drawing of valuable prizes. But even without such invitations, the chat was simply bursting with the influx of visitors, unable to cope with the avalanche of messages. There were many who won on bets, but there were also many who lost money by betting on eliminated contenders. Only 8 participants emerged as winners, mostly unknown newcomers. Sonny's classmate, who had bet against Berserker, was beside himself with disappointment. He not only lost money, but also ended up in debt for a large amount. Sitting at his desk with his back to the group of chattering teenagers, Jim turned into an ear, not wanting to show that he was very interested in the event. Lost in his thoughts, the guy sincerely congratulated Sonny, rejoicing at his success and congratulating him on his victory. He understood that this meant a lot to his friend. Jim remembered how the boy experienced his failure and was sure that the bad days were in the past. Now Sonny would show everyone what he was capable of. The mysterious disappearance of his friend and this story with the hooligans were a little worrying and gave rise to disturbing thoughts. But Jim was sure that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, the host slowed down a bit and continued. All winners will be given official status and an access code to the game. Raising his voice again, the robot guy shouted new congratulations to those who had passed the selection and began to talk about the news and events of Fafe TV. With the opening of the new season, everyone will be in for a lot of surprises that will please both players and spectators. These are new cards, events, bonuses, prizes. Today, the Fafe TV team has been replenished with new members with great potential. They have completely changed the rating system, and it has become even more interesting. Most newcomers are dark horses whose potential has not been realized, which means there is a chance to hit the jackpot on bets. But the most interesting thing is that in the new season, the representatives of the most important Fafe TV clans will compete, and the battle will be serious. Looking at the virtual display, Sonny saw the team symbols. The Black Mamba logo immediately caught his eye, and his thoughts took on a dark tint. But the story with the Black Mambas is not over yet. The boy still hasn't figured out their role in the past intrigue and doesn't fully understand what they want from him. Turning away from the screen hanging in the air, the teenager walked away, completely immersed in his thoughts. At that moment, someone's gentle hand fell on his shoulder. Having completely forgotten about his new acquaintance, Sonny shuddered when the girl spoke and congratulated him on his victory, and then promised to meet soon. The boy didn't have time to come to an understanding whether this was good or bad for him, when he heard that Linda had one very personal and important request for him. The beauty asked Sonny to do everything to not lower his position in the ranking until she meets him again. This is really very important. The boy froze in surprise and waited for an explanation, but never received one. Linda, smiling ironically, wished him luck and disappeared into the portal that opened. Irene and Ben listened attentively to the host of the show, absorbing his every word. Unlike most, they seemed to hear something of their own, hidden from the majority. The beautiful girl from the Black Mamba clan also did not move away from the screen. She looked and sometimes nodded, as if finding confirmation of her own thoughts. Finally, the host quite officially announced the end of the show and publicly announced the list of names of new participants, once again congratulating them on their victory. Sunny opened his eyes and at first did not understand where exactly he was. There was a feeling of complete unreality of what was happening. His body ached. Irene and Ben were leaning over him, worried expressions on their faces, trying to find out if the boy was okay. They had accumulated quite a few questions for Sunny. Having come to his senses a little, the boy began to tell what happened during the game and what was hidden from the attention of the audience. But the most important thing was the feeling of victory. Now the guy felt much more confident. There was a feeling that, having completed the game, he had become a different person. And this feeling did not leave him even the next day. When entering the school classroom, he looked at the familiar environment in a new way. Surprisingly, there was a complete impression that he had been absent for at least 6 months and had succeeded in forgetting how uncomfortable he had been in this school class. Sunny looked around, as if reacquainting himself with the familiar surroundings and coming to the conclusion that it was not as bad here as it had seemed before. Classmates entered the classroom and also froze, as if they were seeing the boy for the first time. They were struck by the change that had happened to him. Sunny was behaving completely differently. It's incredible. But for the first time, he looked at his classmates without lowering his eyes, and who would have thought? He smiled. Jim appeared at the threshold and smiled back. The guy was literally dying from the curiosity that was overwhelming him. But he understood that it was not yet time for questions. Laughing, he walked over and patted his friend on the shoulder, expressing his joy at meeting him, and then made a mysterious expression on his face, hinting at a private conversation. The familiar rooftop terrace of the school. Friends sitting and talking. Sunny slowly telling what happened on the days when he was not at school. Hearing the details, Jim became worried and then genuinely angry. He didn't know about the story with the hooligans and that his friend had it so bad. Jim suggested that his friend inform the teachers, but Sunny only laughed in response. He assured them that it would not achieve anything. And all's well that ends well. Suddenly, Jim perked up and said that Sunny's new status opened up huge opportunities to earn money and not necessarily in FAFA TV games. According to him, Sunny has not signed any contracts, so he can choose something safer. Absolutely unlimited prospects await him. But Sunny didn't agree with him. After thinking a bit, he told his friend that his skills in esports would allow him to succeed in FAFA TV. Years of training on console while playing under the moniker One Frame have given him a unique experience that is perfect for fighting. By trusting them, Sunny was able to not only survive, but also win in conditions that were insurmountable for most other competitors. The boy also understood that after the death of his parents, he was never able to find himself but lived in the past, immersing himself in difficult experiences and sad thoughts. But now everything has changed, and the new game, the competition, this whole exciting sport has allowed him to re-realize his place in the world, and a new goal has appeared. Jim pretended to joke. Although what he heard was a surprise to him, the guy was convinced that his friend would be happy with the proposed option. He was puzzled. All this did not fit at all with the familiar image of the quiet, submissive Sunny, who always avoided direct conflicts. So, exchanging impressions, the friends sat on the roof, leaning their backs on the parapet and made plans for the near future. The mood was great. Several days passed. Sunny did not leave the gym. He realized that virtual skills needed to be reinforced and tried to develop his body. The boy did strength exercises, speed training, and literally spent hours honing the technique of the most difficult strikes, bringing them to perfection. The problems with Dick and his accomplices left an indelible mark on his memory, and Sunny clearly realized that he could not become a champion if he remained so weak. Everything was easy and simple in the game. Don't forget that this is a virtual space. In real life, training and brute physical force are required. He was also very impressed by the ease with which Linda scattered her enemies. It seemed incredible to him that a girl could achieve such success. So Sunny hit with all his might, trying to combine physical training with practicing techniques to be at least a little like his new girlfriend. If he was being completely honest with himself, he lost. Without outside help, his story would have ended very quickly and there were no other options. Breathing heavily and leaning on the punching bag, Sonny analyzed the events and promised himself to become strong enough to cope with the danger himself. And most importantly, he himself felt a huge hidden potential within himself. He truly enjoyed defeating his rivals and dealing with his enemies. These new sensations surprised the boy. He did not expect such energy and desire to win at any cost from himself. Another attack of headache made him stop. His vision went dark. It seemed he had overdone it this time and needed to stop training. The pain came as an unpleasant surprise. Sonny had already gotten used to the way he was progressing in his skills and abilities and did not want to slow down the set pace. Turning around, the boy noticed Ben and Irene lying on the mats and immersed in virtual reality. They had been absent for quite a long time. Sonny didn't know that right now the guys were holding very necessary and important negotiations, on which his own future largely depended. But he would have been even more surprised to learn with whom exactly these negotiations were being conducted. Ben and Irene were talking with the boy's new acquaintances, Linda and her friend. Ben greeted Linda and nodded to her companion as if he were an old and good friend. It was obvious that the four guys had some common past. However, today they gathered to come to an agreement about the future. Ben announced that he was proposing an alliance between their clans. The guys smiled radiantly, trying to make the best impression, and then began to talk at length and in detail about how he saw this cooperation. Finally, after a pause in his long and drawn-out speech, Ben turned to his sister and gave her the floor, inviting her to tell him about her plans. But Linda unexpectedly took the initiative and began to talk about her clan, what their team was striving for, and what she expected from cooperation. This caused a negative reaction from Irina. She didn't really like this beauty at all, but she liked it even less when she took the initiative. After listening to the caustic comments of Irina, who saw herself as the leader of the new union, Linda spoke very ironically, explaining that she does not submit to the weak. The temperature of the conversation was constantly rising. There was no trace of friendliness left, and the parties were on the verge of resorting to direct insults. The next comment from Irina completely infuriated Linda. The girl no longer wanted to have a conversation with this arrogant guy and was not averse to a fight. Having calmed down a little, the girl turned to her companion, who maintained a cool appearance throughout the entire conversation. The guy, whose name was Greg, explained that arguing would lead nowhere. They needed to look for common interests and not quarrel out of nowhere without any sense. Irina completely agreed with him. The girl immediately declared her interest. In the Colosseum, there is someone whom she wants to crush, regardless of anything. After a meaningful pause, the girl said in a sharp tone, "This is Sebastian, the master of the Wolf Clan, which controls the western district of the city. This scoundrel owes her and the Linderdog clan a lot of money, and she will do anything to restore justice. But on one condition, she will destroy him herself." Unable to resist sarcasm, Linda commented venomously. She was surprised that the famous Irene would stoop to some banal revenge. Laughing, she clearly provoked her interlocutor, occasionally throwing provocative glances at her. Linda hoped that Irene would say more in her anger. But Irene was much more cool-headed than the temperamental beauty and kept her composure. So Linda dropped her teasing and looked at Greg. This time, he didn't like what was happening. Greg was clearly angry at how these necessary negotiations were going and expected something more from them than a quarrel. Ben tried to defuse the situation. He joined the conversation and tried to calm the disputants, calling on everyone to be reasonable. Greg agreed with him. He was already pretty tired of this circus. The guy was not used to wasting time on meaningless fuss, and especially on fights without reason. Seeing her companion's displeasure, Linda pretended to be frivolous, as if she had nothing to do with it, and began whistling some tune. Suddenly, Ben perked up and asked an unexpected question. He was interested in why the meeting was taking place without Sonny's participation, and at Linda's request. This time it was Greg who spoke up. The guy was quite abrupt and quickly explained that he didn't see any prospects and considered the baby completely useless. He gave in to Linda's requests, so he helped him in the game, but he is convinced that Sonny is too weak to be of any use and will not cope with strong fighters. Irina objected to him. "You can't be too strict with the kid. Everyone started somewhere, and if you train correctly, he can become an excellent player." Understanding the justice of these words, Greg nevertheless continued to object. In his opinion, training would take too much time, and a fighter was needed now. However, Linda saw things a little differently. She noticed that Sunny was developing very quickly, and his level was the result of just a month of training. But she is worried about something completely different. Despite all his talent, the boy is incredibly insecure and unsure of himself, and this could become an insurmountable obstacle. Irene and Ben were confused. They didn't look at the situation from that angle. Seeing Sunny's uncertainty, they didn't attach much importance to it. Ben decided to put the question directly. Should this be understood as a refusal to cooperate with the Linderdog clan, because they still would not abandon this boy? Greg was no less specific. He stated that they had their own plans for winning, but he was willing to ally if the Linderdog clan would be useful to them. Linda added that they believe in the power of Linderdog, but they must be confident in their allies, which is why they are trying to clear up any doubts now. At this point, Greg said that he had no questions about the combat capability of his allies, but they had to be prepared for the fact that all enemies would become common. It seemed like the parties had come to an agreement, but Ben said it was time to add something very important that everyone present should know. The goal of the Linderdog team is to completely destroy all 4 clans that currently own the Colosseum, and to destroy them in such a way that they can never be revived. Ben paused, waiting for possible questions, but none followed. Grez hovered and looked at his interlocutor without taking his eyes off. He did not expect such a turn. Linda was less confused, but she was also in no hurry to speak out. The girl suspected that this was not the end of the story, and Ben would surprise them even more. Ben continued, "When the 4 clans are broken without the slightest chance of revival, then it will be possible to disband Fafe TV." It was a real shock. Without waiting for an answer, Irin turned to the virtual screen and entered the code to exit the game and disappeared into the blue portal. Ben and Linda and Greg, who were standing opposite him, looked at each other silently, as if trying to read the hidden thoughts of their interlocutors from their facial expressions. Linda thoughtfully noted that it turned out that Linderdog had a terrible plan from the start, which meant there was a reason to accept almost any conditions of these negotiations. However, Greg seemed less surprised. According to him, Linderdog is a strong clan that is not part of the alliance, and therefore is not bound by any restrictions. However, they don't have a high ranking within the game, so it becomes clear why Irene, with her abilities, is stuck at the lowest rank. Ben didn't try to hide this from his friends, to which Linda grinned with satisfaction. Now she understood that the intrigue was even more complicated than it seemed. Attacking the main clans that dominate Fafe TV automatically raises the rating of all players participating in it and opens up huge prospects. And even newcomer Sunny, who can't yet claim anything other than a low rank, gets the chance to literally soar up the rankings. Nodding in response, Ben replied that it was indeed true. This was a great opportunity for all of them to take high places, of course, if this adventure was successful. At that very moment, Irin stood in front of Sunny, and with a stern expression on her face explained the basic rules. The girl said that there were 2 most important conditions. First, all members of the Union, as high-ranking players, should not fight each other under any circumstances. This is not discussed. Secondly, you cannot participate in a ranked battle based only on your own decisions. Participation is only allowed with the permission of the Ben clan master. Hearing this, Sunny became like a fish out of water. He did not expect such restrictions at all and understood that it deprived him of freedom. Finally finding his voice, the boy declared that he was the first to hear about this. Important points must be discussed in advance, otherwise it is simply unfair. No, of course, Sunny already knew a lot of important and even secret things, for example, about the desire of the Linderdog members to disband Fafe TV. But such a thing. Irina tried to calm the enraged newcomer. She said that she understood his doubts and promised not to limit him too much or put pressure on him. Sunny remained silent, realizing that he had no choice. He was already up to his ears in Linderdog's affairs and owed them a lot, so he would be forced to accept any conditions. This conversation was also not easy for Irina. The girl understood that the boy had the feeling that he had been deceived, but she could not do anything about it. A gloomy Sunny sighed, and then, strangely enough, smiled. The teenager stated that this situation could be for the best, and he did not hold any grudge against Irina at all. This was a real shock for the girl. Irina was already prepared to make long and tedious excuses, explaining the necessity of this measure, and suddenly a surprise. Yes, everything is fine. We have been through a lot lately, so we forgot how much these guys have done for Sunny and how much they are going to do. However, the next question stumped Irene. Sunny asked if Black Mamba's attack could be explained by the fact that they knew about Linderdog's plans. Yes, that's true. Irina has long suspected this. Black Mamba most likely guesses about everything and is trying to counteract the strengthening of our clan as best they can. Yes, the leader of the Black Mamba clan will do anything to find you, because you are the very pawn that can become a queen and quickly rise in the rankings. But this is also to everyone's advantage. Very few people know that Sunny is the Berserker, and his latest exploits have further confused the matter. The red-haired beauty from the Black Mamba clan once again admired the worthless losers, pressing an elegant finger with a beautiful manicure to her cheek. There was an educational conversation with the idiots who did not keep their word. At that moment, two members of the clan were painfully beating Fat Alex. After kicking him again, one guy slowly, as if he were an idiot, explained that they had been accommodated, even paid money, but they couldn't throw the child out of the game. The dejected participants of that very evening meeting in the empty warehouse stood before the clansmen. They were silent, unable to say anything in their own defense. There were also two hooligans there, Dick and his dark-haired, lanky friend. They also felt out of place, listening to insults. Finally, the big guy whispered to Dick that he was very worried. These crazy people seemed completely inadequate today, even more than ever before. The clan members continued to bully their mercenaries. The insults poured out in a continuous stream, and it seemed that the humiliation would never end. Finally, having taken a break from this exciting activity, the clan members began to consult about what to do next, since the boy had passed the selection, and this meant new difficulties. The beauty, sitting thoughtfully, said, "They still haven't managed to find out exactly who this berserker is. Suspicions fall on little Sunny, but this is not certain. There are too many inconsistencies, too many inaccuracies and contradictions. But one way or another, it is this teenager who arouses the greatest amount of suspicion. But let's leave him alone. Something else is important. It is unclear what to do with these other two restless ones. They also have great potential and can interfere. Agents from other clans report that these Linda and Greg have even greater capabilities. Their rating is already high and will become even higher. We need to deal with them before the clan leader finds out. This is now the top priority, and all the fighters are targeting this couple." Here the girl stopped, as if a great idea had occurred to her. Turning to those gathered, she announced that she was giving them one more, last chance. All unrated players present here must obtain information about these two fighters, for which they will be generously paid. And there is one more change in the contract. All those who passed the selection and became low-ranking players will not be accepted as members of the clan. This was a real shock. And if various good-for-nothing idiots need money, then they should get off their fat asses and find Berserker anyway. They can all get lost. The hooligans walked across the yard on unsteady legs, their knees still shaking, and their souls filled with emptiness and a feeling of endless dissatisfaction. The fat man thoughtfully mumbled something unintelligible. He still did not fully believe that this disgrace was over and that their plans had failed so miserably. It was hard to believe that just because they couldn't find some worthless boy, they were thrown out like mangy dogs. Dick, who was walking ahead without turning around, casually said, "It doesn't matter. Black Mamba isn't the only thing in the world. We can look for some other clan. And yes, maybe there will be no need to look for anyone." Dick has thought over the new information well and now seems to guess who this mysterious berserker is. The fat man was beside himself with rage. He sharply told his friend that he did not understand why he was silent, because he could make a lot of money on this. Dick also had something to say to this. He also does not understand why his friend is hiding important information from him and intends to clarify this issue. Verzila made a surprised face. It was unclear whether he really didn't understand what was being discussed, or was playing to the crowd like a talented actor. Dick, without saying a word, dealt him a powerful blow to the chest. It was a spinning attack, strong and effective. The dark-haired man was literally slammed into the wall. Pressing his elbow to the giant's throat, Dick slowly explained that he had thought the face of the puppy they had beaten looked familiar, but it was his accomplice who had distracted his attention. He suspects that he knows that this little weakling is the berserker, but for some unknown reason he is hiding it. The only question is, why? The dark-haired man denied it as best he could. He really was a bit of a dullard. Complex reasoning and guesswork were beyond his capabilities. He explained to Dick, incoherently and with his words confused, that he had no idea about the real berserker and was ready to do whatever he ordered. Dick was really going crazy. It felt like someone had possessed the guy. His face was distorted by a terrible grimace, and his eyes were sparkling with a feverish fire. 2 weeks have passed since the FFA TV placement exam and the Linderdog clan meeting. They flew by completely unnoticed. Finally, the first event in the game has arrived for new members. First and foremost for Sunny as an officially recognized player. Despite all their experience, Linda and Greg ended up in the rookie category, having saved the famous berserker during the competition. The top brass of the Linderdog clan spent all their time in the gym, preparing for future competitions, but most importantly, helping Sunny prepare. He gave it his all, not sparing himself at all, and achieved considerable success in training, noticeably increasing his strength, speed, and reaction. A pretty, dark-haired girl with an elegant ponytail on her head announced the start of the competition in a clear voice. She would be the host today. Today's map is Jelly Jelly Map. It is very simple and easy, which will appeal to beginners. Its secret is the elasticity, which can be used for rebound. The girl was simply stunning. Stretching out to her full height, she raised her hand expressively and demonstrated her flawless figure. Whether these new players will be able to use this excellent feature to win is the question. They may simply not have enough experience to do so. The girl introduced the first player, the highest-rated player in today's round, the charming Linda, a real rising star. All the screens showed the face of a girl who looked simply amazing. She smiled brightly and was wonderfully beautiful. The second contender is a representative of the little-known Red Clan from the Central District, Jason, famous for his irresistible high-speed strikes. The other pair of players are no less talented and promising. They are just waiting to realize their chance for success, regardless of any difficulties. Just look at these brave warriors, who inspire fear with their very appearance. They are fast, strong, and absolutely ruthless. Meet Greg. He is incredibly experienced, but only recently received his first official status. But this gives him the opportunity to reach great heights. And this tough fighter is Tony, from another little-known clan, Spider, from the eastern region. The clan has been actively rising in the rankings lately. A guy in futuristic glasses appeared next to the presenter and joined in the process, commenting on what was happening when the girl fell silent. Congratulations to Linda and Greg. This is their first competition. Let's add that their clan underdog is located in a completely different city, but is already becoming popular. But the most interesting thing is that their opponents are at higher levels of the rating and 2 whole ranks higher, and this makes the intrigue even more intense. Irene sat at the table and talked with Ben, resolving issues related to training. It was necessary to discuss how to include newcomers in this process. Today's event in the game came at just the right time. Thanks to it, you can more closely study the strengths and weaknesses of new allies. At that moment, Sunny approached Irina. He involuntarily distracted her from the conversation, but the girl was not offended, but only asked how the classes were going. The boy replied that he was doing fine. Training was over for the day, and he wanted to talk about something, but at that moment he changed his mind and fell silent. Suddenly, Sunny broke down. The teenager began to express his doubts about the fact that he could be useful to the new clan. He saw himself as a real burden. Hearing this, Irina was shocked. It seemed to the girl that the baby had overcome his insecurity and that this was a past stage. But everything turned out differently. She tried to stop him, shouting after him that they needed to talk and that things were completely different, but she couldn't find the right words. Meanwhile, Sunny didn't answer his new friend and only slowly walked towards the exit, as if he had made some important decision for himself. In a panic, Irene called Ben and quickly explained the situation to him, asking if she and Sunny had had a fight. When he answered in the negative, the girl fell silent, and suddenly it dawned on her. Irene understood why the kid had reacted so sharply because Ben had removed him from the number of participants in today's battle without asking anyone's opinion. She reminded her brother what he had promised when he had negotiated. He had given his word that Sunny would participate in all game events if possible. The recognition of his elders gave the little boy even more confidence in his abilities. He tried very hard, did everything he could, but was not allowed to participate in the very first game. Ben faltered, making excuses. He thought the extra time would allow Sunny to improve his basic skills and gain the necessary experience. Irina turned into a real fury. It seemed that her eyes were about to start glowing. The girl was beside herself with anger that overwhelmed her. She screamed at her brother with all her might. The baby needs to be given the opportunity to prove himself, no matter what he can do. This will allow him to reveal his essence. Having finished her long accusatory tirade, the girl paused for a long time, and then, calling her brother a complete, hopeless idiot, pressed the reset button. At that very moment, Ben was in the middle of a new negotiation, sitting at a table with a middle-aged man who was asking him about Sunny, asking him questions actively. After telling what he knew, Ben also asked the man to share information about the boy. From the question, it was clear that he knew the child well. Surprisingly, in front of Ben sat Sunny's former coach, who led his team to victory in that very same long-ago esports tournament. Sunny walked through the noisy streets of the city and talked out loud to himself, reproaching himself for inaction, laziness, and a complete lack of talent. Passers-by paid attention to the strange boy, looked around in amazement as they passed by, but this did not bother him at all. He walked on, noticing nothing around him. Even when Sunny became the object of close attention, he simply walked past, immersed in his own heavy thoughts. How he wanted to turn back time and never get involved with any computer game, never know or experience everything that happened to him. Because of the headache, the last few weeks have passed in a fog. I don't remember anything at all. I had to act in a complicated, automatic way. It's like spending the whole day pointlessly kicking a ball, or juggling cucumbers, or doing something equally pointless. The most unpleasant thing was the headache. It did not subside, and sometimes became even stronger, disrupting normal vision and distorting the surrounding reality. What worried Sunny was that the headache became more severe when he was nervous, and the worry took it to a new level, making it almost continuous. The boy was sad because he was angry at the very people who cared about him. Jim, Ben, Irene, Linda. They all did not deserve such treatment. Engaged in self-flagellation, the teenager wandered down the street, barely dragging his feet, and gradually came to the conclusion, "What can I say? He is truly terrible." Who knows what else Sunny would have thought of if he hadn't been attracted by the phone call. The smartphone had been ringing for several minutes, but the boy didn't hear it. Who could it be? The teenager was confused. Actually, no one should bother him now, especially since the incoming number was familiar. The unfamiliar number puzzled the boy even more. The fact is that only friends called him, and all their data was entered into the phone's memory. The thought of ignoring the call flashed through his mind, but curiosity got the better of him. After all, it could be the FAF-ATV organizers or someone else calling him. Picking up the phone, Sunny listened, preparing to start a conversation. An inner feeling told him that this call was really important. The premonitions were not deceiving. The insolent, very familiar voice of Dick was heard in the receiver. The same hooligan with whom he had already had to meet more than once. Sunny couldn't believe that his number had somehow ended up with this scoundrel. He was so confused he didn't know what to say and only mumbled something unintelligible. The other man launched into a series of insults that made it clear he expected nothing less from a useless idiot like Sunny. Realizing that the conversation was not going well, Dick turned to threats. He promised the boy that he would greatly regret it if he hung up now. Moreover, after a dramatic pause, the bully mockingly called Sunny's nickname, Berserker, and stated that the consequences could be even worse. Sunny was told to drop everything he was doing and come to school within 10 minutes for a serious talk. It was in his own best interest. Dick, becoming more sophisticated in his expressions, showered the teenager with new threats, promising all possible punishments that could be if he still did not show up for the meeting. The boy said almost nothing and listened to the bully without interrupting. The situation made him extremely angry and instantly pulled him out of his state of depression. Dick put his smartphone on the desk and pressed it with his hand, thoughtfully recalling the details of the past conversation. Did he do everything as planned? He knew in advance that despite all the agreements with the stupid teenager, he would still hand him over to the Black Mambas, who would be overjoyed to the point of madness. The big guy was also pleased in his own way, filled with a dark joy and anticipation of the future reward that they would finally receive. But one important point needs to be clarified once again. The bully turned to his friend and asked again if he was sure that the puppy was Berserker. Having received an affirmative answer, the dark-haired man got excited. Emotionally, he suggested immediately informing the Black Mamba clan of the news. And he was surprised to the depths of his soul when he heard a negative answer from Dick. The hooligan said this with complete confidence and demanded that he mind his own business. Dick condescended to give a detailed answer. He believed that all their troubles were the work of Irina and her idiot brother. They were simply using them in their own affairs. If anything, this is the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Get revenge on the Linderdog idiots and settle accounts with one little scoundrel. The idea was simple and elegant. Challenge Berserker to a fight in a way that he couldn't refuse, humiliate him, and throw him out of Fafe TV, thereby taking revenge on Irene and Ben. Looking at his friend with a strange fire in his eyes, Dick explained that if everything went as planned, they would literally destroy this entire company. Verzila completely agreed with his friend. The idea was so wonderful that it was hard to believe. He was only envious that he hadn't come up with such a great plan. Stretching his lips into a sinister smile, Dick added, "After all, it is possible to make it so that everyone will think that it was the Berserker who attacked them, and not they him." Once again, the dull school corridor. Sunny walks past empty classrooms in search of the one where this unexpected and unpleasant meeting will take place. Finally, stopping in front of one of the doors, the guy froze. He was still tormented by the same thought. What exactly was the interest of the scoundrel Dick? Finally, having made up his mind, the boy entered one of the doors. He understood that it was too late to refuse the meeting. All that remained was to listen to the hooligan's demands. The big guy standing against the wall came as a complete surprise to Sunny. For some reason, he decided that the meeting with Dick would take place one-on-one without witnesses. The boy suddenly felt a strong sense of insecurity. The bully was almost 2 heads taller than him and literally overwhelmed him with his presence. Laughing mockingly, the dark-haired man told Sunny not to be afraid. The time to be afraid had not yet come, but it would come much sooner than he thought. Sitting leisurely on a chair against the wall was Dick himself, smiling ironically as he beckoned the teenager to come closer, promising that he would not hurt him. Suddenly, the bully swore foully, and from the confused tirade it was clear that some bet had failed and the money was irretrievably lost. Turning his gaze back to Sunny, who was scowling in anticipation of trouble, the scoundrel demanded that he behave more modestly. Otherwise, he would beat someone up right now. At that moment, Dick rose from his chair. Demonstratively and very slowly, he pretended that he was going to carry out his threat. Heading towards the boy, he continued to speak. The bully was interested in what claims the Black Mamba clan could have against such a worthless person. And there are other participants, other clans, and they too, for some reason, are focused on one little bastard who is literally worth nothing. They must not know about his insignificant, vile essence and mistake him for another person. But he, Dick, found out about it and can tell absolutely everyone. The bully reveled in his superiority over the weak. He liked such moments the most. He literally lived for the need for self-affirmation. Meanwhile, Sunny realized that by coming here, he had made a big mistake. There would be no negotiations here, but the usual bullying of the strong over the weak. Having asked what Dick wanted from him, the boy received a clear and unambiguous answer. Consent to a ranked battle, and Sunny himself should be the initiator. Sunny must challenge Dick to a fight under the terms of the Fafe TV games, put his new rank on the line and deliberately lose. Nothing good will come of him anyway. Staring into the boy's eyes, the bully continued to press. He said that Sunny shouldn't care. The whole Fafe TV thing was a misunderstanding from the start. Losing wouldn't mean anything to him because Sunny would continue to live his life as he had before. And in addition, he would earn a lot of money. A whole 100,000. Dick wouldn't be himself if he missed the opportunity to make fun of him. He burst out laughing and said, "Perhaps 100,000 is a lot for such a moron." Sunny wanted to hit the bastard with all his might, despite his advantage. But the boy held back, because he had given his word to Irene and Ben and was not going to break it. You just need to listen and ignore the provocations of this scoundrel, because they are needed precisely to throw the victim off balance. Realizing that it was impossible to anger the boy, Dick approached and patted him on the shoulder in a familiar manner, expecting a reaction of indignation, but none followed. It's strange. He's either more restrained or dumber than everyone thinks of him. Dick decided to see things through to the end and still force the boy to do something thoughtless. Taking on a mysterious look, the hooligan loudly asked, "Isn't Sunny interested in what will happen if Black Mamba finally finds out who he really is? After all, What can you expect from a skinny guy? No one is interested in him, but his friends, what are their names? Ben and Irene are much more interesting. Dog is in big trouble. Dick announced that he had once seen on the news how the Black Mambas had dealt with a competitor. It had caused a lot of noise, and the police had never found anyone. So here, if the Black Mamba clan goes on the warpath, it will destroy everyone who gets in its way. Just imagine what they will do to the sweet little girl Irene. Sonny couldn't help himself and convulsively grabbed Dick by the lapel of his jacket. The boy was squeezing his clothes tightly, breathing heavily and saying nothing. Dick felt satisfied. He had almost achieved what he had planned. He had driven the puppy crazy. He was holding on with all his might and was only one step away from losing control. Suddenly, Sonny raised his head and came face to face with his offender. The boy's eyes seemed to glow with a fire that did not promise anything good. Dick did not believe for a second that this brainless puppy could harm him. He smiled and demanded to hear the rest of his undoubtedly generous offer. Time flew by unnoticed. Evening fell on the city. Windows lit up in houses and the streets began to look like some kind of fantastic landscape. In her room, Irina was sitting on the couch, looking tiredly through the incoming messages on her smartphone, an absent expression frozen on her face. Glancing sideways at her brother, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa, the girl finally said that she was still waiting for a detailed account of the meeting. After all, he left so suddenly and without any explanation, and only said that it concerned some problems connected with little Sonny's past. So what was the matter? Ben was in no hurry to answer the question, but sat with a gloomy, tense look, clearly immersed in some of his own unpleasant experiences and heavy thoughts. The only thing she managed to get was an answer, that the information received was extremely important if they wanted to get something worthwhile from the guy. However, Irene did not see any particular problems. The only thing she did notice was Sonny's health. He had been having headaches all the time lately. It is Ben, as the head of the team, who must take care of all its members, and first of all, the smallest and most inexperienced. But the guy couldn't get the words of Sonny's former coach out of his head, who said that they were essentially talking about two different people. At that moment, the boy was sitting on the floor at home, among the trash scattered around the room, and was having a hard time dealing with the conversation with the two hooligans. As the coach said, he was a combination of two different personalities. A small frightened boy and a brave fighter of the virtual arena one frame. Looking at Sonny at that moment, one could believe it. A minute ago, he resembled a poor, beaten puppy, and now his eyes were burning with an evil gleam. Early in the morning, the smartphone lying on the nightstand made a loud sound and broke the silence of the room with a piercing ringtone that gradually got louder. The guy lying on the bed with difficulty tore himself away from the sticky embrace of sleep. With difficulty reached his hand to the device and, without opening his eyes, pressed it to his ear. From the conversation, it was clear that he was the host of the FAFA TV games, and someone was convincingly asking him to interrupt his day off to host another show. What's all the fuss about this morning? Why is all this necessary? Is there really no one to replace the presenter? And what's the urgent reason to break loose and run headlong? However, remembering the details of the conversation, the guy mentally agreed with his interlocutor. Of course, if he was not mistaken and the famous berserker was finally found. According to the caller, information was received that his incognito had been revealed and that a fight would take place today, where the very reputation of the mysterious fighter would be at stake. And the most intriguing thing is that old Ben is involved in this. Although if that is the case, then it is not at all surprising that some boy achieved serious success. The presenter, already known to the viewers, dressed in a robot costume, shouted loudly, greeting those who decided to watch an extra episode of the popular show. Yes, he's also surprised by such a rush and the fact that the broadcast is on a working day, but the occasion is really worth it. And now everyone will know this secret. There are enough people who want to watch the fight today. Despite everything, the chat is simply buzzing with the huge number of users who have registered in the system. The show is watched not only by Realp fans, but also by ordinary computer users, owners of tablets, smartphones, and other devices. Everyone wants to see this event. A fight between the famous newcomer berserker, who has skyrocketed in the rankings, and an unknown player with a low status. The presenter made a series of spectacular, fashionable hand gestures designed to attract the viewer's attention and emphasize the solemnity of the moment. No one can understand why this fight took place, because it does not give any advantages to the berserker and contradicts logic. But that makes the intrigue even more interesting. Berserker appeared for the first time since the distribution exam and immediately made an unfavorable choice of opponent for himself. Today, everyone will find out what is behind it. However, the mysterious fighter still does not intend to reveal the secret of his identity. He intends to remain in the shadows and declare himself only with his abilities. However, everyone would like to finally find out who is hiding behind the image of the unpredictable and very lucky fighter. Perhaps today it will happen. And finally, his opponent is Dick, whom everyone calls a weakling. He's the lowest-ranked player in his school, without any notable achievements. Only his friends will want to look at this weakling. The rest are not interested in him, and our entire huge audience has gathered specifically for the sake of Berserk. Having heard such an unflattering description, Dick was literally seething with anger, making plans for revenge for the future and promising to take cruel revenge on his offenders. No matter, today everything will change. He has come up with a way to defeat this little bastard. This is his day of glory, and the victory over the Berserker will be the first of many. Standing before him was Sunny, dressed in his traditional attire, a black tight suit and a loose outer garment with a hood pulled down over his eyes. The host announced that the map of the playing field was still unknown. It would be chosen randomly at the very beginning of the round, after only a few minutes. Finally, the moment came when the map was announced. It turned out to be very simple. The host declared that the players were lucky and raised his hands to the sky. The virtual arena was covered in a swirling fog, as if woven from numerous streams of smoke, shimmering and intertwined with each other. The camera zoomed in on the players standing in the smoke, and the host said, "This is one of the maps where the wind and smoke are raging and visibility is poor. Here, opponents can stand side by side and not notice each other. They can get lost in the smoke and fog, and a strong wind will hide all traces." This card is the Eye of the Typhoon. It is both simple and complex at the same time. Here, everything is decided by the ability to use the enemy's weaknesses and the right tactics. Although this is one of the simplest maps, it is here that the personal skill of each player and his will to win are clearly demonstrated. It may seem that the spectators will not be able to see anything in this smoke, but this is not so. It only obscures the eyes of the fighters and does not interfere with watching the game at all. Dick and Sunny stood in the middle of the playing field, which was divided into large checkers. Their figures were practically hidden in the clouds of fog. Visibility was very poor. Dick raised his hand. He had the feeling that he was about to grab this fog and squeeze it with his fingers. The vague silhouette of Sunny was visible in front. Suddenly, Sunny spoke up. He would keep his promise, but he also expected the same from his rival and really hoped that he would do the right thing. After a short pause, the boy repeated what he had said to be completely sure that he had been heard. Dick, lost in his thoughts, did not immediately understand what exactly the teenager was talking about and only made an indistinct cry in response. The host raised his hand and sharply lowered it down, giving the start to the battle. From that moment, the contenders entered the fight and only one of them could be the winner. Everything looked very impressive. A live broadcast from the virtual arena was shown on the screens, and the host quickly brought everyone up to date with the situation. Dick was in no hurry to move from his place. He saw no point in it. The bully was not going to fight for victory. He was just waiting for it to fall into his hands. Well, Sunny at this time was slowly moving towards the enemy. He had already decided everything for himself, so he knew that the fight would begin and end very quickly. Suddenly, the boy heard a voice with mocking intonations. Dick asking what kind of nonsense was going on with all these promises. He didn't remember any promises. Sunny started and froze in surprise, staring at his opponent. At that moment, the bully delivered a quick kick that knocked the guy out. Dick was angered by the very fact that some weakling had the courage to demand anything at all, and he cursed again, refusing to keep his promise. The teenager slowly rose to his feet, and the bully tried to repeat the attack, just to be sure, and was very surprised when it did not achieve its goal. Sunny stood confidently and was ready for any action of the enemy. His stance was strikingly different from the one that had taken place just a couple of minutes ago. There was fog swirling around, its clumps intertwined into intricate textures, making it difficult to see what was happening. It was completely unclear where the opponent had gone. His voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. Dick drawing out his words with the venom of contempt as he described how he would deal first with Sunny and then with the others. Irina will also be punished. She will still regret that she once rejected Dick and all the words she said. The punishment will be incredibly cruel. In the meantime, He will take care of knocking out of the game one arrogant upstart, a worthless nobody who is worth nothing. With these words, the bully rushed into battle. It rushed towards Sunny like a gust of wind and caught him by surprise. Despite the fact that the boy was prepared to meet the enemy, he lacked experience in real combat. The teenager was simply at a loss. The blows were raining down one after another, visibility was poor, and the boy was only thinking about staying on his feet. He decided to make one last attempt to negotiate with Dick, but he absolutely did not want to hear anything, being intoxicated by the imminent victory. As he struck, he shouted that he was looking forward to the moment when one little bastard would fail and show the full depth of his worthless nature. His face twisted into a grimace of rage. He remembered Irina again. Now the bully was only talking about the pain she would experience because of her pupil's failure. At this point, Sunny made a mistake. Underestimating Dick, he opened himself up and the bully immediately took advantage of the chance, going behind the enemy. From this position, he delivered a truly devastating blow to the back, literally driving his fist into the boy's body and causing him to fall like a broken doll. It was serious. The teenager was lying there, showing no signs of life. His eyes were closed and his head was thrown back. It felt like the fight was over. The spectators sitting in front of the screens gasped. This was definitely a bid for victory. They had not seen such a crushing defeat of the enemy for a long time. The girl from the Black Mamba clan stood and watched this heartbreaking scene. The monitor broadcast what was happening with all possible details. Her compressed lips and tense cheekbones betrayed great tension. It seemed that the beauty saw nothing but the broadcast and was actively comprehending what was happening. The camera zoomed in, showing large drops of blood falling onto the floor where the opponents were fighting, the drops looking quite ominous. The host started babbling, quickly commenting on the situation that had arisen. Photos of the fighters appeared on the virtual screen, and the recalculation of new ratings. The presenter began to suspect that something was wrong. The fight was not going at all as it should have, and suspicions arose that the famous berserker was giving in. And the bully sincerely enjoyed his superiority, telling how he studied the tricks that Sunny used and came up with ways to deal with them. In response to this, the boy declared that it was impossible to negotiate with scoundrels like Dick, so he would do everything to win today. So the bully's next attack was unsuccessful. Sunny was on guard and easily dodged the beautiful sweeping blow. The game of giveaway was over, but the problem remained. For the boy, this map was really very difficult. The opponent was not visible and it was unclear what to do. The teenager wandered through the fog, trying to navigate by hearing, peering into the bumpy, swaying gloom, looking for an enemy. But all was in vain. A quiet, indistinct sound was heard nearby, making me wary. A feeling of someone else's presence appeared, and it grew stronger, becoming clearer and clearer. Dick burst out of the wall of fog and attacked the boy with lightning speed, trying to knock him down with one blow. However, this action also did not achieve its goal. Sunny dodged to the side and prepared for a drawn-out fight, going into hyperspeed, but Dick disappeared into the fog and never reappeared, leaving him alone. Ben was deep in thought. He sat with his fingers clasped and thought hard. Everything was going completely wrong. He was missing something important as the head of the clan. The boy went into a serious fight without even asking his older comrade's opinion. Moreover, he didn't even consider it necessary to tell anyone about it. True, he immediately pulled himself up short. No, something was wrong here. Whatever kind of rebellion Sunny wanted to start, he would hardly have done it without a serious reason. The most the boy could do was to be offended, which meant that the decision to participate in the battle was forced and he found himself in a situation where he had to do it. Remembering the guy and thinking about what he learned from the coach, Ben realized with surprise that this situation is all to their advantage. Oddly enough, it gives new opportunities. The part of the baby's personality that allowed him to win was gradually hidden, giving way to another, submissive and compliant, and Ben did not know how to prevent this. But this new event clearly puts the boy on the brink. He will have to either submit to fate or become the new Sunny, a strong, confident winner. And at that moment, the boy was having a hard time. The scoundrel Dick had crept up unnoticed, in order to then deliver a vile blow in the back, counting on success. But Sunny somehow managed to get out of the line of attack without looking at the enemy. It was as if he saw him in his mind without the help of his eyes, and it was cool. The new ability really made the boy happy. He didn't even expect to learn something like this. Now he was confident of success. Roaring like a rhinoceros, Dick demanded that the little rascal stop dodging and accept his fate like a man. However, the boy had a different opinion, and he was getting better and better at dodging blows and maneuvering between his opponent's attacks. Dick was gradually losing his composure. The victory that had been so close was constantly slipping out of his hands, and the situation was becoming more and more uncertain. However, not everything was so rosy for Sonny either. Some blows still reached their target, causing confusion in the boy and gradually depriving him of strength. The changes in the game situation caused the presenter's interest. The guy again analyzed the opponent's chances and talked about their achievements. At this time, all the screens were broadcasting the image of Dick, who was clearly posing, taking heroic poses in an attempt to arouse the sympathy of the audience. If the bully had heard how the host described him, he would have been furious. Dick was described as a complete mediocrity and the weakest player in his area. But he didn't know this and tried to assert himself in every possible way. At this moment, like a movie villain, the bully told Sonny how he was able to catch him. It turns out that the boy was very predictable. Despite his cowardice, Dick was quite smart and easily figured out the tactics used in battle. The fighting methods were too obvious. Sonny never attacked himself or finished off the enemy. He always played defensively, passively reacting to the situation. The secret of the boy's success was the ability to react and move at high speed. But to do this, he needed to see his opponent. This was not taken into account by the opponents that Sonny managed to defeat. Very strong fighters lost due to a simple misunderstanding, just due to carelessness. Dick took great pleasure in telling how he analyzed the boy's fights, looked for his weaknesses, and developed his own tactics for victory. That's why Dick did everything he could to negotiate with the game organizers and choose this card. It negates any advantages the boy has. If the enemy simply reacts to your actions and does not have his own tactics, reflecting your own actions like a mirror, you just need to behave correctly. This map with fog and poor visibility is ideal for this purpose, and there is no need to delude yourself. Dick has prepared other surprises for the presumptuous, impudent fellow. The beautiful girl from the Black Mamba clan was now in virtual space and was also watching the game on a holographic screen. Suddenly, a tall, smiling guy appeared next to her and confidently greeted the beauty. He clearly wanted to impress her. However, the efforts were in vain. Without turning to her interlocutor, the girl sharply asked why he had come here and why he was wasting her time. Continuing to smile sparklingly, the guest smugly announced that he had come here for a very important and, most importantly, interesting matter for the girl. The girl turned around and stared at her interlocutor with disbelief. It was Sebastian, the master of the Wolf clan, which controlled the western district of the city. At that very moment, a battle was taking place in the virtual world of Fafe TV. The bully's powerful attacks were being broken by the stubborn resistance of Sonny, who did not want to give up. Dick felt very unsure. Despite his bravado, the guy was not at all confident in victory. It seemed the victim had found a way to resist him. The battle had been going on for a long time, but neither side had gained an advantage, and Sonny's tactics were becoming more and more effective, even though they were quite simple. Dick would not have been himself if he had not prepared insurance for such a contingency as this, and he wondered if now was the time to put it into action. The bully was still hiding in the fog beyond the boy's visibility, and seizing the moment, launched a new attack. Now he was running at full speed towards his target. It was not possible to catch the victim by surprise. Having instantly determined the direction of the attack, Sonny turned around and met the enemy, who was running with all his might, face to face. Dick decided to change the style of the fight. This time he started with a grab to use the difference in weight and deprive the boy of mobility before the final blow. Accustomed to the usual manner of fighting of the bully, Sonny was unpleasantly surprised. It was very difficult for him to dodge and impossible to get away at a long distance. Dick was triumphant. He had achieved what he wanted, and the picture of the battle was completely clear. A little more, and the minor misunderstanding would get what it deserved. Another turn, a punch, another punch. Sonny gets another kick right in the chest, and then flies backwards, as if he was shot out of a cannon. Continuing to build on his success, Dick skillfully closes the distance and then begins to methodically finish off the boy with straight punches to the head. The bully has almost won. Ben watches this closely, gritting his teeth in extreme tension. He is sincerely more for Sonny. Sebastian and the gloomy beauty are looking at the screen. The guy doesn't care about the teenager's fate. He sincerely enjoys the picture of the fight. The presenter does not take his eyes off what is happening on the screen. He's very disappointed. The guy was counting on a much more spectacular fight than this misunderstanding. Dick grabbed Sonny again, preparing for another blow, but he suddenly burst into loud laughter in his opponent's face, completely confusing him. The bully froze. He did not understand the reason for this strange laughter and tried to get his bearings in the situation. Finally asked the boy if he had gone crazy. Stopping laughing, Sonny replied, "Not at all, he is completely sane. He just finds what is happening so funny that he simply cannot help but laugh." Chuckling in response, Dick remarked that yes, in his opinion, it was indeed funny to watch the senseless misunderstanding and all this clowning. And then the bully launched into a swift attack, raising his fist for a finishing blow from above. Everything indicated that he would be the last one. But strangely enough, he again did not achieve his goal. Sonny easily, as if dancing, walked away and again burst out laughing in his face, declaring that the game of giveaway was over. Dick became wary, looking at the boy's expression. He felt a strong sense of uncertainty. His attacks were not reaching their target, and the enemy was learning on the fly. Sonny's face had really changed. It was adorned with a cheerful, slightly angry grimace, and his eyes were burning with some strange, feverish fire. Dick recoiled. At that moment, he understood with piercing clarity that the situation had changed radically, and he had missed this change, which he might seriously regret. The puppy learns too quickly. Even when losing, he was able to adapt to the new conditions in the shortest possible time and reduce Dick's advantages to nothing. Sonny cleared his throat and croaked something at his opponent. Whatever the boy wanted to say, it sounded truly creepy. Then he straightened up to his full height, threw back his head, and again burst into a long, ominous laugh that echoed loudly in the silence. Trying to cheer himself up, Dick answered the boy sharply, calling him a little moron, capable only of stupid theatrical effects, nothing more. The bully deliberately wound himself up and showered him with insults, trying to throw the boy off balance again and force him to do something thoughtless. But Sonny just stood there and burst into laughter every now and then, showing complete disregard for his opponent. Strangely enough, his soul was filled with confidence. After laughing, he answered Dick's question, explaining that he really did feel good. But why exactly? Dick wouldn't understand, and he shouldn't even try. But the hooligan shouldn't dream of winning either. It's better to forget about such an opportunity. He had a great chance, but the moment was missed, and there won't be a second chance. Dick studied the teenager with a gloomy expression on his face, as if he was seeing him for the first time. He still couldn't believe that so much could change in a short time. But something needs to be done. You can't win a fight with talk, so Sonny needs to be distracted with talk, and then, seizing the moment, attack again, this time for sure. While talking to the teenager, the bully slowly and imperceptibly, step by step, approached him closer and closer, trying not to alert him ahead of time. He talked a lot and constantly changed the direction of the conversation, trying in every way to chat up his opponent, and apparently he succeeded. Sonny stood completely still and silent, not making a sound. Not even his face was visible. Only the outline of his figure could be seen in the fog. Finally, the boy spoke up, explaining that Dick had better keep the terms of the agreement because he could forget about winning. Just today, Sonny was ready to voluntarily throw the fight in order to avoid possible bad consequences for his friends. But now this will not happen. And from now on, he will do everything to smear one scoundrel who does not keep his word and imagines himself to be the arbiter of destinies. Dick can guess who we are talking about. Forgetting his plans to unbalance the boy, Dick himself rushed into the attack, throwing aside all curtsies. This time he decided to crush the boy with his weight. Having practically reached the teenager, the boy made a powerful jump with his fist extended forward and concentrated his entire body weight on it. But everything went wrong. Instead of falling down as if mown down, the puppy instantly dodged the blow and delivered his own, kicking his opponent in the jaw. Dick was thrown aside. He experienced on his own skin all the sensations that the boy had experienced a little earlier and was completely confused. And Sonny at this time was smiling and openly amused by what he had seen. He no longer wanted any compromises, but simply enjoyed a good fight. He didn't even finish off his opponent, stepping aside and letting him come to his senses. Dick took advantage of the respite to prepare a new attack. And again, the guy rushed forward. It might have seemed that he was driven by the will to win, but this was not so. What was happening was a gesture of desperation. He did not control the situation. It was hard to see anything in the flickering of arms and legs. The fighters were moving quickly, but in the end, Sonny delivered a flying kick right to the face. And then he performed a dizzying and very effective somersault, which earned the approval of the audience, who appreciated the beautiful scenes. It was hard for Dick. He had never received such serious injuries in this fight, and was already accustomed to his superiority over the small fry. The fall was beautiful and very shameful. It was not only a huge blow to pride, but also a very noticeable loss in the player's rating. The bully was completely stunned by what had happened, and was afraid, to the point of shaking in his knees, that this little monster would rush to finish him off completely. However, that same little monster had no intention of doing anything like that. He seemed to freeze like a statue in a low stance and withdrew into himself. And suddenly the teenager turned towards his opponent, meeting his gaze. Real madness was splashing in the boy's eyes. Dick couldn't stand it any longer. He rushed away from this little monster with all his might, ready to do anything to avoid being near him. He ran as fast as he could, turning from a hunter into a victim, and he felt the living horror breathing down his neck. A strong blow to the back of the head interrupted the race. It turned out that the teenager was a much better runner and could attack while running, striking with his feet. And again, humiliation. The guy, fleeing from danger, falls face down, seeing nothing around him, and rolls head over heels, completely losing control. The viewers froze in front of their screens. No one expected such a turn of events. Just now the game was something endlessly dull, but now it keeps you in suspense every second. The presenter howled with emotion, and he declared with delight that the ratings and bets were completely mixed up, and that the bookmakers would probably go bankrupt. Ben, glued to the monitor, couldn't understand what it was. Why had Sonny pretended to be a weakling all this time, only to then completely change his battle tactics? The only assumption is that everything was without deception, and the boy really found the strength to turn the tide of the fight in his favor. But in that case, it does him credit. It turns out that the boy is learning on his own, on the go, and much more effectively than his older comrades assumed. The kid has moved from a deaf, albeit very effective defense to using attacks and now controls the battle himself, using all the advantages. Sebastian, who was watching the broadcast, also couldn't help but comment, noting that the boy has enormous potential and is becoming truly dangerous. Sebastian mentally imagined the image of the boy as he was before and compared it with who he is now. He categorically did not like it. This boy could become a problem in the future, so you need to do one of two things. Either destroy him now or gain his friendship. Dick slowly came to his senses. The sensations were not pleasant. It seemed like every cell of his body ached and his legs refused to hold him up. The bully was puzzled as to what had happened, how the submissive loser had suddenly become such a dangerous fighter, and most importantly, what to do with all of this now. The internal indignation knew no bounds. Dick was literally filled with anger. He was especially angry at the disgrace that the guaranteed victory had turned into. He relived his shame over and over again, literally fixated on his every move. This torture seemed to last forever. And the most incredible thing is how cold-bloodedly the puppy finished him off. At this point, Dick began to shake, and it seemed as if foam was about to come out of his mouth. Suddenly, Dick experienced it again in reality. Sonny came up and with a powerful blow knocked his opponent to the floor and then effectively put his foot on his head. Then the boy said that he had a little gratitude for such a scoundrel as Dick, because thanks to him he managed to find the lost part of his personality. Although most of all, as Sonny admitted, he now wants to finally finish off one scoundrel and make his day truly happy. But Dick was in his element. Even in this situation, he tried to put pressure on Sonny, threatening to tell everyone something very shameful for the boy. The teenager could not understand what was being discussed. Mentally going over all his mistakes, sins, and miscalculations, he still could not find anything to be ashamed of. And besides, Dick threatened, Sonny's friends would definitely suffer. For example, Ben, who got involved in a game where serious people were involved. Isn't that a pity? Smiling, Sonny said ironically, "No, it's not a pity. He didn't even think about it because Ben is a big boy and can take care of himself." It became impossible to talk to the bully any further. It was necessary to urgently stimulate his thought processes, showing who was in charge here. Having earned a kick to the face, Dick immediately fell silent. As it turned out, he's one of those people who find it very difficult to live in this world without a punched face. Now he behaved much more civilized and even answered questions. But Sonny still did not fully understand what he should do next. However, time will tell. As for the game, the outcome has already been determined. All that remains is to wait for the announcement of the final victory over the opponent. Sonny remembered how the clans hunted him, how they targeted him and tried to get rid of him, how he hid from everyone. Now it was in the past, and here is his first real victory, one without outside help, only by his own efforts, and the defeated enemy at his feet. At that moment, Sonny was experiencing the most exciting experiences of his life. Victory was intoxicating. The boy was struggling with the temptation to beat Dick to death. His eyes continued to sparkle with a feverish fire. The boy was filled with energy that simply needed some kind of outlet. Sensing something was wrong, Dick glanced at the teenager and began to beg him not to do anything stupid. The bully understood that his reputation had been dealt a huge blow. Meanwhile, Sonny no longer heard anything. Giving in to anger, the boy gathered all his strength, jumped, and fell upon his prostrate enemy. The spectators gasped. They were surprised to the depths of their souls. Having become accustomed to the boy's passivity, the last thing they expected was a brutal finishing blow. The presenter appeared on all the screens. This time he was uncharacteristically silent. Without a single sound, he crossed out Dick's photo on the board. Then, after a meaningful pause, he shouted, "The game is over. Its ending is so unexpected that it will go down in history, and the bookmakers will probably go broke after all." The fight was incredibly interesting, full of incredible, fantastic plot twists, and the finale became a real gem of Fafa TV fights. The spectators, still glued to the screen and sitting as if hypnotized, saw the fog begin to recede. Finally, they began to discuss what they had seen, and from the many remarks it was clear that they had never seen such an interesting battle. But the most interesting thing is that now everyone has seen what that same berserker, who was previously a dark horse with no experience in real battles, is capable of. And Sonny himself was smiling again. His cheekbones were hurting from the constant smile. But the boy couldn't stop. Now he felt like he was on top of the world. It's the same morning. Sonny slowly climbs the stairs of the business center where the gym is located, where they train together with Ben. As he moved step by step towards the glass door leading to the gym, Sonny felt less and less confident. He was hunched over and didn't know what to do. Stuttering and stammering slightly, Sonny apologized to Ben for breaking his word and deciding to participate in the fight without permission. Frankly speaking, the teenager did not know how to behave. Only now he finally realized what a serious mistake he had made by starting to act willfully. Ben was silent and scrolling through the screen of his smartphone, as if he had not heard what was being said to him. It seemed that the guy was incredibly angry. After a while, Ben glanced sideways at Sonny. His gloomy gaze did not bode well, but the young man still did not say a word. Finally, Ben reached forward and pointed to the chair opposite him, demanding that the boy sit there. Sonny decided to comply. The teenager walked slowly into the hall and sat down on a chair in a tense pose. He no longer resembled the brave winner he had been just recently. After some time, the boy again muttered some unintelligible words of apology, expecting some kind of reaction from his friend. But Ben remained silent. "Yes, that's right," Sonny repented. There is no excuse for such an act. He broke his word, let his friends down, and went into a fight that could cost everyone dearly. And even at this moment, Ben remained silent, refusing to say anything at all. He only looked eloquently at his repentant pupil. Finally, breaking the silence, the guy asked Sonny if it was fun to pretend to be the clown he saw in front of him now. Sonny sat with a dejected look. His hunched figure could have been used as a model for painting a scene of bitter remorse. Suddenly, the boy raised his face, looking at Ben. It became clear that in reality there was no smell of remorse there. A grin was frozen on his face. Ben assumed a relaxed pose, sprawled on a chair, and explained that he immediately realized that Sonny was messing with his head. But he didn't take offense, because he expected something like this. Realizing that the execution was canceled, Sonny smiled widely at his older friend. The boy was interested in how Ben and Irene reacted to his prank. Ben said that there was nothing good in such an act, of course, but it was part of the boy's character, and precisely the one thanks to which he achieved victories. This revelation came as a surprise to Sunny, who had not even thought about the fact that his contradictory nature was the reason for his success in esports. At that moment, the boy confessed that he had indeed hidden his past out of fear. It seemed to him that no one would be friends with such a crazy person. However, Sunny understood that he had been wearing some kind of masks all his life. They were necessary to find his place in the team and achieve universal recognition. Gradually, he stopped understanding who he really was, and against the background of stress after the death of his parents, the worst side of his personality came to the fore. Sunny was also let down by his painful pride. When he faced betrayal and his achievements were forgotten, it was difficult for him to survive it. Here, Ben asked whether the boy had been able to draw any conclusions from this whole story and what feelings he was experiencing now, having won the battle. The teenager didn't quite understand what his feelings had to do with it. In Sunny's opinion, only the result mattered, and the result was simply magnificent. Ben explained that feelings are very important because they give the opportunity to understand whether his student will now remain himself or will turn into a bore and a weakling. At that moment, Sunny froze. The smile disappeared from his face and a ringing emptiness appeared in his head. In fact, the boy himself did not know the answer to this question. And again there was a pause. Everyone was thinking about something of their own. Ben was analyzing the prospects, and Sunny simply didn't like the idea of becoming a wimp again. Suddenly the boy broke the silence and, as if making excuses, said that when that game failed and he was thrown out into the street, it was too much of a shock. Then he hid, and even denied his true character in order to completely isolate himself from the past. And that's when this strange new Sunny was born. But everything turned out to be difficult. Living in a new way turned out to be unbearably sad, and the teenager clung to the opportunity to become himself again, experiencing strong emotions. Ben was tormented by the question that was immediately asked of the boy. Should we hope that he would remain the same as now and not turn into his old self? After hanging for a bit in his inner world, Sunny shook his head and, as if having decided something for himself, confidently answered, "Of course he will now become the same." This heart-rending moment was interrupted by a sudden crash. The door, which someone had forcefully thrown open from the outside, hit the wall as it opened. An agitated and for some reason angry Irina appeared on the threshold. She did not understand at all why her brother had called her and wanted to vent her dissatisfaction. Seeing Sunny, the girl got even more excited. Her face changed. She took a breath and started screaming deafeningly, accusing the boy of impenetrable stupidity. The long tirade ended with a teaching moment. Iron rushed towards Sunny and gave him a deafening, ringing slap. Having calmed down a little, she once again told him everything she thought about his stupid act of participating in this setup, as she called the recent fight. According to her, Sunny could not know that the scoundrel Dick, even before receiving his minor rank, was always up to no good, not shying away from threats and blackmail. "Yes," Ben said. "That's all true, but it's all over now and it's all over well. And so they all need to think carefully about what to do next and where to go." And therefore the head of the clan decided, from the next training the baby will also participate in battles. Now he will be trained as a full-fledged fighter of the team. For some reason, this statement calmed Irina down. She relaxed, sat down next to Sunny, and asked with a smile how he felt about this news. Looking sweetly at the girl, the boy replied that he was undoubtedly happy about this and promised to make every effort to justify the trust and refrain from stupidity. "As for the nonsense," Ben commented, "we need to talk about it later. It's worth returning to this issue separately, but now something else is very interesting. The main question is, how will the other side behave now? That is, the members of the Black Mamba clan and their hangers-on, whose plans have now crumbled to dust." Meanwhile, the Black Mamba clan was holding an urgent meeting. The few leaders and their allies gathered in some corridor. The meeting had already begun, but no issues were discussed. Everyone was waiting for the others to arrive. However, it looked like no one else would show up. Sebastian, the leader of the Wolf clan, who was sitting in the chair, commented. He didn't expect anything else, judging by how their partners were acting. Therefore, there is no point in engaging in any more stupid things, such as waiting for the weather to change and hoping that these traitors will keep their promises. In front of him sat a beautiful girl, well known for being the official face of the clan and representing the interests of the Black Mambas. According to the guy, the situation has clearly gone somewhere wrong. All plans can be thrown in the trash and something completely new needs to be urgently invented. Suddenly, the usually unperturbed girl lost her temper and said very emotionally, She warned about such a possibility. Berserker had to be taken quickly. But no one knows exactly who he is. The guy spoke as if explaining the obvious. Grabbing everyone in a row is also not an option. It would not achieve anything. Of course it didn't, the girl replied. We should have looked more actively, checked everyone personally, and not hired a crowd of idiots to do this job. However, the situation has changed. It is no longer so important who this berserker is. Other strong contenders have appeared who can turn the entire rating table upside down. As it became known, Linderdog entered into an alliance with the newcomers, and this gives them strong advantages, allowing them to become almost on par with the leaders. The guy opened the folder with documents with interest and read the papers carefully. It felt like they were selected specifically for the confrontation with Black Mamba. It turns out that the situation is getting worse every day. The clan is being surrounded from all sides, and they are doing it on purpose. This is a war, and we need to decide what to do. At that moment, the office chair turned around, and it became clear that a very dissatisfied young man was sitting in it. He was angry, and this anger was reflected on his face. Rick, the leader of the Scorpion clan, was beside himself with emotions. Today's meeting with Black Mamba brought a lot of anxiety. Turning to his interlocutors, he demanded a clear and precise answer. There's only one way to quickly and reliably push the newcomers down the table. The girl thought about it. There is certainly a possibility, but it is limited by the rules of the game, and the newcomers are strong enough fighters not to expose themselves through stupidity. The fair-haired boy perked up as if a great idea had occurred to him and declared that it was absolutely not necessary to act as usual. You can approach the issue from a different angle and be creative. If there are those who don't want to negotiate, then you need to look for someone who will do it. Taking another folder in his hands and looking closely at the photo on the cover, the guy noticed that this was the very respected person they needed to talk to. Rick was still a man of few words, sitting in his chair and frowning, letting his guests take the lead in the conversation. He was interested in where they would end up. Finally, the guy said that everything the guests offered him was absolutely correct, but their main enemies were not them, but the Linderdog clan. We must not forget about that. The two stood opposite each other in some strange, gloomy place where it was raining continuously. It was clear that the guys were fighting with each other. One of the opponents raised his head, and it became clear that it was Ben. The leader of the clan demanded to continue training and reminded that this is the only way to gain strength. Another spring morning. Great weather. Sunlight breaking through the treetops and painting the whole world in bright colors. There was not a soul in the schoolyard. Classes had been going on for a long time, and it seemed that everything was going as usual. However, this was a truly special day. After all, it was the last day of the school year, and tomorrow the long-awaited holidays began. When the students received permission to go home, their jubilation knew no bounds. They were so happy that they simply could not sit still. However, the guys were in no hurry to leave. Usually they wanted to leave as quickly as possible, but the very knowledge that the holidays had begun lifted their spirits. The boys and girls were whispering in the corners, discussing the latest events, and as usual, one of the favorite topics was virtual games in Realp. After hearing Sonny share his plans to watch Fafe TV with Jim, his classmates mocked him for being a show-off. The boy did not argue with anyone. He was simply happy about the upcoming holidays and calmly went home, happily breathing in the air of freedom. As he left the schoolyard, Sonny felt movement behind him. A soft, pleasant, and somehow familiar voice greeted him in Spanish. Turning around, the boy saw a striking tall girl in a tracksuit, a white baseball cap, and fashionable dark glasses. She was standing and smiling. Adjusting her cap, the beauty looked at Sonny as if he were an old friend and made an unexpected comment, noticing that he was significantly taller than in the game. Only now did the guy realize who the guest was. It turned out that he had been honored with the presence of the incomparable Linda, who had helped him pass the selection. A little embarrassed, Sonny noticed that he deliberately does not update his profile, so in the game, his old image is there. And since then, he has changed and grown. Well, yes, it's not according to the rules, but who knows? The boy looked Linda up and down, and then asked why she suddenly came to him so wrapped up. This caused a loud laugh from the girl, who immediately responded. Does her dear friend know how famous they are? She does not want to fight off crowds of fans. In addition, the current situation among players is such that it is possible to figure out who is who just by the circle of communication. so Berserk's incognito will suffer. Even though Sunny doesn't look like his game character, even the dumbest schoolboy can put two and two together. The boy will be instantly identified, Linda added, putting her hand on Sunny's shoulder. She was very glad to see him, and especially glad to see him like this. He looked much better in reality. But according to the girl, she would still recognize him by the way he moves and some other features of his appearance. She is very observant. Sunny glanced sideways at his companion. Yes, it had already been 3 whole months since they had all officially joined the FAFI TV team and received the first rank. It was a difficult time. Everyone had to train very hard and for a long time to prove themselves worthy candidates for the status. Everyone confirmed their rank, and some, under Ben's leadership, were able to raise it and reach a confident average level, strengthening the position of the Linderdog clan. They have shared their impressions more than once and said that Ben's training is different from that of everyone else and much more effective. In response to the sly questions and statements, Ben only grinned and promised to show something even more interesting, and then increased the load. He didn't forget about Sunny either. Ben no longer made mistakes. He didn't ignore the boy, but paid him a lot of attention, which gave excellent results. The training sessions sometimes took place in the most amazing places. The mentor seemed to have an inexhaustible imagination, creating incredible conditions. Overall, Sunny was pleased, but he was even more pleased with his new rank. He had recently passed another test and moved up in the rankings. True, for some people things didn't go so well. Irina, unexpectedly, was left out of the picture, considering her rank. There were no rivals for her yet. The cheerful voice of the host of the popular show Coliseum from FAFA TV exploded the broadcast. Today, there was a big duel for rank confirmation. A girl with a fashionable bluish tint of hair and a frightening mask quickly brought the audience up to speed and began introducing the duelists. On the left side of the arena is a powerful fighter named Andrew from the Balk Mamba clan. He is famous for his victories and all-destroying power. Andrew stood at attention, pretending to be a seasoned gladiator without fear or reproach. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the guy was nervous. Sweet and dangerous, like a cobra, the girl from the Balk Mamba clan was now sitting at the monitor, watching the start of the show and waiting to see how their fighter would show himself. On the other hand, another brave player who challenged such a big guy is Irene, a girl from the Linderdog clan who is entering the arena for the first time since the beginning of the season. It will be very difficult and most importantly interesting. Each fighter has his own merits and serious experience, so this is a fight of equals. After so many months of oblivion, she decided to grace the public with her presence and was clearly preparing for a fight. Let's see what she has prepared. Despite the absence of top players, this fight attracted a lot of attention. A huge number of spectators followed the events inside Realp and on the screens. Irina demonstrated determination. She rejected any possibility of defeat, not even mentally considering giving in to her opponent. Ben took off his virtual terminal and exited Realp into the real world. He had just given his sister advice in the arena, but now he had returned to his team. Turning to the guys who had gathered in the room, the guy greeted them and asked what new things had happened in his absence. Everything was fine. Greg, Linda's fair-haired friend, quickly brought the leader up to speed and did not fail to ask how Irina was doing and if everything was okay with her. In response to the question, Ben did not embellish the situation and told it as it is. Things are not so good despite the preparation. Irene came out to fight with a long break. But the main thing is her opponent. At first it seemed like nothing special, but according to the draw, she got an opponent from Balk Mamba and the surprises began. It's even worse. Ben managed to find out that Andrew is a former B-rank player, and this is extremely serious. At this point, the guys froze with their mouths open. Sunny thought about it. Everything that was happening evoked some familiar associations, as if he had dealt with something similar before. Then it dawned on the guy. What if this is all a setup and this is abuse? On the surface, it seems like everything is according to the rules, but in reality, the result is rigged in someone's interests. Ben listened without interrupting as Sunny explained that the boy had encountered this phenomenon when he competed in the World Championship under the nickname One Frame. Now everyone was listening to Sunny. He was saying that Andrew could have been deliberately demoted for a trumped-up reason so that he would act as a mercenary. This caused a lot of concern among the team members. For the first time in Sunny's memory, the guys didn't know what to do and wondered if Irene could win. Linda's fair-haired friend couldn't help but speak out. He doesn't blame Irene, but she's stuck in her rank, and no matter who the opponent is, she has to try to win. Ben put his hand on his shoulder reassuringly. There was no need to worry ahead of time because they all knew Irina. The girl was full of the most unexpected surprises, and he himself had prepared something in case of such unexpected events, so Greg needed to go somewhere, without delay, right now. However, this did not convince Greg. He clearly remained of his opinion. The guy was convinced that the situation was poorly planned and the advantage was lost. Having said goodbye to everyone, he left the building and walked thoughtfully down the street. The young man was haunted by dark thoughts. He did not like what was happening. The further he went, the gloomier he became. It was unclear what was on Greg's mind. It seemed like something was seriously weighing on him. Suddenly, Linda remembered that today was Wednesday, the very day when he went to visit his friend in the hospital. On Wednesdays, he was always gloomy and unbearable. Ben joined the conversation from across the room. The leader admitted that he had not just sent Greg to visit his friend. There was another reason for it. He didn't have to come today. They were doing some procedures at the hospital, but Ben strongly recommended that he go there anyway. The last words puzzled Sunny and Linda. They looked at each other in confusion, then turned their gaze to Ben and fell silent in anticipation. The leader did not remain silent. Ben shared that he was worried about Greg's desire for revenge, but he understood that even the desire for revenge can be used. So Ben follows the old adage. If you want to catch a wolf, you have to use bait, and in this case, the bait is Greg himself. At that very time, Greg was sitting by the bed of his friend, who had been in a coma for a long time. The silence was broken only by the signals of medical equipment.